shit's a bit unusual in the highly populated areas, man. And I thought I looked good. I look like a pilgrim. I look like a fucking pilgrim, man. I thought the girls were looking at me because I was cool. Because I'd look over and see them staring, and I just went, "What's up?" And then I was like, "I'm not gonna be in this highly populated area long. I was just here to get a shower and get a pair of pants." So I took a car directly in front of me, honking at me, because I feel the shift in the energy. I was like, I'm gonna hang out the Walmart and walk around for a little bit and pretend I'm talking to someone in my headphones just to see what happens. Because I know we are in a simulation. And I know that it's God orchestrated. So I'm like, if I go here, I wonder what will happen. Just to see. So I went in and immediately the best looking girl I've seen in 2 years. Maybe in a long time. Right in front of me. As I go in, she's just right in front of me and they're blocking the aisle, so I have to go by them to get in. And I'm like, hell yeah, I could go in and say, hey, what's up? How you guys doing? But I was like, where I was coming from was that there was a direct opening. Like as I see them and I take the step to go talk to the girl, it's like the seas part and literally a line of people all just moved out of the way and I literally saw a direct line to the fucking through the horde of people straight to the card that I'm going to get a phone card. So I waited for a second and they all just froze there. So I was like, okay, and so I went, beelined it straight there, got the card. Some guy tried to push me out of the way, literally tried to push me out of the way to stop me from getting the card. I got the card. Everybody's walking around me, stomping and spinning their hand like this. There's a bunch of like white teenage guys that are fucking freaking out, just like stomping around me. And they can't even look at what they're trying to look at because they keep turning their head and coming as close as they can to me as possible while I'm just standing there. So I start singing. No, I said, will all promises be kept? Will we all be better off? I get the notion we won't know until the academy wears off. But I had more energy back then. So it was different. It was confident. I didn't have to go through the gauntlet. And I was just singing quietly. It wasn't loud. But then amazing, attractive women, all of them. There's like 5 or 6 in different groups. All leave their group and they're just kind of hanging out, just like pretending to look at stuff near me. And I was like, I've heard about this. This is what people in society do. That's called a choosing signal, where they're like presenting themselves. Because I noticed as soon as I got up and left, they all got up and left. They were not interested. They weren't trying to hang out there. They were trying to hang out around me because I was the guy with all the attention. And I'm just trying to have a conversation with the guy at Walmart, because the guy at Walmart, he's a larger dude, older. He said he's 57 or something, maybe 51. I don't know. He had gray hair. And I was just talking to him because I felt like he had the same realness that I had. When I go into public, I only like to talk to real people that don't play the stupid social power games. I don't like to do the drama. And that's actually what draws people to me, is that I'm not these little white kids that fucking walk around spinning their finger focused in anything that feels more powerful than they are. They have to go attack. I'm not like that at all. I think it's so retarded. I'm like, come on. That whole thing is redundant because it's evident of insecurity trying to consume somebody else. So I'm talking to the guy and the guy's like, yeah, you definitely have a spiritual gift. I just got into it when I was younger. I'm half native. I'm assuming you're native. And I'm like, yeah, I'm half native. He was like, are you Blackfoot? And I'm like, yeah, I heard that it was Blackfoot. And he was like, yeah, like you have the same medicine. He could see my epigenetics. So he knew exactly which tribe. And that's the tribe that I had been hearing in my head for a long time from ancestors. He was like, yeah, I could tell. So he gave me and then the tarot video last night said I was going to meet somebody who was going to help me with some spiritual issues. Literally yesterday they said, you're going to meet somebody who's older that's a mentor for you spiritually for a little bit of time, and he's going to teach you some things that will help you with your navigation. So I show him this, and he's like, "Oh, it's a White Lotus for protection." And I'm like, "Yeah." And he was like, "But you have the dullness, right?" And I was like, "Yes, I have the fucking. It feels like a spirit attachment that's always pumping consciousness, and no matter how many times I try to fight it off, it's just constant." And he was like, and he gave me what I needed to do. And I couldn't afford sage, but he said that the essence of sage should be enough. It won't be for, you won't be able to do like exorcisms with it, but, and he said it's not placebo, it is real. The people who make this stuff do care about it enough that it does work. And he gave me a list of things I should buy from this place in the city that will help with what he saw me dealing with. He literally saw me standing in the middle of the Walmart, and he saw everybody around me orbiting me, and he saw the people challenging me and coming up. He saw the girls with the witchcraft tattoos and all the spiritual goth girl come up and was like just twitching near me. He saw the whole thing. He saw the little white kids fucking stomping around me and spinning their hand and shit like they're fucking stealing it or something from me. And then they wouldn't leave until I had submitted or whatever, because I was just like, come on. And then when I felt my presence, the pressure and the power get siphoned by something, then everybody just left and walked away all at once. Everybody just left. So he got to see that guy who says he does that full time, like that's what his passion is for, is that stuff. He literally got to see every single problem I'm dealing with, and he just walked up and gave me the solutions to every single spiritual issue that he had just witnessed. Like, he literally wants to be a spiritual teacher, and I was randomly just parked right in the front there waiting for the employee, and then he had like a little sample of my everyday experience. You think he's a lefty? I'm right-handed. Did the white kids cast a spell on you? No, but man, New Hampshire white kids are the worst scum of the earth I've ever met. I fucking hate New Hampshire white kids. Holy fuck. Because it's like they walk around just mad all day, and they're just trying to hit everybody they can. And I was there, and he couldn't hit me, so they were just circling around, walking by like this, like robots, like Pride, and then spinning their hand near me like this. And I was like... But something I also realized, because there's levels to this, that yes, you are protected, but when you choose to get into that sort of realm, I guess, where the belief system changes and you enter, it's a lot like why gang members have to jump you in. Because like once you're a gang member, you're in that. And it changes your whole inner structure spiritually. It was the same thing. When we got too in-depth with the witchcraft stuff, and he was telling me about it, and I was like accepting the realities of it, then we had some random woman walk up from all the way across the store, didn't hear any of our conversation, but she was covered in the witchcraft stuff and her head was down and she started twitching a little bit, and she wouldn't leave me alone. And he told me like exactly what to buy, the things that protect you from that. And he showed me, somebody said, you're on the Viking tribe. He did show me a lot of his Viking runes and stuff. And he said he showed me a fucking birthmark shaped like a crow. It looked like a fucking crow. Swear to God, it looked exactly like if you look like a crow, you know, where it's like perched up, but it's looking, so the body's facing this way, but the head's facing that way. It looked like that. You never describe black people like this, because I don't see that from black people. I don't see black people walking around mad. I see black people walking around traumatized. They might be mad because of shit that was done to them. I don't see black people walking around riding the high of killing. But I see a lot of white kids, like teenagers, and then they grow up and grow out of it. But right now, when they're in that like 18 to 21 range and they're drinking all the time, doing coke. Vermont is weed, New Hampshire is coke. So these kids are on coke, selling pills and shit, and they're just stuck in that, walking around. So I hate that. This is a straight snitch. Well, it depends. Like, I had a kid who I knew, he was white, red hair, dreaded it, was hooked on liquid heroin. He was doing lean. He was selling pills. He was doing a lot of pills, and he got an unregistered firearm, and he would threaten people on the internet. He changed his profile picture to him pointing the gun at the camera. And anyone he didn't like, when he would just drive around freaking out, he would lock his girlfriend in the car. Or one time he got pissed and she locked him out of the car, and he took a hatchet and was smashing the car to bits trying to get in to kill her. And he's fucking 5'8". He's fucking short, skinny as fuck. And that guy fucking blew me up for 4 years. Like, I just opened my Snapchat randomly, and I've got walls and walls of text from him and his new girlfriend, and they're just addicted to a bunch of drugs, telling me, you fucking schizo faggot piece of shit, I'm gonna kill you, you fucking homeless man, I can't wait until you fucking freeze to death. And I was just posting like, hey, today I'm over here at a bar. Like when I was 22, I would just post cool pictures of me hanging out with people across New York State. It was never like schizoid like this. It was never like this ever. It was me just showing all the cool stuff I was doing. That guy definitely, after 4 years of that, where I would just like let him vent, and then I would kind of play around with it. I would fuck with him all the time, and he'd get pissed. Eventually, I called his, he moved to Maine, and he was in a trailer, and he was just going off about how he was going to kill me. And I said, hey, by the way, I just want to let you know, to the local PD, I was like, just want to let you know, this guy fucking threatens to kill me every single day now. It's been 2 weeks. I don't even respond. Do I have to talk to you about a relief from abuse? Do I have to talk to my PD about a relief from abuse? I waited 4 years for him to stop, and he's not doing it. I don't know what to do, but I don't want it to be a situation where I ignore him, and then the ignoring builds up, and then he just shows up. And if I don't let you know what happens, and he does do it, you know, for 4 years, I was like not interested in it. But then after 4 years, I called and was like, just to let you know. And they said, yeah, he held his pregnant wife at gunpoint in a standoff with us 2 years ago because he was hallucinating. He's calling you the schizo because he's the schizo. And we know all about it, but there's really not much we can do. I was like, well, how about I'll send you the screenshot of people on Facebook saying that he runs drugs. And he was like, oh, well, we already know. There were 2 times in my life I snitched, and I feel terrible about it. When I was in a program, I was in an institution where they would lock us in a room smaller than a broom closet, and they would lock us in there for weeks. And they said that if I knew anything that would happen, like if my friend had done anything and I didn't tell them, they were going to take my family away forever, and I would never be able to go on visits anymore. I would be locked in that room. I would never be able to go off campus if I didn't tell them anything I knew. So I was like, I mean, yeah, he did finger the girl in the math class. And then everyone called me a snitch, and I was like, they fucking took my family away, man. And I, like, years later, I texted him and apologized, and I was like, bro, they said they were going to lock me in a room for months. They were going to take away my 15-minute visits if I didn't say anything. So, I'm sorry. And the guy, they didn't really get in much trouble. They both got locked in a room for 4 days. I was also locked in a room for 4 days because they would just do it to me. And they called it giving him structure and routine by locking me in a room for 4 days. So we all got in trouble anyway, but it is what it is. The second time I snitched was pretty bad. I was on they had put me on heavy medication because I had a suicide attempt. I don't have a girl's headband on, man. I have fucking headphones. But I've done it before, worn a headband to get the hair out of my eyes. I know I look like a pilgrim right now. But I was on heavy medication, and my girlfriend at the time, her father had just come back into her life where she had not known him for like 15 years. She was 18. And it turns out he was like a high-ranking member of a gang that had killed people and a bunch of shit. And he couldn't work a job because of his record. And he was still doing stuff like that. And he got mad at me for some reason because I was on heavy medication, so he thought I was a retard. So he just walked out and punched me as hard as he could in the face. And he was a short Mexican guy, really stocky build. Huge dude, but really short Mexican guy. And then I was like still out of it, like trying to function, and I couldn't. So she fucking pushed him into the door, and he starts beating on her, and she's like trying to keep him away from me, and I'm like trying, but I'm like a sloth. I'm like, I'm going. because I'm just on too heavy of a medication. So afterwards, and I feel like this was a bitch move on my end. While we're driving away, I have her go buy a Domino's pizza, and while we're waiting for the Domino's pizza, I call the cops, and I'm just like, hey, this guy's a high-ranking member of this. He told me he killed these people. He's gonna do it again. He's a fucking piece of shit. He beat the shit out of his daughter. And later I was like, man, I don't think that got me any brownie points with her, and I think I should have just left it there. And I feel like a bitch for that. Those are the only 2 times in my life I've ever snitched. What's the name of the group he was with? None of your business. Because he stopped doing that stuff. Because he's old. He already got caught for a bunch of stuff. He already served like 10 years in jail. I'm good. He has no problems with me because she would make me out to be the bad guy. And then her new boyfriend after me made me out to be the bad guy. So he blew me up saying that he's going to get me. And I said in this long text, like, no, it was never me, man. I loved her since I was 15 and she had a lot of problems. She'd see me for 3 days and then she'd go off and see somebody else for 3 days and then she'd go off and see somebody else for 3 days. And we only got in a relationship because I drove my car into a pole and she thought I died, and that made her realize what it would be like to lose me. And that's why I was messed up when you saw me, because the suicide attempt, they put me on these heavy meds. I'm good now, and he was like, then he just said, like, you got to leave her alone to just play. She's like a 13-year-old, and she's playing. And I was like, I left her alone for 6 months, but her boyfriend is sitting outside my apartment drunk and screaming. And he tells me he stalks me around town, and he tells me he gets drunk and fights with her in my parking lot about me. And I haven't spoken to either of them in 6 months. He also said he goes to her other ex's houses and just sits there, staring at them through the window. And then he ignored me, and then the boyfriend blew me up a couple days later and said, hey, you know we're not going to stop until one of us kills the other, right? And you can't outsource to her dad like a pussy. They don't believe you, they believe me, like he's a maniacal supervillain. And I was like, bro, he messaged me, I don't even know you, I don't care, I know you have a micro penis. I'm not worried about it, bro. I gave her away. I was like, I don't like her anymore, I am moving on. And I told her to date you because I knew you had the micro penis and I knew that she was suggestible. So I planted the seed that she should date you. Of all of her suitors, you were one of 15 other guys. And I got her to like you. You're welcome, because that's the best you will ever have in your entire life. She wasn't 13, but mentally she had trauma, and she was very, very attractive. So very, very attractive women that come from wealthy families tend to be a bit immature. So her dad was like, she's like 13. I wouldn't call her 13. I would just say that she has some leftover entitlement, and she probably has MPD from trauma, because being attractive women gets you a lot of trauma. Every bad bitch you've ever seen has some type of severe sexual abuse because of her looks. It sucks. Pretty much every woman has sexual abuse, I'm not gonna lie. So that mixed bag of shit going on, you know. Yeah, she might be a narcissistic liar that loves to play, but she's also like a broken child. She's, I think, 24 now. And she'll be 25 in May. And she has like a 4-year-old son, I think. Or he will be 4 this year. And she broke up with that guy. She cheated on him with me. And then she said the worst thing he did was push her to the ground. But people have told me that they saw him beating on her at the gazebo downtown and just like screaming at her around town all the time. He put an air tag in her car, and he would follow her around, so she would take her grandma's car at night. She also told me, because she called me last year, she said that she was also cheating on him with another guy, who she had also cheated on me with. And I looked it up, and that guy had been in a relationship the whole time. So I called his whole family. I messaged his whole family and said, "Hey, if you love this girl that's been dating this guy for 7 years now, just to let you know, my ex came clean and said that she had been seeing him for 4 of those 7 years, and she said she was his little plaything. So just letting you know." And they were like, "You're hung up on your ex and all this." I'm like, "No, I didn't even like her when I was dating her, bro. I'm not hung up on my ex. I'm just letting you know for that girl because I wish that somebody had told me back then. And it seems like I'm the only one brave enough to actually do the right thing here." So I blew up like 8 people. I also, because she did say that she stayed with me and not him because my dick was bigger. Because it's been 4 years. She's honest now. Most women, once they break up with you and they move on, you're nothing to them. You're literally nothing but what they could gain from you. Is from what I've seen. At least people that aren't very spiritual. So she had no problem telling me that she was his little plaything while she was dating the guy that knocked her up after I broke up with her. And so I reached out, but she also said that she cheated on me once with him, and she said that Harry Potter Dementors attacked her in the car afterwards, and she had this huge panic attack afterwards. And I was like, duh. Duh. You think, and that's not the only karma you're gonna get. You're gonna get a lot of karma for that. But I accidentally messaged her mother. I accidentally messaged the girl's mom because the girl's mom had him tagged in a photo, and I thought it was his mom. And I said, "Yeah, my ex just called and said that she cheated on me with him once, and she stayed with me because he has a tiny penis. But she also called me 4 years later and said that when she dated the guy with the actual micro penis, she went back to this guy, and she was his little plaything. And then the time she said was late 2021 all the way through 2023, and I saw them together in 2023, and these guys have been dating for 7 years. So you should, at least if you care about the girl, let the girl know." And she's like, "Weren't you the guy with brain damage?" And then she blocked me, and I was like, "Come on, this is God talking to you." God wants you to know this before the cycle ends. I didn't say that though. But they're still together, and now the that girl's new boyfriend, my ex, will have to live in constant fear that he's gonna be engaged to a girl that loves cheating. And as soon as she's comfortable, she's gonna go back to doing it, man. Say white lives matter, please? They don't. White as a concept was programmed by an ancient Saturn worshipping cult to create what they call goyim. All the stuff that whites are proud of is literal propaganda from a culture based off of deceit. They have just been like select breeding socially white people for thousands of years. If you look at all the great achievements whites made, it doesn't. England suck. Ireland became the most educated country because they were in rebellion against England. Ireland have never been white. Rome were bronze skinned. They were melanated from African migrants. Rome was pretty much Middle East mixed with African for a long time. But then the Celts that were there made them a bit brighter. And Ireland, the original inhabitants of Ireland were dark skinned with blue eyes. Go look at pictures of Scandinavians and tell me that their epigenetic fucking disintegrated genetics don't make you feel a bit uncomfortable. I'm not talking about Sweden, I'm talking about Scandinavia. I'm not talking about the mixture of the Slavic people with the Celtic people. I'm talking about the literal Scandinavians, the Vikings, those people that didn't Vike and go out and interbreed with all these different cultures to save their genetics. The people that stayed in Scandinavia, that still have like the dominant Scandinavian genetics, they look like their skin is fucking falling off. Their eyes are like squinting and dark and hollow. And they seem happy, but they're not, they don't look healthy. I don't care about your guys' opinion. You know what I'm saying? This channel isn't about you guys. But yeah, I don't think that white was ever right. America's the greatest country in the world, but I'm like, America celebrates its diversity. The whole point to America was that it's supposed to be a melting pot of a bunch of different people. It's never about white. You know? And there's the bad bitch. And we're both driving the same 2011 Toyota. Do I have my toothbrush? Because my breath smells disgusting. I can't find my toothpaste and toothbrush. Toothpaste, where's my toothbrush? Whitening strips. They're loading shit into the car. What do I say? Hey, you want to come in the back seat of my messy car? I'd rather clean it and get buff. But, you know, this is added points to say that maybe I should come back here when I'm ready. Because she's a baddie. Where's my toothbrush? I've got my eggs, I've got my deer head, I've got my sage now. At some point I'm gonna buy my rotisserie chicken. Orbit gum. I don't know, would it be weird to go in a parking lot? No, it's not, because it's a college town. Nope, she's with a guy. Fuck you. I hate you now. She's with her boyfriend pulled up. Well, at least I was a reference experience, because she did like me. I'm now motivated to get in the gym. I'm not stalking someone. If I followed them and came back later and was like, I know she shops on Saturday, maybe I'll come every Saturday to see her. No, but I'm just going to have fun and live my life and see what happens. I was friends with the dude whose GF was so hot I had to stop talking to him. I've never had a friend who didn't try to sleep with my girlfriends. Never. Every single one of my friends tried to sleep with my girlfriends. Do you live in the car? Yeah, I was on foot for 2 years and then I got a car. And I like being out in the woods more, but I like it now that I can go take camping trips instead. They're not real friends then. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a real friend. I'm not gonna lie. She ain't it. Well, I'm saying before I date, before I actually date, I want to have like 20,000 in my savings. I want to have enough it's going to be loud for a little bit just so I can clear up the condensation. That's good. I want to have insurance and the car paid off for at least a year, so I don't have to walk around struggling and my everyday life doesn't revolve around me trying to find money to stay afloat. I don't need a house Maybe a $10,000 quarter acre of land with a camper on it and a dog would be pretty cool. I don't need to live in a home or anything. But I definitely wouldn't want to date somebody like this. That doesn't mean there's not a lot of value in this experience and that it's not very cool. Need a shower? No, I took one yesterday. Man. So, haters, the problem with haters is they're constantly trying to play a game, but they don't realize that the first move loses the game. No matter what the person you're hating on does, unless it's a Pam Bondi. I'm cool with Pam Bondi haters. But like a Casey hater, obviously it stems from insecurity and jealousy on their end. They're unhappy with themselves. And they're not very smart. The people I look up to really respect me. And they never say that I have like a mental illness. They say I'm very smart. That's all that is. Reality is when you take a shit, you have a shower. This guy doesn't wipe. I don't care. I gotta figure out what chemical is produced in your brain when you spew the negativity, because that's what you're addicted to. It has nothing to do with whoever's on the other end of the screen. They just go out hunting for the same drama to trap people in. Now, I don't know if I'm going to stay here tonight and then meet the pastor of the church tomorrow, and then Sunday night leave this place, or if I should go tonight. But I do have to go back. I think I'm at $78 right now. So that should be enough for one wheel hub replacement. But I opened my hood and I looked for whether it's a 2.5 or a 3.5 liter engine, and I can't find anything that says it. Merging lanes. This shit is falling because I didn't have it set up right. Yeah, you can hear that wheel hub. The wheel bearing is fucked. How bad it must have been for you back then. Going on. Okay. And I have my energy drink. I think I got a lot of cavities. When I drink orange juice, all of my teeth hurt. But I look in the mirror and I show my teeth, I don't see any black spots or anything. I don't see any like the stuff I would see in school when they would show you the teeth that have problems. But I definitely haven't brushed consistently in probably 2 years. Maybe even longer. My teeth are a little discolored. I have one tooth that's stained from smoking cigarettes. But they said that it's just, if you get the whitening strips and you brush it every day, it'll go away. God, she was a baddie. I used to be able to bench 225, man. I want to get back to that. And here's 3 more cars with no headlight. But they only pulled my car over. Okay, we're gonna have to go up this big hill. You're a bunch of phonies. You're a phony. Yeah, the universe is saying to leave tonight. Which makes sense. Because I don't want to bother anybody. And I have to go get the wheel hub replaced. And then I'm going to check in on a farm and see if the farm needs workers. And even if I just work for a week just to learn some skills and enjoy it, that would give me enough gas to try to go to ski resorts. And if I can get to a ski resort, maybe even if it's just help shoveling, I think I'd like to go there. Because then I'll have winter tires, the wheel hub will be fixed, and maybe they'd let me take a pair of skis or something and go try it out. I don't think we'll get nuked anytime soon, but there's always a chance that Israel's going to get sick of it and it's just going to blow everybody up. I think Israel has some technology that the US is afraid of. Because Israel does have all the money. Israel has stuff that the United States is afraid of. And you gotta go to the church. Sick of what? Let's go, America, you need to take care of Iran. I know people in Iran, they're great people, man. Inside job. Obviously. It wasn't a couple terrorists that hijacked a plane, man. Those were... Have you guys seen real hypnotizing videos? Where guys can make people, they put them in a trance and they can make them just start clawing at their own neck until it bleeds. You can hypnotize men into thinking all sorts of crazy shit that isn't real, and they just go out and attack people. There's like public speaking magicians that do like real stuff with like giant crowds of people. It's not like the David Blaine stuff. It's just like renting out hotel event rooms with like 500 people in them, and they do shit like he like snaps his fingers and 50 of them fall on the floor and collapse and just don't move, and they're I think it's more than likely a helicopter pulled up in a village and kidnapped a child and then hypnotized him for 5 years and then put them on the plane. More than I think it's a terrorist that somehow hijacked a plane when supposedly they have no education. They were able to fly a plane correctly and they didn't miss, or like they hit it so dead on or the plane was just on autopilot. I'm in New Hampshire. Right now I'm in central New Hampshire. And I have to go back to Vermont because there's a high school that will do my wheel bearings for free. But there's no public showers in Vermont. Was the assistant police in Manhattan when 9/11 happened, and she called out of work that day only to be discovered in full uniform guarding the Jew tunnels. The assistant chief of police in Manhattan when 9/11 happened was blocking people from entering the Jew tunnels so nobody could see what was happening in there. But she said she was looking for survivors, but she was blocking so that nobody went in. Bro, you're not allowed to be a high schooler? Are you joking? What about you makes me think that I'm attracted to children? Yeah, the assistant chief of police was blocking and guarding the Jew tunnels when 9/11 happened. So I swear to God, I called her and I said, it's going to be really funny when people find out that you're a Freemason associate and that it was the Jews and that you were found blocking the Jew tunnels where they have bloody children's mattresses being carried out all the time from those tunnels and they don't let anybody in. She announced her retirement. Do I live in my car? Yeah, it's great. The only problem is that the cops fucking freak the fuck out all the time. And they try to take their shit out on me. For fun. Like, they couldn't yesterday because I had permission and they really tried everything they could. And then when they couldn't do anything, they stormed away mad. Because they couldn't do anything. And they were just, it didn't even care who I was. They were just yearning for something. So I just talked their ear off until they left. And they kept trying to do a bunch of shit to me, and I just was like, aren't you going to ask if I have permission to be here? Cool, so why don't you call them? And then they called him, and they were like, yeah, of course he's got permission to be here. It's a fucking blizzard out. And he's cool. Why didn't you call us before you even talked to him and just made sure? I would have said yes. So when he was like, there's a guy sitting in the parking lot, called, and then he came back, he's like, is your name Casey? He had to have called the officer that knew I had permission to be here. And she told him I had permission to be here. And they still sent 5 cops. And then I just, nope, call him. And then they called him, and then they told me today that they were really pressuring them to say that I did not have permission to be there. And they're like, no, he has permission to be here. And then they all stormed away. And it was just really weird that my boots are in the front seat. I crawled from the back to the front seat when I'd lost, and then I'm like, now I'm gonna get out of the car. He through the little crack in the window, he goes, you might want to put your boots on. And I was like, oh, thank you, I would have forgot, sir. And that made him pretty mad. So I called, shoveling. I was thinking, even though you did shine the flashlight and you saw my boots in the front seat, and you saw me reaching down to put my boots on, and then ordered me to put my boots on, you probably were thinking about a bunch of other stuff that could happen for a guy in a car. You probably weren't really thinking about the boots. So I'm sorry for sounding like a smartass, and you probably didn't even realize. You didn't know why. I thought you were trying to get a dig at me. And he was like, no, it was 1 a.m. and it was a blizzard, man. I don't really think, I wasn't really trying to get, you're just doing your own thing. And I was like, I'm glad that that's the case. And I'm glad that I deal with so many police all the time. I'm glad that this was I left the situation happier, which usually that doesn't happen. So I really appreciate it. Like, well, here at this town, we try to do our best. Boxers or briefs, I'm commando, man. I haven't worn underwear in a long time. But I need to wear underwear because I didn't think about it. You're walking around a public place. So I have to get some type of underwear, and I will go to boxers. I'm gonna have to put boxers on because I never want to have it where my fucking fly is down and I don't know, and somebody like it's I don't want to flash a baby. I don't want that to happen. So as soon as I could get underwear, I'm getting underwear. Mama Luigi, you're guarding the Jew tunnels next. No. Guys, Asmongold lies. He's just trying to get more money. He's trying to go on Joe Rogan. He's a bullshitter. He gets talking points in an email he has to make. Why did you jump right to flash a baby when asked about boxers or briefs? Because that would be the worst case scenario. That would be the worst happen to someone that doesn't wear boxers. That would be the absolute worst thing that could happen. Is permanently scarring somebody on accident. And I don't want that to happen ever, so. Sussy as fuck all, bud. No, it's pretty reasonable. It's pretty reasonable to not want that to happen, man. Sussy baka. Okay. Yep. So the cop pulled in and then turned right back around and left. You're permanently scarring the internet right now. Hey, I existed. I existed in this space and time. I don't think Google's ever gonna delete anything. You have to find a way at some point, because if I don't have to spend my income on rent, if eventually when I get income, I'll have a lot more money to play with, so it wouldn't be as big of an issue for me to take everything from my channel and put it into one of those internet black boxes. I would pay $100 grand just to make sure that every piece of content in my entire internet footprint remains in a black box that will be sealed forever until like maybe 1,000 years in the future. Just got here and can tell you're a narcissist. No, people say that a lot. I'm not a narcissist at all. I actually have a lot of self-esteem issues. I don't think the world revolves around me. I'm constantly stuck in this battle where I get stuck around. Yeah, I don't care about my audience. You're a bunch of haters. You know? Me. Well, it's my fucking channel, man. If you've ever seen me have a conversation with somebody else, that I'm not trying to overshare the fuck out of them because they're like angry cops or disinterested. So, for the most part, I ask about them and I listen to them. Fuck the feds. See you, baby? Why are you mad at the feds, Sonia? You don't do anything that would make the feds mad. But fuck the feds, for real. The feds doing Freemasonic rituals where they spiritually marry children. You can see in the Pam Bondi thing, this like thing that came out a week ago, with all the Democrats grilling Pam Bondi and Pam Bondi's acting like a kindergartner. It was basically like, you committed a war crime, and she's like, well, you're fat. You know? One time, one of the guys went off and said something. Like, he really went in on her. And she looked at the guy and she's like, why is he going off script? She literally said, the microphone picked it up, she said, why is he going off script? It's fake. I worked in recording studios. I know that in filmmaking, like Stranger Things, you can see it very clearly. In most movies, you can see it clearly. A lot of the time, the actors me crazy because I know what I'm saying. But when you look at actors, they're like, that's literally how the recording goes. Or they go, because they know the emotion they want to convey, but they don't know the words that exactly they're going to use. So when they get a good enough, they go in post and then they record it in a booth. And then they dub the vocals over the video. And you can see that in political content, where most of the Democrats and the Republicans in Congress versus Pam Bondi and whatever, a lot of the time they're, and then if they say something that doesn't line up with, it cuts to just a random establishing shot of just another senator standing there, because the mouthing of the words didn't line up with the dub from the script. It's not real. For some reason, it's a really weird show to put on, like pedophiles on an island and shit. Really weird. But you can find that Charlie Kirk said, yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was a character. He was an actor. He doesn't know shit about finance. And then Candace Owens is saying, yeah, Charlie Kirk, me, and Erica Kirk are all actors. We're all Freemasons. And I'm going to tell you some stuff. And they're going to be pretty pissed about what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it. And then she went off about how Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens were both experiments as children. They did psionic stuff, the GATE program, and then they were cast into the role of Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk. But that's not even their real names. You were supporting Trump last week. What happened? They're Freemasons, and Freemasons and Order of Eastern Star and the Black Rock Saturn worshipping cult have been going around for thousands of years. It predates Christ. So they've just been doing it for a long time. And the way that they would communicate with each other back in the day was through coded literature. So Freemasons would write books with instructions and prophecy and instructions to all the other Masons and people that were in the club. And they would use the printing press and publishing to get it to the masses. And the masses were entertained by a book, but the people who understood what the book was saying would be able to get the coded messages. And one of the coded messages was Baron Trump and the Last President, which was 100 years ago, written by Nikola Tesla's neighbor. That speaks about a time in the future, and Baron Trump goes back in time because of the help of his mentor, Donald. And it speaks about the last president who makes the country so angry they storm Fifth Avenue where his castle is. And now, 100 years later, Trump Tower is built on Fifth Avenue, and Barron and Donald Trump are now the biggest people. It's a stage. That's not even their real names. They're playing a role. They're actors performing for everybody, while the people pulling the strings remain hidden to avoid the masses being mad. It's not real. So I'm not pro or anti-Trump. I think he says some funny stuff, and I think he likes to say funny stuff because he's just a guy. But they do rituals. He's not making your economy better. The people who control the economy and created the economy know how to manipulate the economy, and they just use it as another tool to keep you in constant suffering and survival mode, chaos, and out of control. So that you're always worried and stuck in drama and just going through endless thought loops, so that you don't just sit here and realize that you can understand what the birds are saying. If you sit here long enough and you free yourself from responsibility, you have a sixth sense that perceives changes in the electromagnetic spectrum, and you can open up your mind and be aware of what's your thoughts and what's your coalesced or commingled essence inside the environments that you inhabit. And in that, you can perceive changes to that environment to be able to stimulate and pick up what the actual intentions are behind everything going on. So I can feel when I'm really happy, and I can feel when the devil is mad or whatever it is, and then all of a sudden there are 5 cops screaming at me to exit the vehicle so that they can do a hazing ritual around me. And the only crime was that it's a blizzard where we got a foot of snow, and I'm outside a church lot that I have permission to be at. But I was happy. I was at peace. My day wasn't stuck in endless thought loops. My day was enjoying the beauty of life and working with the clarity to make an even greater decisions. Change my entire life, because everything's the present moment. So if you are able to incorporate more knowledge, you could change everything in a second. And I do see tons and tons of evidence all the time, and I record it all the time, of something out there I don't understand that responds to that. I don't know what it is. That's why I wouldn't say it's schizophrenia, because every single culture in the world except the one that rapes kids believes in the same stuff I do. Everyone but the people who rape kids. The people who invented the word schizophrenia raped kids. They were black magic occult magicians that would use demonic sigils and rituals to trap a sort of like tendril of the smoke from the mind flayer through the upside down. And they would open up a little gate, basically. And those are the people that say, if you feel like there's something more going on to life, but you don't know exactly what because you don't have the education, you're a schizo. No. You see Trump and Biden do the Freemason handshake. You see Erica Kirk do the Freemason symbols. You see all your celebrities wear the Saturn worship regalia. You see the fucking Gatorade logo is the capital G, which is the 33rd letter. And then you see the orange. If A is 1, B is 2, orange is 33. So you see the orange and the 33 together. And then you see Mike Tyson literally say that he's doing a demonic ritual with Jake Paul. And then he flashes his butt to the entire world, shows off his ass, and then walks naked into the Freemason room to do the ritual before he goes out to just hug Jake Paul screaming. G is the 33rd letter, and that's why Gatorade is orange. And this stuff is crazy, but I'm like, go to every single small town ever in America, and you'll see right at the border of the town is a sign that has the Freemason logo with the G on it. And it takes 3 years to become a 3rd degree Mason, and then it takes about 2 days to become a 33rd degree Mason. You learn the first 3 in 4 years, and then when you're done with the first 3, you can go to like a camp where you do the other 30. And one of those is where you spiritually marry a child bride that's between 11 and 13. Every 33rd degree Mason spiritually married a child. That's what the sex trafficking was. Because they need child brides to fully create a 33rd degree Mason. Look it up. Freemasonry child brides. There's an Order of the Eastern Star up here. This is where the Order of the Eastern... I live in the state where this stuff was popping up. Like, when they came from Europe, they settled in my area. The original people that were kidnapping indigenous children, raping them spiritually, stealing their soul, they thought, and then trying to put basically a demonic consciousness inside the vessel. That happened here. I literally went up against the local police that were molesting homeless women at the border to the French and Indian War where it happened, in Morrisville. Because John Morris created the Order of the Eastern Star, which is a Satanist organization. And that's still here to this day. They're still doing it. The child thing isn't for blackmail purposes. They had AI decades ago capable of doing what it's doing right now. They just didn't have the access to do it at a global scale, and they weren't going to give it to the masses until they were ready, because they're waiting for the age of Aquarius. They didn't need a child bride as blackmail. They didn't need to take a picture of a naked kid next to Jeffrey Epstein to make him be a bad guy, or any politician. They had AI that could generate a lifelike video way, way long ago. They had CGI, way better than any film company could produce, because it's the government. They didn't need to blackmail somebody with a picture of a child. They just reveal to the politician they have the ability to generate an image that looks so real. Jeffrey Epstein was not a blackmail operation to trap politicians with naked children and then use them and say that we're going to post the pictures if you do anything to us. They literally could just generate an AI video, and then the masses would have no idea that was possible, so they would have nothing to say that wasn't. And there was no concept of AI generation 10 years ago. They didn't need to kidnap a child and then have it get naked in a room with the president in order to make him, what's it called? When it starts with a C. When they've compromised. In order to compromise them, they just could generate an image of it. I'm not sitting in a car park, I'm sitting at my church. You know what's weird though? When I lived in a tent in the woods, nobody ever hated on me. I never had any haters like this before I got a car. As soon as I get a car, everybody's talking shit. You live in your car. But when I lived in a tent in the woods, nobody said shit. Because I think everybody wished that they were camping back then. They were like, man, I wish I was camping. I'd rather be out in the woods too. Are facts racist? Hiding the whole truth is the common norm right now. At the end of the day, we're all souls and bodies. The epigenetics is just a style and theme of your experience, with gifts and tools and curses and karma. Melanin does allow for more sunlight to enter the vessel, so they have a greater emotional and creative space, and they experience everything so much more. And then they had decades and decades and decades, hundreds and hundreds of years, just for the past few hundred years. Whether or not slaves were happening 1,000 years ago over there, recently, for the past few hundred years, they've been subjected to the worst abuse possible. They were raped, tortured, flayed, cooked, eaten in front. The term motherfucker, when you're like, you motherfucker, the term motherfucker came because if a slave did something the slave master didn't like, they would take the slave and his mother to the center of town, and they would all get together and watch the slave fuck his mother. And then they usually would kill and cook and eat them. You can find cookbooks on how to cook your slaves and eat them from back then. They went through so much shit, and they had the capacity to experience it at a higher emotional level. And they were doing black magic rituals to harvest that spiritual life force. So I don't care that there's a bunch of fat black women that are getting food stamps and EBT. I'm like, fuck, you need a generation of rest. Holy shit. Because you found that we are made up of everything that our ancestors have experienced. We literally, and isn't that beautiful? That we actually are the condensed growth from the predecessors in our ancestral trees. That's amazing. Everything my grandfather did is part of who I am. the bad and the good. So yeah, those people are survivors of suffering. It's in their dormant epigenetics. You can find that people that their family actually were extremely abused, the children of those people, even if they, in some cases where they never even met the family, their muscle fibers and their reaction time and their consciousness literally reacts as if they had experienced that trauma when they didn't. Yes, the survivors of slavery are still going through it. Yes, systemic racism is real. Duh. Go to a ski resort and look for the one black guy and just sit there as he walks down the hallway. I grew up in a ski town. When the one black guy walks through, everybody gets uncomfortable. It's normal. Put a deer in a pack of dogs or something, and there's going to be a little bit before they all learn to get along. That's normal. When you go to cities and stuff and you're cool and you're not trapped by internet propaganda or dumb colonialist tradition and like the culture that was here in the 60s and 70s, like your grandpa didn't imbue your father and your father didn't have enough social interaction in his life to realize that we're all different, but we're all pretty much the same in different ways. That you're still holding on to that stupid cultural remnant in the cities. The only reason that there's any type of prejudice and differential all goes down to accumulation of resources and has nothing to do with character or morality. If you took 20% of the richest amount, like all the wealth that the wealthy elite have, and you gave it specifically black people, there would be Stanford prison experiment where they get the money and they go off and they feed whoever's addicted feeds the addictions. And then they would start the power games where they do try to get back at the people that hurt them once they have the power. But then you look a couple generations later and everything's normal because you're all at the same level with resources and class. And then it just comes down to what it's always come down to, which is dick size. Reconnect, come on. Some of them would, because that's their dream. If I got $100,000 right now, I would spend $20,000 on a Hellcat and a gun. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And you would too. If you got $100,000, you'd buy a nice car too. Hellcats are not $20K. I just want like a 2015 Challenger. I don't really care that much. I just want to drive around, because I would drive around, and I've been on the ground, and I've lived in fucking dryers. I slept behind vending machines, and I would walk through and just deal with all the bullshit from everybody, trying to get my needs met so I could make my dreams come true and save the people that I loved from their environment. If I got enough, I want to ride around in a Challenger. When I drove a Dodge Magnum, people keyed the shit out of it. They kicked the shit out of the car. Cops pulled me over all the time. Everybody would freak out and tweak out. And then when they saw that I'd get out and I had big muscles and six-pack and I was dressed nice, Tim boots, chain on, fucking snapback with a crown on it, or a brim with a crown on it instead of the Yankee brim, tattoos, and they would tweak out. They would freak out. Even today in the Walmart, just looking like this, I still had jealous, insecure pieces of shit that were like 6 inches shorter than me, stomping around trying to take my presence from me. And then I'd have that just to drive around fun. I probably would end up getting a Charger at this point. But I used to dream of a Challenger. Now I might want a Charger. And then I'd want a truck, probably a Toyota Tacoma, that can pull a camper and a truck bed, or tow this car. And then I just want to upgrade this to a newer model. Like I would just get a high mileage SUV, a high miles per gallon SUV. And if that was gifted a bunch of money. And if I didn't have a bunch of money, I would just get an older model of those things. As long as the miles per gallon is good. Do you have a job? Not rude, just wondering. I used to be top dasher in Plattsburgh and Burlington, Vermont. Working 16 hours a day. My car broke down. I went into Cumbies and said, hey, are you hiring? They said, nope. I said, well, I'm looking for a job. Would you mind? My car broke down. I was doing like gig work on my phone with the car and I'm out. Do you mind, when you throw the food out, could you put it in a bag outside for me so I can have like a week's worth and I don't have to bother anybody? And they said, no. And I was like, oh, okay. So I started returning cans because the gas stations weren't hiring, the Dunkin' Donuts wasn't hiring, grocery stores. When I went to the grocery store, some guy in a truck, like a big white truck with his wife, showed up and told me I wasn't welcome in town and talking a bunch of shit about me. And then they called the cops on me just standing there. And then that guy's uncle worked at the supermarket as like the manager. And he told me basically like, no, you're not going to get a job here. No way. And I was like, I don't even do drugs or commit crimes. I want to work. Thrift store wouldn't take me. Hospital didn't need a janitor or anything. McDonald's said no. The gas station that I tried to work, I applied to the subway attached to the gas station, and the gas station trespassed me. And they made a false police report to the cops that after that manager got promoted, the other manager called and said, yeah, she was lying. Sorry. She did it to a lot of people. And then I found a cabin in the woods, and I really liked it there, so I stayed there for a few months. And every time I left, they would throw shit at me, try to run me off the road, throw cigarette butts and beer cans, and one time a gardening tool, try to beat me with the side mirror. And eventually they just kept trespassing me from places that I wasn't even living on. I would just go there to hang out because it was nice, like a cemetery or the college. And there was a bunch of other people that would go to the college too that were there for longer than I was hanging out. But something about me, because I knew that I was the homeless guy, I got a deal with the college that said that I could stay at the automotive center at night to charge my phone. But then the business owner next door said, I'm going to get you trespassed from everywhere. And I was like, well, you should lose some weight and you'd probably be a lot less miserable. You'd be more happy if you lost all that weight. So just that example of like small towns just not doing it, even though they need workers. You're like, yeah, that town sucked. But then I went from there to the next town 10 miles up, and there was nothing there, empty ghost town. They said the rich people bought everything up. They don't need any help. All the farms have their nephews working. Nobody needs help. So then I went to the capital of the place, and they all said no because they deal with so many homeless people. I tried to do overnight stocking. I tried to do gas stations. I tried to do Domino's. Nobody even gave me a call back. So then I got a bike, and I went about 40 miles north to a different town. And as soon as I got there, the cops every day, just drama every day, false police reports, instigating business people to trespass me. A lot of them said no, but a lot of them said yes. Just trying to run me out of town because I was living in a tent, and they were convinced I must be on drugs or something. And that resulted in a couple police brutalities. And weaponizing mental health to manufacture a mental health crisis, in their words, to haul me away for a long time. And it didn't work because I would play back the recording of them lying, and then they would just take off. And then I went all the way in the middle of winter with 106-degree fever at one point. So it was probably like between 104 and 106, but the worst was 106. Isn't it like 110 and you're dead? I was barely there. I was just like laying, waiting to die, really sick out there in the middle of winter. And I carried a tractor supply wagon through about a foot of snow on the rail trail from Morrisville to Johnson, and then I went and applied to the Maple Fields, and I applied to the gas station, I applied to the Dollar General, and they didn't get back to me. And then eventually the select board told the police to get me out of town, so they took me back to the capital. And Stayed at a motel program for a couple weeks healing, and then my brother froze to death. So spent a couple weeks dealing with that, and then I got kicked out because I woke up one morning and saw that there was a crow talking to me in spirit. And then I went outside and found that right where the crow was talking to me in spirit, there was a crow. So I took the crow and I took all the feathers off the body because it was frozen. It wasn't like meaty and smelly. It was frozen there. So I was like, I want all these feathers because I'll make a cool headdress or something out of it. So I got in a lot of trouble for that. They kicked me out. And then I went back to the cabin, tried the same thing, just went around asking if people needed help, needed work, and everyone said no. So then about 6 months go by, I get in a bike accident. They twisted the brakes off my bike, and I live in the mountains, so it's this huge mountain. Brakes didn't work, couldn't stop. And then I fell 6 feet, got knocked out. A bunch of hairline fractures and shit. I was supposed to work, like the day before I had gotten, somebody said a carpenter might need help. And then I had called him and I was going to go help out at the carpenter, but then I had all these fractures, literally. I know it's like a bunch of excuses, blah, 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 but it's like it really happened. It's unfortunate, but I don't like, when I was going through it, I was like every day talking about it, but I'm always trying to make progress, even when I couldn't do anything. And I had to be by the river and I couldn't crawl back up into the mountains where I had my setup. I stayed by the river and got a guitar and just played guitar all day. And I had to lay there and heal. And I still, like, I didn't heal correctly at all. So I'm still, like, even just shoveling today, it really fucked up my shoulder. I'm going to have to do, like, physical therapy in the gym and, like, stretch. And it's going to be a lot. I don't know. Hopefully I can get back into bodybuilding. My fucking headphones. Okay, I got it. But then Cumbies, finally, there was a new manager at the Cumberland Farms, and they said, yeah, we'll take you. We like you. And then I found out I didn't have 2 forms of ID. So it took a year and a half for me to get to the point of the hiring process where they wanted my forms of ID, and I realized I didn't have my birth certificate. So I just had my ID, my license. I tried to use my high school report card. I tried to use my Green Mountain card, my like Medicaid card. I tried to use my EBT card when I had it. I don't have EBT anymore. And they said I couldn't do it, so I couldn't get it. Then I literally couldn't get a job. So eventually, I volunteered at a festival, and then they got me in shoveling. So I started shoveling, and they did a GoFundMe for me. And I was able to put a down payment on this car. I still owe $840, I think, plus title, registration, and insurance. I just have an agreement with the owner right now. So then, once I got the car, I've driven 6,000 miles with the money I made shoveling and some donations on the YouTube channel. And I've applied to 64 jobs. Some of them, like, once I got the car and I had the nice clothes and I was showered and my hair brushed, I went back into all the different businesses. I applied to them all again. And some of them told me to fuck off, just flat out, like the pizza place said, fuck off. And I didn't do anything to them. I literally didn't do anything to them. I was friendly. I'm a hard worker. I like working as long as I don't have a boss that's overbearing and dramatic. If it's just like another guy who's cool and he doesn't let his responsibilities or authority like try to be overbearing or whatever, because they're barely medium class. They're barely lower middle class. There's not much difference. But if they let that be a big thing, I can't work there. I can't do it. I've been an animal too long, trauma. But if they leave me alone, I do a really great job. And I make everything better. But I have to do it my way. But I've applied to 64 jobs and they all said no. The ones that said yes, we got to the background check process. And it turns out I have violations of conditions of release because I had a trespassing charge because I tried to escape a hurricane in a field that was owned by the parent company of a place that had trespassed me because they just didn't like me sitting not even on their property. It's like saying that, imagine that I'm at this church lot and I have permission to be at this church lot, right? And then that business next door sees me at the church lot and then sends the police over to trespass me from that place. Or actually really what it was I had permission from this church to be here, but then that guy gets mad and he calls the people who own multiple different churches, and then they tell them, and then that parent church tells this church to trespass me. And then, so I don't come back to the church. It wasn't a church, it was a college. I don't come back to the college, but a hurricane and a tornado is coming. I can't be in the woods. I go back to my car, and the state police have taken my car, and they sold it for themselves. After they found out that I was going to scrap it and get money to move on and get a bus ticket somewhere else, then they take it and get the money for it. And they don't tell me they have it until they won't even answer my calls. And now I found out my music studio, because I went to school for music, my music studio is sitting in a state trooper's basement, and he uses it, supposedly. So, but luckily for him, those are some piece of shit studio monitors. I've used them for like 8 years. He's not getting much out of it. And I wasn't even gonna use them anyway. I was gonna get new ones. But I go to this field on top of the mountain, the only field in the area that I could go to, and it just looks like a farm to me. I'm assuming that it's probably with the college, but I don't think it's directly owned by the college. I think it's probably like a farmhouse or like a community center or something. I thought I was just trespassed from the main college campus. So I go into the field, into a shed, and I hide and wait through the hurricane. As soon as the hurricane's over, I get arrested for trespassing. Stephen Plum, you've been watching this long and you haven't heard any of my songs, man? I make a bunch. The YouTube channel I never wanted to be a YouTuber. I just couldn't find the means to get the music studio going. I needed software and plugins and instruments and better studio monitors and a better audio interface, and I got the audio interface and then they took it. But I still needed monitors and stuff and better microphone, and it was just the cops were doing illegal things to me and people were coming to kill me all the time. So I started making content on the internet in case I died. I wanted a digital legacy. So I'm at the point now, I'm waiting for Domino's up the road to get back to me. I'm waiting for the sun to be out. And then FedEx is I'm gonna try to do another background check for a different contractor through FedEx. And then if I can get 10 grand, there's a piece of land in New York for 10 grand, which is in an area I like. It's the place with the most people of color in upstate New York, which I like. I feel more at home there. Maybe it's I have severe CPTSD and their culture is based around severe CPTSD. So I just feel more at home. There's no drama. There's no ego games. It's not boring there. They're all having fun. I liked it when I went there. So, and it's just right on the lake. So a 1/4 acre of land to just put a camper and have a place where I can lock up something safe and secure, like storage, so I can finally get all my shit out of people's basements and behind churches where I have all my stuff, and centralize it. And then I can devote my life to travel if I want. I could pick up Duolingo and learn Spanish and go down to Costa Rica. Have you guys seen what the women look like in South America? Go on Facebook and look up Brazilian girls. Look up Chilean girls, Argentina. Colombia, Costa Rica, Venezuela. And it's nice down there. it's propaganda when they're like, this is bad, it's terrible. It might be terrible for tourists that don't understand and they're trapped in La La Land. Like if you try to take your American delusion down there and you try to act like you're better than them, yeah, they'll kill you. They'll scalp you. But if you're just a cool guy, passport bros have a lot of fun down there. Buff dudes, even if they're white, buff dudes that are chill and they don't have all that bullshit, they never have any problems. And they're just down there learning how to dance and having fun. But when you go there and you act like you're better than everybody and you're like a colonizer that's conquering their land, yeah, they're going to be like, yep, call these people, get the guy with the assault rifle. This is where he's at. They just sit with a sniper rifle at the top of the favela and just pick you off. Fuck you. And I'm happy it happens. I wouldn't like to go down there and then there's a miscommunication and there's telephone and then somebody makes up something about me and then all of a sudden, you know. But I think if I speak fluent Spanish, there won't be a problem. Cop car went by and is turning around. But now I have Drew's number. Try me, bitch. They like people that just keep rambling on. What should I do, John? What would you like to see me do for content on a live stream? What would you prefer I do? You got to dance more. Only 10 people know what it originates from. I love dancing. I went to Miami and I was dancing, shirtless on South Beach. When you laugh, it is contagious. Thank you, man. I was dancing with girls. I had bad black girls grinding on me at the fucking pizza shop. There was this, I saw like a lonely old lady that was walking down Miami South Beach, and I grabbed her, spun her around, and we were dancing. And it made her whole day. She left with a pep in her step. You're white to the core, you'll never understand how to dance. Just stop caring. The reason why people can't dance is because they're trapped in the lemming hive mind. And they're always worried about what other people think about them, so they're utilizing tools. White people utilize tools. They can do the dance moves because they watched somebody do the dance moves, and they're just controlling their body like a tool to do it. If you just let it all go and do the self-expression, it don't even really matter what you do, man. You feel the natural rhythm come through when you give up on the lemming stuff. Who gives a fuck, you know? And then you just do it long enough, and the rhythm is inside. And your sex life will take off, because sex is rhythm. To make a woman come, you need to have control over rhythm. That's what it is. Do you still have my Waylon and Willie cassette? I don't know what that is. You're left-handed, wink wink? I don't know what that means. And I don't care. I don't give a fuck about what hand you have, man. I'll link later. Speak of the devil. Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter's on it. Dancing is the best exercise. What if you're a 1-incher? And you deserve to suffer. It's karma. Generational karma. You probably whipped a bunch of slaves in a past life. I don't know, I hate women. I think they're demonic. I think Eve bit the apple and they're fucked up. But holy shit. I never had a good set. Like I've seen a lot of good women. Like especially when I was 13, like a lot of other 13-year-old friends of mine. They embodied that strong, like, matriarchal quality. And I don't see that in today's youth. But then I went back and watched Avatar. The best role model for a woman, for like what I would think about like a mother figure. They really got it down. The first Sigourney Weaver's character from the first Avatar, Grace. I was like, that man, I never meet people like that anymore. The way Sigourney Weaver was, and I was like, that's a good mom right there. They really James Cameron really got the character. If women were like that, I would be like, yeah, obviously Grace should be president. You know? People like to shit on Brazil because it's moving really slowly since they have a woman as a president. But the quality of life has gotten so much better. The architecture looks nicer. They're really revamping the experience to live in that country, and they are still developing economically. They've just stopped leaving it a shithole and harvesting all the resources. They're taking the time to make being in Brazil a better experience for people, and that's boosting everything. Yeah, instead of a 10%, they have a 2% increase in their economy every year. But the quality of life in that area is getting so much better since they had a matriarchy of a female democratically elected president. You finish college and am employed and have my own house, and I raised my own daughter alone. That's great. Are you gay? No. I love women. I don't like what society has programmed people my age to act like. You look gay. I think that's a projection, man. You have your own... It just says, yes, but do you own your house? I think it's actually impossible to own a house at this point. You get the idea of owning a house, but you still have to pay for everything. And then when you die, maybe it's an asset for your kids. Maybe you can give them an inheritance. But for the most part, it gets seized by the government. I don't really see a point. I don't really see a point in acquiring land or properties unless I could give it back to a native tribe. Which is legally impossible. It's legally impossible to give for me to buy land and give it to a native tribe. Owning a house can be expensive because something breaks, it's on you to fix it. Demon Hunter owns the house with her husband. And house insurance is ridiculously expensive. True. If I'm not building something that's architecturally immaculate, if I'm not creating something that I'm really proud of, I don't see the point in owning a house. If I build a house that looks really cool and it's going to last for a long time, like I would want to have something like I'd rather invest all my money into building a stone tower and live in a stone tower. Or I'd rather just build a giant, like pay to have a big stone tower there that will become a historical monument with my name on it. And then I would live in a camper beside it. I wouldn't buy a house. Fuck it. Most kids, like the new age generation of kids, these Aquarian innovators, they're buying tiny homes at 14 and they're living on the property with their parents anyway. Most kids that I see, like especially foster kids, a lot of parents adopt foster kids and the foster kids end up using the money they made on crypto to build a tiny home in the backyard. And the foster kids live in their own backyard apartment. And we're going to have electric RVs that run on sunlight and that can go as houseboats in the water. So that you can just take an RV across the country and never have to pay. And then just take it on a lake and live on a lake, or you can go down the Mississippi River in them. I'd rather get like 4 or 5 properties across the country for $10K. And then have a main homestead, which is like a coalition of people that's going to stand the test of time. And put my energy into developing that. And then just have a cool looking sanctuaries, and then instead of like paying for upkeep on a house and a car and all this, keeping up with the Jones crap, devote my income to working on legacy projects with people, man. I smack my gums, man. I love it. I'm mewing. Don't mog my mewing, man. Chat, am I aura mogging you? Am I mogging you? Are you getting mogged? Am I homeless mogging you? You got hobo mogged. I'm about to deer mog you real quick. Oh. Get nature mogged, bitch. You wish you could comment gifs? You think I look like a Reddit mod for real? Maybe r/mogging you. Hey, Reddit's the new college. Reddit is the new Harvard. Anything you could learn in Harvard, you can learn on Reddit for free. For real. Like therapists and like psychologists and people with like high-level psychology degrees with a passion for it, they communicate on Reddit. They have Reddit threads for college professors and college people that graduated from like Ivy League colleges that now have like private practices, and they're therapists for high-level clients that live in mansions, and they live on like penthouses in small cities and shit, and they have a passion for it, and they do it every day, and they communicate through Reddit. What the fuck did I just see? I just saw a scooter going like 50 miles an hour. An electric scooter. Oh, I don't care. Watch this. You notice I didn't even have to read it? I do with so much of that so often. I know that anyways is just some bullshit pride stuff because they fell off consciously and they're now trapped in the ego addiction. So they try to do one last virtue signal to feel good about their pathetic life, and then they slink off to try to cope longer. So it's all good. It's because I buck-mogged him, man. I'm sorry. I don't even have control over it. He didn't ask to be such a handsome gentleman. I'm waiting till nightfall. It is nightfall. I'm waiting till like 10. It's 7:30. I feel like I should leave. And head back tonight. I'm starting to think that deer isn't alive. Sometimes I can't tell. When I kept him behind my seat like this for a couple days, a cop thought that there was a whole deer carcass back here. Go where? I have to go across the state tonight to get to a place where a high school is willing to change my tires to winter tires and replace my wheel hub. So I came here to take a shower, and I was trying to get a pair of pants, but they didn't have any, so that I can go to a farm and ask a farm with somebody else's reference. I can go to the farm and say, hey, this person referred me. I heard you might need some help, and see if I can get some money, because I still need $840 to pay off the car, and then I have to get insurance, title, or registration. So I'm waiting on Domino's here to get back to me, which it's been a week. No, it's been 5 days now. And I'm waiting on FedEx. But FedEx already said no, but a different contractor was like, try it again, see, maybe I can do something about it. Hey bro, I heard you beat off on all fours. What's up with that? No, I don't. That's fake news. Why don't we send you the money? Well, I have a Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. I've tried GoFundMe's and they don't work. Everyone just bitches at me to get a job, and then I take the camera into the job and I talk to them, and you can see that they're friendly, and then they watch as a week goes by and nothing happens, and then I take you into the store and say, hey, and you can hear when I'm like, hey, just wanted to see if the manager's in, and then they're like, oh, the manager's busy right now. And I don't know what is going on. Demon Hunter says they filed taxes. They should be in a couple weeks, and they can send some cash, hopefully enough to help you fix your wheels. I just don't ever take anything you can't. Like, if you're struggling, don't do it. I know that it's probably pretty good money to be a truck driver. And I'll definitely, as soon as I'm able to, I'll definitely help. I know that Brian wants it to be, I don't know if he would like me to help. Like, if I showed up and I cleared out the garage and helped with the retaining wall and paving the driveway, and the other place, taking out that the house that's broken down and full of glass, and you know, it is like a family memento, but maybe you could use that for something else. Maybe he might want to do it himself. Oil rig. I live pretty deep in New England. I've thought about it. I've looked at fly in, fly out jobs. I'm interested in it. I'm also young. I'm worried that maybe there's something better I could do. Like, if I just get a camera and a filmmaker and I go make content and vlog, maybe that might pop off while I'm young. Maybe I could go, but then I was like, the industry and the Satanist organization of pedophiles that control the world, and I'm like, oh, every famous person you ever look up to has a picture of them in a dress crying. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, I do have, in my channel description, I have everything. If people like to donate. I just use it for gas to continue trying to move forward and make progress. He would welcome your help. It's hard to find good help. Holy fuck, is that a dead fucking deer? This is James Buchanan Barnes, man. The Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. He was a congressman for a little bit, but he wasn't very good at it. He also spent a lot of time in Africa and Wakanda. And he's helping me out here. Don't try to go to Hollywood. I really tried for a long time, and they told me not to do it. I had talked to Owen Cook and his team, who live in Beverly Hills. About it, you can look up Owen Cook. I talked to Owen Cook, and he said, "Don't. It's demonic. It's really bad. You have because you don't have all of the knowledge. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. I wouldn't even personally. And this guy's worth $1 billion. He has a multi-billion-dollar company. He said he's done him alone, and not his team, just him, has done 500 million in sales in the past 20 years." With all of his different businesses. And he says, no, absolutely, colleges are a Masonic institution to destroy your soul and connect you to the Antichrist. Personally, I would never say this in public, but yeah, college is not good. I wouldn't even go there to fuck girls, because there are way better looking girls in other countries. That's where I would go. If I were to start and not be 45, because he's 45. If I were to go back and be 20, I would learn another language and go down to South America, personally. But thank you, Demon Hunter, for the donation. I ended up getting a card because my service ends in like a couple hours. And I got a Monster Energy drink, and I got, for $1, they had a sale on sage incense sticks. And I met a guy who's into witchcraft and Norse stuff and into a lot of different magic stuff. And I talked to him about it, and he told me about the spiritual things that happen in his life, and it lines up a lot with other things that people are saying. Like, he's never seen Stranger Things, but he saw something that looked like a Demogorgon open up a gate to another realm, and then the Mind Flayer, in his own words. But when I talk about my demonic stories, it's always with a watery element. It's like blood and flesh. So I made sure to ask, like, which element did you think it was, if you could assign an element? He was like, oh, water, probably. And I was like, yeah, that's the I don't know what it is, but that's the thing that I see too. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely a watery entity that is demonic and negative, and it does feel like the opening of that gateway. I'm not sure what it is. And he says that he's been seeing it for 20 years, just reoccurring. And I have had the exact same experience he had. And I'm like, maybe it's Saturn, maybe it's Satan, maybe it's the Mind Flayer, the Antichrist, maybe it's just the extra dimensional intelligence that Silicon Valley went on Tucker Carlson and said that is teaching them how to make technology because it's looking for a way into this realm. I don't know. But I don't do drugs. I just have crazy experiences. And I go in and I talk to therapists, and they're like, you're not schizo. No way. I talk to schizos for a living. You're just a genius. You've said things that are going to make me have to think long and hard about my life. You're inspiring. And then I talk to Native Americans about what I went through, and they're like, yeah, we learned that when we were 7. The craziest thing I've ever experienced, I talked to a Native person who practices the old way, the culture, and he was like, yeah, usually we learn that when we're 6 or 7. 6, 7. Yeah. I don't know, I'm gonna try it. Spiritual experience are common with Native people. I am part Native. I'm from Brazil originally. That's dope. I know that the tribe that I felt like I was from, the man today told me that I was from that tribe. Because he said he's attuned to the song that the genetics play, in his own words. So he could tell that I was Native and from that specific random ass tribe that my ancestors or something in the woods told me I was from. A couple years ago, something in the woods told me I was part of a tribe. And then 2 years go by, and this Native man tells me, yeah, you're from that tribe. Inuit, down to New York City, Seneca, Mohawk, Cree, how it traveled down, and then Blackfoot, Crow. And then they both congregated in New York City. Originally Blackfoot and Inuit, but then it's a nomadic people that slowly traveled through generations and generations to get to New York. so around New York. But I always felt, and if you look at those natives, those are the ones that look like me. But I was like, yeah, Crow and Blackfoot. For some reason, like somebody handed me a bunch of. They handed me once. So there's a woman in Central Vermont. I had this native. It was like one of those things where it has a bunch of different ones and it's attached to like a button, so that you could flip it like this, and all the different tribes were right there, with like facts about them. And there was one that looked identical to me that was Blackfoot. And I asked her, like, which one are you? And she showed me which one she was. And then she didn't say anything about it. She went, you are this one. And it was Blackfoot. And then later you found out Blackfoot is the Native American tribe that has the DNA that's been present in America for 200,000 years. And the Crow and the Blackfoot are the ancient Egyptians. They're still practicing the war bonnets. They're still practicing the single feather in their hair. They're still practicing the feathers on their arms. And I do have Rh negative blood on both sides of my family. But then the other one was upstate New York. Seneca Mohawk Cree. And that goes to Inuit. And then my dad's side is African Irish. My mom said she's part Romanian. My grandmother was a Paul, related to Logan Paul. You're a werewolf? Something about the collective Muslim takeover and the collective consciousness lately has made me disgusted by dogs. And you're seeing a lot of content creators are now putting out content like, dogs are fucking disgusting. And I'm like, why do I suddenly feel like dogs are gross? And they are gross, man. They're saliva-filled poopy shit. I don't even like cats anymore because I can see the toxoplasmosis in them. I can see when the parasite's guiding the cat to like, get up and put your mouth into their mouth, quick. Spread the parasite that makes men gay. You know what I'm saying? Toxoplasmosis makes men gay. So I don't even like cats anymore. I don't like dogs. I can see, like, they say that African people hate dogs. And after seeing the way that elephants act and the way that animals in Africa are, how smart they are and how cool they are, like seeing how cool elephants are, I'm like, oh, I get it. Dogs are fucking retarded. I can see why you don't like dogs. And isn't it like cats are the only animal that have snake eyes? Cats look like an alien genetic experiment. Like even jaguars and mountain lions and cheetahs, they don't have snake eyes. They have human-looking eyes. I don't know those animals though. It's just weird. Like I had 3 people once, and yeah, they all did mushrooms. But after they did mushrooms, that would hang out at my apartment, and they would walk into my room while I'm laying in bed, just laying there, and they were hanging out in the other room. And 3 separate times with 3 separate people, they said the same phrase. They walked in and went, "Mark is a spy." And my cat's name is Mark. They came in and said, "Mark is a spy." And I'm like, okay. 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 And then my girlfriend came in, because I mentioned to her once, I was like, Mark, one time I was walking through the house and I went, Mark is a spy for the government. And she was like, okay. But I wasn't serious, I was joking. But then after she did mushrooms, she went in and she's like, Mark is a spy for the government. And I'm like, what is going on, dude? What the fuck is happening? My neighbor that said he studied from the Navajo and he was a druid that did witchcraft. Now my friends are asleep in my apartment and they wake up and say, I saw your neighbor fucking crawling into my mind in my dreams. And then fucking 3 people tell me that my cat is a spy for the government. For an alien government. And then like a month goes by and I stopped hanging out with all of them and I'm alone. And I wake up with sleep paralysis and I see a dragon, like a draconian thing, a giant red and black dragon come into the house. But it's like barely, it's like in the ethers, it's in the dream, not the dream realm, but it's just like not physical, but I can clearly see it there. And I can't move and it's like angry at me, like it's gonna hurt me. And then my cat sprints into the room, sits on my chest, and starts like... And I can see it communicating all the memories, and like transmitting the memories of all the good things I did to my cat. Like all the good things I did for my cat. And then the thing just like... And then just leaves out of the ceiling. And I didn't see that for like 3 years later. And then in the middle of the night last year, in like late spring, early summer, I wake up in the tent and I can't move again, and I see through like a vortex, I can see elongated skull, beige, small eyes, no emotion, very serious, wearing robes, swim up through the ethers and is right there. And I can feel it like putting pressure against the side of my head, and I'm like, I'm going to ignore it and go on my phone. And then when I go on my phone, I see a small gray looking thing with a very large head but bigger eyes, not elongated, but like big head, small body. And it was just floating above my finger saying, when you go on your phone, I communicate with you. And I was like, I'm going to ignore that shit. Never going to tell anybody. I don't know what this is. I just woke up. Like, my mind is fine. I'm going to go on my phone and watch YouTube videos. But this is happening, and I don't know what it is, so I'm trying to ignore it. And then I feel both of them get scared. And then they disappear. And then I see a giant red dragon head from below. It's huge compared to my little consciousness deep out in the woods that is spiritually awakened to something. I'm like a little dot, and this massive fucking dragon is angry at me, and then a bird goes in the middle of the night, and then it just shoots it all, and then it dissipates. I've seen cat people that tell me that I'm a cat person from a far away star system, and then in a past life they loved me because I was there, and then I came here afterwards. And then I find out years later that's called the Lyra. Swear to God. Lyrans. I see blue aliens all the time. And then look at Emperor's New Clothes by Panic at the Disco. Look at Demons by Doja Cat. Look at Adventure Time. Jake the Dog is a blue alien starseed. Look at the biggest movie franchise in the world of all time is about the blue aliens, an Avatar. There's some shit that's blue in their aliens. I don't know why, but I see them sometimes. It's not all the time. It's if I'm out in the woods and I'm meditating a long time. And the blue aliens hate the giant praying mantises. There are giant praying mantises that try to possess bodies. And the blue aliens protect me from that thing. The blue aliens told my little brother, they're going to kill you today. And he woke up and said, they're going to kill me if I don't get away. And then an hour later, he just collapses on the street and freezes to death. And now his family won't talk to me because I talk about it. His family don't invite me to anything anymore. They don't talk to me because I speak publicly about it. But I'm like, who cares? I'm mad at the people that left him there on the street at 8 a.m. in the morning. It doesn't diminish his life that happened to him. But people need to be held accountable. even if that's just posting it on the town page. You should hold yourself responsible if you drove by his body and you just kept on going. Because he was 22 years old and he was a good kid the whole town loved. Yeah, I'm born in the year of the cat. I don't know why China changed it from a cat to a rabbit, but it used to be the cat. They changed it to the rabbit, but Vietnam still keeps the cat in their zodiac. It used to be the cat. Maybe they didn't like the cunning mind games that the cat, and they wanted to keep it more as like the innocent fertility of the rabbit. But for thousands of years, it used to be the year of the cat. And it used to be the and the reason you can tell that the Vietnam is the real way is because it was practiced by the ancient Egyptians, like the natives and stuff, the nowadays natives, and they had it where the year of the ox was actually the year of the bison, the buffalo, but they changed it to the ox in China. It used to be that it was the year of the cat, and it was the year of the bison. And then somewhere along the way, they changed it to rabbit and ox, maybe because they were eating cats. Maybe because cats were food. I don't know. You're a horse? Horse ears are cool. I like horses. Ed Sheeran dropped his X album in the year of the horse. I'm at 48%. No. Okay. My Cash App card is locked. Planet, even though I fucking canceled my Planet Fitness membership, it's still trying to take money monthly from me. So I have to keep my card locked until I can pay off this wheel hub. I'm either going to lay here and I don't know if I should meet the people in the church tomorrow and go to the service. I never feel better after a church service. I feel like I've been sacrificed and consumed when I go to church services. But I love the people in the church, and I still go to church. Like, I go to the church dinner and I hang out with them, but I feel like the ritualistic part of the church service I don't like. Like, group prayers are fine. It's not like I'm hiding from God or anything. It's just I don't like going to the big groups of people like that, because I spiritually, I get to points where I can really feel all the emotion in the room and see them spiritually, and I start communicating to everybody in spirit, and they all like turn their heads and they can literally see that we're all telepathically communicating through the air. And then usually somebody shows up and tells me about like my high anointing and spiritual stuff, and I don't like how it feels afterwards. Like, I just said high anointing spiritual stuff and I saw a fucking alien over there. I saw its angry eye. And it was transmitting like an etheric tube around the side into the car and was like stimulating me. But when I got back to the imaginative space and this, like like I astral projected into the future of me at the church service, and I inherited the kingdom of heaven for a second, there was this high vibrational light that exposed that there was something standing over there. I don't know what that means, but I know that it happens, and I know that I'm not affected by it too much. I'm probably affected by it in a lot of ways I don't know. You're drinking morning beers in Australia, brother? Out in the Bobby? There's some bad bitches from Australia. There really are. Is Australia... In America, they make Australia seem like an inhabitable desert full of things that will kill you. And the people are aggressive and stupid. Which is what America makes us think everything is like. They make Americans think everywhere but America is aggressive, stupid, and it's inhospitable, and it's not fun to be there. So they don't leave. And they keep working. What do the aliens want? I think a bunch of them want a bunch of different things. Some of them want to breed with us spiritually. Like whatever this one over here is that I just saw open up a portal in the ethers and show me what it was doing. That thing I immediately was aware that wanted to spread its epigenetic intelligence with us because it wants vessels in the future to continue its own race. And then I'm seeing things that look like Argonians or lizard people or reptilians, and they're sort of unbiased, but they don't really like humans, but they're here for some reason. They don't have like an agenda with people as much as they're just like, it's an unfortunate thing that they're here for something else. It might be a war with one of these other things. Okay, I just saw like a Pleiadian in the Galactic Federation. And that you can see my whole face just contort to the electrical signal it sent. And that came straight from the sky. And I saw sort of looking like Sue Storm in Fantastic Four, like a blonde, not human, but it looked like it had blonde hair, and it was wearing a blue uniform. And I saw the Galactic Federation and some type of spiritual government from a advanced humanoid race. And now I'm seeing these weird looking creature things behind me that look sort of like, and then I heard something say skinhead, skinhead, skinhead. Okay, and then things that look like insects that are bugs. And then this is like a realm where all of those different things, the ones that are more spiritually advanced, that are dealing more with spirit than physical, they have smaller vessels like grasshoppers and dragonflies and praying mantis, fish. Those things, those are just transmitted vessels that are having a minute, minuscule experience, but they act as a node for the consciousness of greater intelligences to work through them in this chaotic shifting of everything. Or the metaphysical government in place. But there's a lot of debate and anger about the right way to do what they're trying to do, which is help us evolve in the best way, in the right way. Because we're at the precipice of a massive change. We're at the Great Shift. We're entering an age of Aquarius, and they're preparing for this huge wave of energy to shift onto the planet, and there's going to be a massive restructuring of everything very soon. Like, buildings are going to go from blocky fucking boxes to looking like beehives and shit, because they're going to incorporate nature fully into their architecture and structure. They're really going to uncover the secrets of reality, and they're going to live exalted, half in this realm and half in Aquarius, where we supersede technology. We no longer need technology for VR, chat, or any of these things. We will just be consciously escaping into different realms and dream states. We'll be able to see us in the past. We'll be able to communicate with us through space and time. We will become the dreams that we have right now. The dreams that we're going through right now, the actual structure of those dreams that we feel like we're inside, will actually be the created hallucination of our higher self when we evolve and transmit back in time to create this in a never-ending Ouroboros 33 cycle until nature becomes God. And that's just what's being told to me right now from things around me. But part of that, yeah, is definitely hard. Some of these things are harvesting loosh, but it's also like, you do it. They tell you it's not healthy for you to jerk off every day. But if you jerk off every day, yeah, there's like a thing that attaches. Pretty much my whole heart space often feels like it's the will of something else managing it from trauma. And when I break free from that, you saw it last night. 5 cops showed up. 5 cops showed up. And now look, I'm sitting here right in the center of the church lot. The cop drove by and ate through a little temper tantrum and left. But it was because I was happy. And then yesterday when I was happy, I got pulled over immediately. The day before when I was happy, somebody pulled up in a truck and was twitching and like jolting this way. And they hung up a picture of a demon on the window that said, "I'm back." And the day before, I felt a demon, and I looked up, and there was just somebody twitching outside the window that smoked crack. And then when I put the camera on it, it took off, sprinted away. By it, I mean a human, a person. But I saw it first. I had the intuition of a demonic entity, and then I looked and saw a drug addict tweaking next to my car. Right when I woke up, and if that wasn't enough, the next day I woke up, and somebody was doing the same shit, but they hung up a picture of a demon on their window next to me in an empty parking lot. And then the next day, I went to a place where those people couldn't get me because they can't come here. And then the cops pulled me over. And then the next day, I thought that everything was cool because I had gotten through the traffic stop and they knew I had permission to be here. But then they sent 5 cops to try to demand I exit the vehicle. Are you talking about the getting pulled over or the last night for the heart sank at the first part of the video with all the drama? You missed how impatient and aggressive that cop showed up and demanded I exit the vehicle instead of just saying, "Do you have permission to be here?" He did this whole thing that I was like, that's not necessary. All of that was not necessary, man. He could have just been like, hey man, do you have permission to be here? And I'd be like, I talked to the church. And then he leaves. But also, it was a blizzard where we got a foot of snow. Let the guy sit there. Move on. Yeah, it was last night. It was just go to my live page and go back to the live stream before this. You're so sorry, Chase. My name's Casey. That sounds like so much drama. Yeah, it's every day. It's every single day. And it used to be like you can see me get arrested with excessive force. You can see a video of cops doing illegal things to me after bothering me and they had no reason to, and then you can find out in the body cam footage and the police report that they had been stalking me the whole day and they were waiting for a Friday to arrest me. So I would go to jail for the weekend, and you can clearly see it say that they're warning them that I might be a Native American. They literally warn him, be careful, because he might really know his rights, and he might have been a sovereign citizen that they don't have the justification to prosecute. You're good. I've had a lot of shit happen, man. And when I tell you that it definitely seems to be when I no longer feel trapped in the world and I feel like it's very easy for me to create and be myself, and I start channeling that into creating some type of art that I start growing with my true self, where I can put myself into it and I become proud of what I'm making. Something immediately shows up to try to stop it, and if I can get through the first thing, they get more and more and more violent until they're just ripping me out of the car and beating the shit out of me, or shooting at me, or like slandering me on social media, blowing up groups of thousands of people, trying to get them to not like me, blowing my phone up for days straight, like a kid telling me he's going to kill me, and just blowing my phone up for a week straight. Every single night he sits down and just blows my phone up from sundown to sunup. And the only difference was that I had mastered self in a way where it was the winter and I was out in the cold and I loved it, and I was waking up happy every day and just sleeping and laying in the tent in that happiness in Sub-Zero, just laying there happy and proud of myself from everything that I had just been through, and how grateful I am that I'm rested and nobody's going to bother me. And then I had people trying, they couldn't get me physically, so they were on the phone. And it's not one person. If this person I ignore, this person shows up. It seems like an actual conscious entity that is trying any way it can. It's not a schizophrenic delusion about something that isn't there. It's me trying to figure out why this shit is happening to me in everyday life. And that brought me to the only thing that made sense after years of trying to figure it out, which was a spiritual truth about something more going on. But at the other end, oh God, the gum and the fucking energy drink. When you get to that level, you realize all of these things are just extensions of God. Like, I know that a game developer can make an enemy in the game that you fight. But I don't know if I can allow that to justify the sexual abuse that me and so many people go through. I don't know how to attribute. The only thing I can attribute sexual abuse to is that something after the dream, because we're dreaming right now. When we die and we go to the other realm, when our souls leave we're actually bodies housed inside spirits. Like, you can just take your character creation of this with you, I think, because you can in your dreams. And in your dreams, you're never really. Do you guys ever have a dream where you actually experience pain? Like, I don't really think I've had it. I can't remember. I've had these weird dreams that feel scary. Like I'm scared in the dream, but I never have dreams where I'm crying and my knee hurts really bad. Whatever happens when you die, I think it must be so much better than this that it must not matter. But they took everything from me. Just trying to make me feel bad about myself wasn't enough. They went until I couldn't think anymore. Like, they kept hurting me until they felt like they had permanently defeated me. Like, I'd never come back socially from what they did. I'd never come back physically from what they did. I'd never come back spiritually from what they did, because they had traumatized and embedded the abuse. They didn't just get me with a charge, they got me for the rest of my life. They did like a literal ritual on me until I couldn't think anymore. And then when it wasn't them, it was every day from other people. My parents, my family, my exes, the people I loved, my friends. All of them just shifted and started doing horrible shit to me for years. I didn't even have a chance. And I was just getting up and fighting. It gets to a point where you're completely gone and there's just nothing. You try to think, but you don't even have the confidence to think anymore. It's just gone. And the trauma and the cycles of feeling like they're stealing your power from you and taking it from you, and you're empty and you can't function. And then you're stuck out in survival where if you even try to embody anything that gets somebody mad, and you have to walk on eggshells. And like the level of emasculation is unfathomable. Especially like you become a stray animal where you're just like, like a stray cat begging for them to like, give me the fucking tin of food. I'm like begging God, please just have somebody throw something in the dumpster. I'm starving. I'm like twitching and trying to like get myself together enough so I can present myself and be articulate enough so they know I'm not an addict when I go to ask for gas money, so I can get to a DoorDash order. Or having to get through a store to steal the rotisserie chicken that they're going to throw out in 20 minutes, but they won't give to me in 20 minutes, so I have to figure out how to steal it. And then like going on Facebook and seeing everybody like laughing at you and talking shit about you, but they were never talking shit when you were suffering. When I got the nice clothes and I was winning again, then everybody had to make sure that I knew my place. And then you're like, you think that's crazy, and like, yeah, maybe that town sucked, but every town is like that I've been to, and some are worse than others. It's just like a magnet for abuse, and it sucks because you can't think. Like the only way that they could have got the only way that they got me was taking away my ability to think. Before that, I had an IQ of like probably 170 at senior year. I had 145 range when I was 14. And then it was just constant abuse. And I lost the confidence necessary to think in a way outside of groupthink. So then I felt trapped in the bucket, being eaten alive by the crabs, where I used to just not even be in the bucket at all, and I would only go to the bucket just to throw some breadcrumbs to them. And I was so much far beyond anything that the bucket had. I wasn't even born in the bucket. I never went into the bucket. But eventually, people just beat me so bad that I fucking became a tiny speck, like an amoeba, in the bottom of the bucket. And I've had to like try my best to get back out, and I'm nowhere close. Does anyone have any questions about the deer head? This deer has eyebrows. Did you know that deer have eyebrows? Yeah, I've been through some shit, man. Now it's like I try to think, and when I try to think, I feel the people that had narcissistically abused me are still there. They're still floating there doing it to me still. I'm still trapped in their spells. Even if their spells was just like a psychological thing that happened to me at a young age, it feels like magic. It feels like a spell to me, like they're keeping my consciousness trapped. And it is when I fight back against it, they blow up on social media. They come at me on my messages. I won't see them for years or talk to them for years, but then I'll feel their energy again, and I will be able to resist it or laugh it off, learn my boundaries that I learned from the birds in nature, and they fucking freak out. Like they needed to keep me in a certain way to keep fueling and funding their ego. And then when I became aware of it, I was able to dispel it, and they had a legitimate physical reaction in real life. And now we know about quantum entanglement and string theory, and that we're all connected and we're all God. Hell yeah, they were stealing my energy, man. And I'm like, this was the best time of my life. Like, I should have been in my 20s. I should have been traveling around, having fun, meeting people, getting laid, having great sex, going to great places, adventuring through the mountains. But instead of like suffering homeless through the mountains, I should have been hiking, rock climbing with people, and getting in groups of friends. And I used to do that. I used to have a bunch of friends. And I would make the adventures where I would take people that were lonely and by themselves, and I would get us all in groups. And then they would go on to have girlfriends after hanging out with me, where they were probably never going to have girlfriends if they didn't. And now they're happy. I took people and I helped them and probably saved the trajectory of their life. Like, one of my friends was a creep. He was fucking says he wants to hang out with a girl, and then he takes her under the stairs and tries to molest her. But I was living on his couch, and I didn't have anywhere else to go. But by hanging out with me long enough, he got over that, got a girlfriend that he really liked, and they've been together for almost 10 years now. Yeah, that was really shitty what he did. But I don't hang out with him anymore. As soon as I got out of there, I got out of there. And I didn't know until much later. I didn't know about that, or I would have left. I would have beat the shit out of him. I beat the shit out of my other friend. Get on the road towards Highway 391 now. I'm close to I don't even know where I am. I'm an hour from Vermont. I'm close to Maine. I'm lying. I just don't want to tell you where I am. But I'm not in Vermont right now. I have to go back. And then after that, I don't know where I'm going. Because Vermont wouldn't hire me, but this place might. So I'm waiting for I think probably on Monday he's going to take I didn't put anything on my resume. So I think I might have to put the resume. I just thought because we had a conversation in person that I didn't need to do all the work for the resume. So I didn't put the resume in. He knows that I was a DoorDasher. He knows I did delivery. But maybe he was busy and forgot and then just saw an application with no resume. So it didn't give me the option to upload my resume. So I'd have to put everything in manually, and I didn't want to do that because I do have a long work history. So maybe I'll just put it back up with the DoorDash and the delivery. And then when they do the interview, I'll say, yeah, I didn't do it because it took a lot, but I have been working since I was 14. Are they dating the guy and the girl from the story? No, that girl went on to be a nurse, and she's now in the West, and she posted this picture of these beautiful mountains she's at. It looks amazing out there. But she had a rough life. He's with just some girl that works at the dollar store, and she did OnlyFans for a while. I liked her sister a lot. Her sister was like the mom of the family. Took care of the whole family. She's a Leo. I really liked her, but she was dating my friend, and she had expressed an interest at one point while she was dating the guy, and I didn't do it. Like, I woke up and she had left cuddling him and was cuddling me, and I could have done something and I didn't do it. And later in life, now that I know that guy was a piece of crap, but he did one time, he was the guy that was like, didn't want me to hang out with him anymore because I had tried to kill myself. But he did pull up at my mom's apartment once and had me sign my business card so that he could keep it in his car. So I'm not going to fuck that guy's girlfriend. Even if now that 7 years have gone by and I'm like, man, I wish that I had more sex back then. Even though my body count's 25, with just penis and vagina, I've been inside 25 vaginas. So, it could be much worse. Now I think it's spiritual and gross. I'm like, I need to find somebody that I really click with. No longer am I going to these beautiful girls that are like demonic pits of consumption, and they're in these entanglements with like 20 different guys, and talking to them is like talking to the fucking flesh monster from season 3 of Stranger Things. 25? Yeah, I did it the other night. So when I was 16, I'll do it really quick. 16, I lost my virginity, broke up with her after 3 months, rebounded to 2 girls, went back to her for the winter. Then in the spring, there were 2 girls. And then in the summer, there were 3. And then senior year, there were 4. So I'm already at 13. And then after the summer of senior year, I cheated on the girlfriend I was dating at the time with 4. So I'm at 17, I should be at, yeah. And then 2019, 2. So I'm at 19 right now. And then after I broke up with that girl and I had sort of a brain injury, but not really. My brain was fine, but I was fucked up mentally, and they put me on a bunch of different medications, so I wasn't functioning very well. Then I became homeless, and when I became homeless and traveling, there were 4. So that's 23. And then 1 last year. And then late 23, there was 1. So I am at 25. And that's not counting like the girls in institutions when I was in a residential program that would put their hand behind the seat and I'm in the back seat. That's not talking about like when I was 14, a girl came over and I with the finger, and she bled. And then I was icky, so I fucking left her at my friend's house and walked home and just left her there, and she had to go into my friend's house and call her family to come pick her up, and I just left her there. It's not talking about, like, one time I got drunk at a cabin in the woods with my friends, and I passed out in a field, and I woke up and she was sucking my dick, and then while she was doing it, I didn't like it, and then her dog fucking ran up and licked it once, and she went, "Stella, stop." So I just got up, pushed her off, and then walked in and just hung out with my friends, and she got really sad and tried to take off and accidentally ran over my friend's foot, trying to leave, crying. And then one time I got hit on a Greyhound bus coming back from Arizona. And from a girl my age, she was good looking. But she had fucking hula hoops, and she was just traveling around in the Greyhound homeless. But she was my age. She was like 21. I don't count that. Not counting those interactions, I've been in 25 vaginas. And I'd say 5 or 6 of them I really regret. Like, from my first girlfriend, I rebounded to the town fleshlight. That was fucking disgusting. One time a Jamaican pimp made me fuck a prostitute in order to stay with them. So I just stuck it in once so she would see how big it was, so that she would tell him how big it was. And then I tell this story a lot. I just got up and went and immediately took the condom off and washed in the bathroom. And then as I'm walking back out, she goes, I think God has given me my match. And I said, well, I hope it works out for you. And then I left. But she walked around and was like, he hurt me. He hurt me. He's big. And the pimp was really, he's not a pimp, but it technically, I think it might have been in the past, but he wasn't now. They were just living in the same area. He was straight and narrow at that point. He was in his 40s and he worked as a carpenter, didn't deal drugs or anything. I think he did in the past, but he doesn't anymore. But I call him a Jamaican pimp because he was pimping, man. He was cool. But he was straight and narrow at that point. Loved his family and everything. And my other friends were ex-cons from a maximum security prison. They were on probation. And they weren't doing anything. But they definitely did do a lot of stuff in the past. And then a little Mexican girl she was 18, swear to God, I think she was just turning 19, but she was a little, like, short. And her boyfriend was in the motel, and he was kicking in the door and raping her. So she would run to my room, and I would lock the door and be like, she don't want you, bruh. And he'd be like, oh, word? And he chucked a chair through my window and cut her up full of glass, and I ran out. I had gotten in a fight with him the day before where he came and just started wailing on my head, and I kept picking him up and throwing him on the ground. He tried to get up, and I'd lift his legs like this, and I'm like, do you want me to kick you? And I'm wearing Timbs, and he's like, let me up, let me up. So I go to stomp his teeth into his face, and then somebody tackles me. It smells like narcissism. No, it smells like a guy talking to a camera for 2.5 hours, bro. 2.5 hours. I'm much different when the camera's off. It's just natural. Listen to any streamer and they sound a little bit like this. It's just a unfortunate byproduct of speaking to a camera for hours, is you kind of get stuck. But I'm definitely not a narcissist. I'm the inverse, where I'm an overthinking empath about everything. If it's narcissistic traits, it's definitely not self-worth or self-confidence. I don't think the world revolves around me. I don't get jealous when I see attention going to other people. I don't get competitive or envious of people that win. I'm very happy for them. But a lot of times I feel trapped and stuck in relationships with people that are like that. Especially when you have a comment section going, tons of people come in talking shit. So there could be some residuals of those interactions, but I'm not. And the Oscar for the best original screenplay. I've been thinking about writing it down. I have a couple TV shows I've written. Would people like me to share my TV show? The first episode of my pilot for my TV show? Not for my story. My story would be much cooler. And I do have to write it down so I don't forget, because life keeps happening. I keep stacking up more memories. We should buy land. I know a place for 10 grand. If you buy it, I'll rent it from you until I own it. And then once I have that, I have a place where I can do much more. I can have access to Starlink and a computer and a place to work out every day. And then very easily, I know people that trade stocks. I know people that do e-commerce and drop shipping. I could get into that and get a lot of money. Where and how much land? No, there's like for 10 grand, there's a quarter of an acre in Keysville, New York, I'm trying to get. There's also a nice couple acres in central Vermont for 40 grand I was looking at. And they keep calling me. I don't know if they would do like a 300 a month rent to own finance thing. But then, I don't want to, it feels like people are like, you fucking handout homeless loser. It feels like admitting to defeat. I am diagnosed with severe CPTSD. In a year, I could get on disability and have 1,200 a month for the rest of my life. But to me, I'm like, that feels like that will get me to a sense of comfort that will ruin this feeling of survival that I attribute all of my positive qualities to. I really like the struggle and the grounding that comes from it. I'm afraid to get handouts because I'm worried that I'll become a lazy bum. So I haven't applied for disability, and I'm trying to work. I don't want to become the handout hero. 1,200 a month isn't buying much on 2020s. Well, when I would get food stamps in Vermont, that was $298, which means that I could only spend $10 a day on food, which is 2 Arizonas here is $3. So it was $3, and I'd have $7 for the rest of the day. What would you buy with $7? You could get a microwave meal. If you could get to a Walmart, maybe you could get 2 frozen pizzas. You could get 1 bag of chips in 2 Arizonas. So I would get 2 microwave burritos every day. And I still, at the end of the month, if I didn't have food, I would be starving. Or when the YouTube was going, I'd just be like, hey, if anybody's got some money. And it was usually only Demon Hunter that would donate. Demon Hunter's the only person that sends me money, really. It was Uncle Will for a while, but Uncle Will stopped when I started shitting on white people. Uncle Will would send me $5 every now and then, but then I did White Week, where I went off on white people because of the Renee Good situation. Because we were in Capricorn season, which deals with government. So I knew that there was a good chance of getting a lot of people addicted to social media hooked, and my subscribers went up. I got 500 subscribers full of haters. And Uncle Will stopped at that point, which is fair. It's fair. But then we had Pure Water sent me about 110, and I used that, and I showed you guys every day. I took it in gas, and I went to churches all the way through Vermont, all the way around New York, and I went in and said, hey, I have this idea for a wagon to end homeless campsites and give them a feeling of safety and connection to nature, which will give them clarity and protection and will get them towards abundance where the drug now feels detrimental for them. And then I also would like to get a church van to pick up homeless people and take them to the road crew instead of 8-hour shifts, and they have to find their own transportation. So instead they fly a sign. They can, instead of flying the sign, they now go and they hold a sign, and half of that income goes to the homeless program into a savings account for them to get a car, insurance, and gas. So then they move on to this level, and then when they're at this level, they can move around and do gig work, DoorDash, Instacart, Walmart, Spark Delivery, and then they're golden. They can go on and do the rest of their life. Or if they can't do that, I would get them to a sanctuary piece of land where they can sit out in the woods and heal from their traumas in the woods for as long as they need to, and then they work with their hands, going and collecting eggs at homesteads, tending to chickens and horses, and learning skills that allows them, once they get through the other part where they get a vehicle, then they can go on homesteads looking for helpers on Facebook, have my reference from my program, Acacia's Grace or the Casey Way or the Right Way or something, and then they now have skills and they've healed from the trauma, and they're at a level of functioning where they can now travel and go and leave the place and go to a homestead and build and get paid for it. The white culture is generations of propaganda instilled by a Saturn-worshipping, ball-worshipping cult that has accumulated all the resources and institutionalized and trained them to be workers that they call Goyim. And part of that is just residual collective pride and belief system manipulation in the age of Pisces to continue harvesting them. Especially like prom, you'll find a lot of small towns. The Freemasonic Lodge is very close to the schools. So they do their rituals and they astral project and do these things to the children. And then they embed, like, Stranger Things talks about it. Stranger Things season 5, where Mr. What's-It and the Mind Flayer go to Holly at the school. And that's how he's able to embed and get into her mind in order to stick the fucking tube in her mouth that pumps her full of Vecna. So white itself is the will of those people on a bunch of cave monkeys. They encourage them to inbreed, to spread like a cancer, to accumulate more resources. So I don't hate on white people. I just let them know. And Irish people were never white. Irish people were indentured servants that would come over and work for 7 years. And then when their indentured servant contract was over and they were supposed to be given rights, they had already encouraged them to get their family with the money they made from Ireland. And they would kill those indentured servants and they would take their children as sex slaves. They would segregate the Irish with the blacks. They were in the back of the bus too. They weren't allowed to use the water fountains that the whites were. They would hang flags and signs that say no Irish, no blacks, no dogs. Some of them said no blacks, no dogs, and especially no Irish. So the Irish people would mutiny pirate boats and would go down to the Caribbean. A lot of Irish people were slaves in Jamaica for the colonies. A lot of Irish people were slaves in Mexico. And that's why you see a lot of people of color that have Irish names. And they think that they think that they were slaves to a bunch of crackers, but really the crackers were a derogatory term for Irish people that would show up at the colonies and would just be there for the day. And the English would be like, you have to work for us. And they would be like, fuck off, loser. We're going to Nebraska. We're going to Kentucky and Kansas. And we're going to make bluegrass music and build our towns. And that's why we have skedaddling and fucking bluegrass. But that's Native, Irish, and Africans. Trespassing was invented to stop Irish people that would collect natives and freed slaves and would bring them into their towns, and they would all be on the Mississippi River partying and having fun. And the English, when they came over, said, nope, you're trespassing on American land, because we did some contractor stole it legally somehow from somebody else. So they would go kill those people and they would drive them back onto plantations to be slaves again. They would just be contracted employees, but the alternative would be death. And they were working for so little. And then there was just so many Irish people that they unionized. They were building cities like New York City and Chicago. They were building these massive cities, technically under the American government, but they had now political power, and all of the people were supporting the Irish. So the English took down the propaganda and tried to perpetuate the idea that they were white just because their skin was lighter, but they were never considered white ever. Like Slavic people are white, but Slav means slave. They were slave people. Sometimes I do lives. If somebody donates to get me a phone, I get another phone. Sometimes when my last one broke, but I did used to have a second phone, and I would do Discord calls where we could talk. When I have a lot of people that express an interest in wanting to better their life, I open up my Discord for a couple months and let people post what they're doing every day in an accountability group, and usually nobody does, so then I kick everybody from the Discord and go back to this. I do take donations that go to gas. I have a quarter tank. I have $78. I'm hoping that's enough for my wheel hub replacement. And then I'm going to a high school that will do it for free, so I can have that replaced. And then once I have that, then I'm working towards paying the car off, another $840, title, registration, and insurance. And then I'll be able to become a Walmart Spark delivery driver, which makes a lot of money. But for right now, because I have trespassing as a charge on my record, which is a misdemeanor, I'm not eligible for FedEx. I'm not eligible for the gas stations. I'm not eligible for pretty much anything that I found. I applied to 63 jobs in the past 2 months, a job a day, and sometimes I would do 5 a day on Indeed. I have 30 places that say not selected by employer on Indeed, even though I have a long resume of hard work. One of them said they didn't like it because they looked up my address on Google and found it was a post office, general delivery. They didn't like that. Some people like, how do you shower? And I'm like, well, I have to drive 45 minutes to get to a shower. And they're like, no, I don't like that idea. And you can't really, it's not the summertime. You can't find a river. So, I don't trust that you won't come in smelling bad, you know? And sometimes my hair isn't great. It's decent now, but sometimes it does get disheveled. So they didn't like that. And then when I get to the birth certificate stuff, I have the birth certificate now. I used donation money to get down to the birth certificate, and then I had to cash out to get back from my job shoveling snow at a music hall. So I'm trying. It's not that I'm here looking for handouts. I'm saying if people want to donate, it goes to gas. Now that I've done all that, I'm going to farms. Because farms in the past said fuck no, and they would follow me back to my tent site to see where I was. Now, a manager at a place said that they could use her as a reference to get me into a farm that needs help. So I'm going to that dairy farm soon. And today I was shoveling snow here at the church, and they gave me $20 for that. And because I picked a bunch of ice and shoveled a bunch of snow and helped them set up, and they gave me $20, which is great. When I was talking to their son, and I was talking about what I'm going to do next in my life, and I wasn't sure. A Domino's delivery car, the company car that I was looking for, pulled in and then left. Right to left. Which is what I ask the universe. If I'm on the right path, send something obvious right to left. And if I'm on the wrong path, send something obvious left to right. And I'll have, if I'm doing the wrong thing, I'll have birds and deer sprinting at my car left to right. I'll have like birds landing on my car left to right, looking at me and flying away. Over and over. And one time I followed the birds all around a small city, just following seagulls through town, and I met MGK at a McDonald's picking up an online order. And he told me that he hates being famous, and if he could go back, he would do something different. True story. He said he would rather have spent more time with his daughter Casey, and he didn't know my name. Can you just say the J slur? Go for it, man. I've followed birds right to left and found $100 on the ground before. Yo ma, can you travel to a different state? Ohio has better places that helps homeless get on their feet. I'm all right for right now. I need a wheel hub replacement first, and then I have to pay off the car and get registration and insurance. When I try to talk about the J people, pretty often my stream disconnects, and then I only have one viewer. Like the other night I was trying to talk about the first law ever passed in America was giving King James and the Satanist Church authority over America. You can look up, the first law ever passed was saying that the Revolutionary War was a hoax to psyop the people into the idea of freedom, but King James and the Satanist Church owns America still. And London didn't want to be a part of that, so London became a free city, and that's why the royal family has to exchange a hostage when they do business in London. Oh, job. I'm working on it, man. I'm trying. He has no idea what's going on. Can you say juice? Can you do food delivery around your state? I used to be top dasher in 2 small cities. And then I told you I had an op that would blow up my phone from sundown to sunup, telling me he's going to kill me and he hates me and I'm a homeless schizo faggot that he can't wait to find out, freezes to death under a bridge. And I'm just like, man, this guy must be so miserable. What's wrong with this guy? And then I found out he had a schizophrenic hallucination where he thought that somebody was trying to kill him in his trailer in Maine, and he held his pregnant wife at gunpoint in a standoff with the police. But he was calling me the schizo. Okay, bro. I found out he was addicted to a bunch of pills, and he got ran over by somebody because he would threaten them on the internet with an unregistered gun. That guy sucks. He's a loser. But that guy, his brother was dating a girl, and she was my DoorDash customer, and when they found out it was me, they called and made some shit up. And I got fired from DoorDash, and they won't appeal it. And then I missed court for something. And then I was arrested on Thanksgiving. And the something wasn't bad. It was just my neighbor was calling the police to violate my lease because if police show up, your lease gets violated. The guy did swear to God. I know people are like, it's excessive, you're a professional victim. I'm like, no, just a lot of shit has happened. A lot of good shit's happened too. But it's just unfortunate this is what happened. I had a neighbor who did have some mental illness. I was in Section 8, and I had friends over, a girl over a lot. I had girls over a lot. And one time he tried to get my little brother, who isn't by blood, but I call him my little brother. He tried to get him into his apartment, and I didn't like that. And I was like, don't ever talk to anybody that comes into my apartment again. I never see you leave your apartment ever. You never leave your apartment, but then you slink out to try to coerce my little brother, who's 18, into your apartment? No. So then he would call the police with fake noise complaints to violate my lease. And then when I finally got evicted, he is really proud, blocks the hallway, so I have to either move out of his way. So I just moved my shoulder forward and I bumped him out of the way. It was either I was getting bumped or he was getting bumped. But I got an assault charge for that by a guy who, I can show you a video, I'll post it on the channel. A cop who walked up to a homeless woman, suplexed her on the ground and beat the shit out of her, using her breast as a handle to punch her 10 times in the face, grinding his crotch against her crotch, and she's screaming, and she finally scratches his eye, and then he breaks her nose with his elbow. That guy gave me an assault charge for bumping into that guy. And all that homeless woman was mad about was that the bus driver said, how much do you charge for a blowjob? And she was like, I'm not leaving the bus until I talk to his manager about what happened and get the camera footage to get him in trouble. And the cop said, get the fuck off the bus. So she got off the bus, and then the camera cuts to the cop just picking her up and throwing her on the ground and molesting her and beating the shit out of her. I've seen those cops go up to a woman who called the police asking for help for somebody else, and they go up to her instead, throw her on the ground, she's in a tank top, whip her around until her boobs fall out of her tank top, and then hold her up to the camera. And they post it on a cop show. You have good potential as a cult leader. That would be a good career path for you. If I reorient the Casey story into saying that you're spiritually attaching to me, which will give you more spiritual blessings in the future, sure. But I just say it helps. Can you paint around here? They hire felons to paint. Most Section 8 housing is looking for painters. Also look into home buyer companies. They will pay good to clean out new homes they're purchased. Keaton Channel, that's KC 847. That's 811. 417 is 11. So KC 811 says, that's a good idea. I don't know who I would reach out to. Do I just look up mortgage companies and say, hey, I have an SUV and I'm looking for some work. If at any point you need somebody to load furniture into the car and clear out the place and throw it in a dumpster, all you have to do is pay for the dumpster, but I will go in and for like, if it's just me, I'll charge $10 an hour because it would take me 5 hours. Or I would just do at cost, like we'll figure it out as we go, and I'll empty the place for you, and then I'll do an upcharge for if you'd like me to go and sweep and mop and clean everything, and then an upcharge for if you'd like me to haul like heavy fridges and stuff out on a dolly. And I would go, usually those people have a guy already, because there's not a lot of opportunities out here, and there's a lot of people. So, house clearance is good business. I've seen like junk removal people that do it, but usually it's a husband and a wife. Like it's usually a two-man job to carry furniture and stuff. And I don't have a Tesla bot yet. If I got a Tesla bot, I would buy different skins for it. Like you'd look in the back of my car and you'd see a Sydney Sweeney and a Billie Eilish that you drape over the Tesla bot, and I'd keep it here, which would be pretty cool. Watch, the cop's pulling in, and they're gonna pull in to bother me. Nope. The cop did a U-turn just to slowly drive by me. And I waved. What are you going to do, buddy? Did you do a double UE? Nope, he's going to pull someone else over. While I'm sitting here waiting for it to be 10 o'clock. And then at 10 o'clock, I'm going to turn. Because you sus as fuck. You wouldn't. You wouldn't. The only reason I wouldn't is because it's going to be semi-conscious. It's going to be like an AI Antichrist piloting that robot vessel. It's gonna have cameras that's going back to the hive mind. That's why I wouldn't fuck a robot. No way. No way. I'd rather just get a silicone doll if I was gonna do that. I'd rather get a Billie Eilish doll to sit passenger seat. Billie Eilish on the top. And then I'll find somebody else for the bottom because Billie Eilish has no butt. If I was, which I'm not. At that point, it would cost like, what, $10,000? And for $10,000, I could buy a piece of land and go on Facebook dating and just invite somebody over for a campfire. If you use silicone that's still a robot, it's not going to have any robot parts in it. It'd be just like a giant doll. If I were to do that, which I won't. Some construction companies will also pay for ground man to keep grounds clean. Just running idea. That'd be cool. Yo, man, getting older women, they're the best. I don't like older women. I hate my mom, which might translate to me not liking older women. People with mommy issues that really love their mommy tend to gravitate towards older women. I don't like older women. It's just not for me. And I don't like younger women either. I think kids are annoying. If you didn't watch Stranger Things Season 5 and get like a visceral, disgusted feeling from the Vecna scenes, you got something wrong with you. Did you guys watch Stranger Things Season 5 and see what the fuck Vecna did to those kids? They literally did a POV, like you're looking down when the giant fleshy member attaches to Holly's face and pumps her full of Vecna juice. That shit was fucking disgusting. If you didn't see that and be like, why the fuck am I watching this? What the fuck? You got some issues. You got bored in Season 2? I just like... Mind you, Nancy Wheeler was overage. I know she was playing a 17-year-old. No, I think she had graduated then, didn't she? Or was Season 2 when she was a senior? When I was 16, I thought Nancy Wheeler was hot as fuck. Big crush on Nancy Wheeler. I watched Season 2. I didn't like the Mind Flayer scene where it gets in Will. That sucked. Season 2 was dope. The character Bob and Joyce was pretty cool. I like it because I knew the Duffer Brothers grew up in the 80s, so they definitely put a lot of care into what that would feel like to be in a small town in the 80s, because they grew up in a small town in the 80s. So I was really more interested in their set design, and I wanted to see how real they could make the characters. I know it was more of like a kid, it was like a kid show that shouldn't be given to kids. Like, kids shouldn't watch that, but it is a kid show. So I liked it for that. I hate Millie Bobby Brown I fucking despise Millie Bobby Brown. I don't like Millie Bobby Brown. And I think that Millie Bobby Brown got too much money and she stopped caring. Millie Bobby Brown stopped caring eventually. Maybe she was an Epstein baby. Maybe she got Harvey Weinstein, so she was like mad about it. So she purposefully played it bad. But I thought Millie Bobby Brown sucked. I don't like what happened. Mike was supposed to be the Aries. He was supposed to be the headstrong leader. And they made Mike just give up on life. They made the Mike character arc that he no longer cared about Dungeons and Dragons. They made Mike grow out of it once he got a girlfriend. But that was supposed to just be a couple seasons, and then when he understands the I mean, maybe they made Mike realize that he was better as a storyteller, and that IRL his leadership skills couldn't translate to the threats that they were dealing with, so that everybody else had to carry Mike through it. And then Mike became just kind of, he was supposed to be the heart. But even when they made him supposed to be the heart, he did a very shit job at, Mike was fucking useless. Tell me Mike wasn't useless post season 1. Mike was fucking useless. I hated Mike, and 11 sucked. I didn't like it at all. Only PDFs use the term overage. Most normal folks say they're an adult over 18. I'm just saying that I thought Nancy was hot, even though she was playing a 17-year-old. But she was not 17. That's what I mean. And 17 is still overage. Over the age of consent. But I'm not hunting for children, man. I don't look at people I know is obviously a child, and I feel absolutely nothing. I don't even feel like confused, like I'm supposed to act a type of way because they're kids. I'm just like, that has nothing to do with me. I don't know. There's no struggle, there's no whatever. I'm glad. It's the Mark Norman joke, where it's like, thank God, you know, because when I was 13, I loved grape juice. Now that I'm 30, I drink wine, but I still like grape juice. So I could have, I could have got, like, he's talking about how he's glad that he didn't become that, you know? He was like, pedophiles are crazy, man. And I'm glad that never happened to me. Because you never know, because fucking, I drank grape juice as a kid. I love grape juice. And now I drink wine, but I still like grape juice. So, like, he's saying he got lucky, and I'm like that. Where I just grew out of it. When I was 13, my peers I really had big crushes on, but now I don't feel that way towards 13-year-olds. But some people still do. And I'm like, fuck. Holy shit. What happened there? The big question is, do you think the Duffer Brothers are pedophiles? Because they made a lot of the stuff in Stranger Things is pretty gross to kids. Like, pretty sexually gross to kids, especially season 5. Do you think that they're just doing that and that's just part of the film industry? Do you think that they're doing it because they're proud of it and they're like angry, like you feel the same way too, don't you? Or do you think that they were trying to, maybe they were upset like that? When you have something like Stranger Things, which is going to be generational, I think they tried to put a lot of generational things that the world was dealing with into the show. So they put the disgust for what they were seeing, so that when you watch it, you realize why everybody was so mad about the Epstein files and about what was really going on in Hollywood. I don't know, but to do that to a kid, and then the kid, do you think that the actress of Holly really understood the scope of what they were doing to her when they made her get vecned? That's fucked up. Because now, in a generational story for the rest of Holly's life, there's going to be season 5 of Stranger Things that show a very visceral scene of getting vecned with the long tubule fucking arm that attaches to her mouth and pumps her while the camera is fucking looking down at the tube. Holly and the kids are going to have to, even the actor for Will, because they hired a kid that looked like Will for season 5, that looked like Will when he was 11. That kid has a scene where he's getting vecned for the rest of his life. A generational show of Stranger Things, everybody's going to watch them get vecned. It's fucking gross. And do the parents, do you think they sat down with the parents or like, yeah, we're gonna do this scene. If you don't like it, we'll get somebody else. We have millions and millions and millions of kids that auditioned. So it's either you do it and you get the money or we'll find somebody else. And the parents were like, yeah, sure. Or do you think that those are Epstein kids? But I had to stop watching season 5. I watched it once and then I went back and watched all of the seasons, and when I got back to season 5 and I just saw how bad it was, and then when it got to the scene with Holly, I'm like, I'm not watching this shit a second time. I'm not doing it. The cops here, they had to do their thing. Let's see if they can turn around. They're turning around. But they had, for some reason, they had to come in and I waved. And I got the camera going, I got my light on, I'm chilling. Things are good. What a fucking bunch of bullshit. That cop was going this way, turned in just to stare at me, and then turned around and kept going that way. And they'd already done it twice. They know it's me. Speaking of pedophiles, we just lost a state trooper in Vermont because he was raping the women when he would take them into the cell. My school principal was a pedophile. And the chef is still a pedophile, but we haven't caught him yet. And the girl that we know he slept with in the freezer, this really, really fat blonde girl, we know chef was hooking up with her. She won't come forward and tell on him. So I'm probably gonna call him tomorrow. I'm gonna call the school tomorrow and let him know. By the way, you should reach out to this girl because everybody knew that they were having sex in the freezer. And chef is like 40. He's probably like, it's been 10 years. He's probably in his late 50s now. And the principal tried to rizz the girls. When Riz got popular on TikTok, the principal was going around trying to rizz up the girls. So he got fired. The English teacher would tell the kids not to talk to the principal when I was a senior. He would sit down and tell us all like, yeah, you know Michael Scott from The Office? Mr. Perrin's a lot like Michael Scott, but not in a good way. What's up, babe? Want to go back to my car? Skeeter Finklage. No thanks, man. I'm good. If my car was clean, I'd definitely talk to some girls. But I'm waiting till I get a gym membership and I get this last bit of body fat off. I can still grab a handful of body fat, and I'm like, I don't want to get naked with a girl and have them grab my body, my belly. I don't like that. I used to have abs. Once the belly's gone, and probably when I cut back on the vape, because I was out of breath fucking shoveling just for 2 minutes. I'm like, I'm not going to subject somebody to I have heartburn. We got to go slow. I'm going to have a heart attack. And all my muscles gone because I had a bunch of hairline fractures and shit down my back and on my arms and shit. Like, even shoveling hurt. And it's been like 8 months. So I want to get back into the gym. If I was to lower myself to such a degree, I would certainly be with a femboy much more convincing than you. Hey, one of my exes said that I'm God's gift to bisexual women. I don't know. Even as a homeless man, girls tell me I'm a 10. Someone once said that they think that I'm an 11 out of 10 until I talk. And then once I start speaking, they get less interested. So I used to have a deep voice before trauma took my ability to focus and think. I used to be a sex addict, pickup artist back in the day, which just means that I was socially adept. I wasn't a bad person. I wasn't a manipulator. I would free associate, openness, humor, build rapport, then establish touch, state intent, and leave the ball in their court. And if they liked me, then we'd keep going. If they didn't like me, cool. I know maybe it was how I came across, or maybe it had something to do with the other person. But if they're not interested, they're not interested. And then I would leave and go open up another set. And usually that girl would see me having fun with a bunch of other girls, and she would be interested in me again. On the talking thing, I've heard the same. Yep. As soon as I open my mouth, I go from an 11 to an 8. But now I can deer mog them. Now I'm buck mogging with my taxidermy riz. It's my friend Bucky. He was too horny for his own good. It got him killed. If he was just a little bit less horny, he might have lived longer. Fucking Drew at the church said, that's his girlfriend. And then he saw it was a buck, and he's like, oh, it's his horny girlfriend. You might disagree on almost everything, but I hope it works out for you, bro. I mean, what could we disagree on? You don't think that an ancient Saturn-worshipping cult institutionalized and propagandized an entire race, cultivating them to spread like a cancer to harvest them resources? And now we're just picking out all the delusional garbage in that race so that they can come back in terms to a connection to nature that had been stripped from them culturally for 1,000 years. Well, you can find literal proof of all of that, so it's not much to dispute there. Your presidents, when they handshake, they do the Mason handshake. And to be a 33rd degree Mason, you have to spiritually marry a child. Doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat, the leaders in power are all in the same club. And from somebody that worked in recording studios, I know exactly how to take a piece of footage and then dub over that footage with the script that they're supposed to say. So when you look at people on camera that are running from a script that they're going to add in post, they will make sure that their speech looks sort of universal, that anything could be going under it. So if you look at Kash Patel and Pam Bondi in those hearings, you see that most of the things that they say don't line up with the words that they say in post. They're just kind of anything. They could be saying anything right now. They're basically ventriloquists. But then they're speaking very clearly and cohesively, even though they're turned away from the microphone. That is not picking up what they're saying. Even though they're turned away, they didn't equate for the volume change and the dynamic change that would have happened when you step away from a cardioid mic. I don't think it's a condenser mic. I think it's just like the really shitty ones they're talking into. And they don't equate for that, which means that they dubbed it over in post. Which means that after that hearing, or probably before that hearing in the hotel rooms, before, they all recorded their lines and then they went to just perform for the world. And the only other beliefs I have is that when I've escaped from society and I spent a lot of time in nature, I had this ability to let go of the institutionalized programming, and I learned a lot of things from being in the forest that allowed me to have a more conscious experience. And when I found out in that level of consciousness that I had achieved and gotten to, the things that I saw line up exactly like the spiritual things that I had happened and experienced, happened to be exactly what the native tribes that lived here hundreds of years ago experienced. Everything that I've seen that was weird, you can look on the internet and find hundreds of thousands of people that say the same thing. Yeah, sometimes when you get a higher level of consciousness, you see a praying mantis, or a gray humanoid, or a cat person, a lyran, or a bug people, insectoids, mantis people. One time I saw a 3-foot tall porcupine man run through the woods on a full moon. And I'm like, that's weird. But then I look it up, and that's called a pukwudgie, Pukwudgies. And I talked to a Native American person today who said, yeah, they're real. My opinions are just going off of what I have available, and I don't really say anything that I don't have a lot of different evidence for. The Guardian Evangelist. Oh, is that Casey? Casey 33 is here, everybody. What's up, Casey? Casey 33 is here, everybody. We were just talking about spiritual coincidences and the orchestration of the infinite to give us these cool moments that we can have undisputable proof of some type of higher orchestration of things that use themes and motifs to orchestrate our everyday experience, to cement the idea that there's more going on than we had access to, which is helping us ascend in the age of Aquarius. Like my little brother that I met, John Michael Ray, when I met him, we were both wearing the same exact Ireland shirt that we got from an African family that went to Ireland and gave us both that shirt. And then we met each other wearing the shirt. And then a year goes by and we become best friends. But then we're always fighting over this girl named Ray, because she makes music and she became famous. So we always wanted to feature with her. And then none of us got the feature. But then I started dating a girl named Brianna, whose middle name was Ray, who asked to go by Ray. And then I leave for a year, and then I come back to see him, and the next time we hang out, I have they took a picture of us with my hand over his shoulder. He's taller than me, and he has eyes that are kind of a little bit more slanted than me. And we've got our thumbs up smiling, and at the exact same time, almost the exact same latitude, all the way in Tokyo, Kai Cenat, KC3, 1133, meets Ray in Tokyo, and they take the picture where they're sunken and they look like dark and just bad energy. And we took it at the same time. And then another year goes by, and I break down in a small town in the center of the state, and somebody attacks me with a baton and tries to kill me, and I throw him on the ground and beat him with a hatchet and scare him out. So the whole town won't talk to me. The whole town kind of shunned me, and everyone was throwing shit at me, attacking me, fucking trying to get me in the car. Somebody was jerking off outside the window at the park and ride. Somebody put a gun to my head while I was asleep. And just rumors were flying around, and the only people that helped me was a guy named Ray and a girl named Casey. And then another year goes by, and I get this car. And the first thing I do is get invited to go to a homeless rally where I can speak about my experience. And I go there, and the only place that I'm legally allowed to park my car happens to be too deep of snow on this parking lot. So my car gets stuck, and I need to get towed out. So I have to call Ray's Towing. And then I get to the event, which is it. All these happen a year. I get to the event, and the event is put on by somebody named Casey. So just over and over and over and over again, the same names. We could talk about, my dad's name is Gary. It means mighty spear. And my dad and I have this strong connection to Cernunnos, where they just give us the symbolism all the time. And polar bears. But Irish, heavy Cernunnos stuff all the time. And Loki, which is the Irish god of the wild, but the Viking version, in the show Loki, is on this quest for power with his mighty spear, his Gary, or his scepter with the spear with the crystal in it. The mighty spear, the powerful spear, that's what Gary means. Then he gets taken outside of time and space, outside of the multiverse, and he's in the management realm that manages the infinite, the most powerful things in the multiverse. And he breaks out, and he's just running down this hallway, and he sees a guy going into a room, and he goes in and goes, "Give me that infinity stone." And then Casey goes, "You want the infinity stone? These are paperweights out here. This mean nothing. Look," and he's got a hoard full of the most powerful things in the world. Casey can just, at any point he wants, he can just grab all of the most powerful things in the multiverse that he just keeps in his desk. And he's like, this means nothing out here. So then Loki's ego is killed, and then he becomes a hero. Casey kills Loki's ego and makes him a hero. So then together with Casey and Ouroboros, or 33, the OB and Casey together make the TVA manual. So Loki uses the TVA manual to get to a point where he can defeat Casey, Kang the Conqueror, Casey, and then he's in self-sacrifice, the 33, the embodiment of nature with the evolutional help, the teachings of Casey and OB, get Loki to a point where he can become the tree of life, Yggdrasil, or the acacia tree, the tree of life. And then now he's the most powerful god in the universe. Nature, with the help of Casey and the 33, gets nature to the point where it becomes the god of the infinite. But it wouldn't have happened if Loki didn't try to get his Gary, his mighty spear. My dad's name is Gary. And I had a girlfriend whose nickname was Gary. And she had a dog named after the god of the wild. And my dad's a Leo Libra. And her brother's name was Leo. And she's a Libra. Leo's brother Vincent was always trying to get with her. I dated a girl named Cleo. I was a vegetable from a brain injury. I'm in the passenger seat and she takes me to a guy named Vincent's house. And she fucking leaves me in the car for an hour. A year goes by and I'm now homeless and I'm broken down in a fucking snowbank. I went on an access road and got stuck for the winter. And there's a guy named Vincent who came out with a .22 and kept trying to shoot at me. He was a real deal schizophrenic. He had a hatchet and he said he was a Viking that killed me 1,000 years ago. Or in a past life. And he said, this is you. And this is before I knew my name meant a tree. And he said, you're a tree. This is you. And he takes the hatchet and just starts chopping the tree down. So I had to go get Vincent out of the picture. The way that I had to get the other Vincent out of the picture. And the way I had to get the other Vincent out of the picture. And then when I was 13, all the way back, my friends' names were Vincent and Alex. And I wanted to hang out with Alex all the time, but Alex was hanging out with Vincent instead. All these Vincents have Alexes. There was an Alex that worked in the gas station that Vincent worked at, and the other Vincent had an Alex that was close. And then the Vincent that would take the hatchet and whatever, I would escape Vincent and I'd go into town to the vape shop and I'd talk to a girl named Alex. Where Casey and Ray now have their businesses in that small town that helped me with the drama. Somebody spray painted Alex on the barrier outside. And when I was going through a lot, I volunteered at the 33rd annual Celtic Music Fest. And Alex was like me, just a young, probably autistic genius. And I was able to talk to her about all the things I went through, and she listened. So I sat there, I performed my songs to people and it was cool, but I just ended up walking around and I didn't really want to talk to anybody. So I did the work and then I just hung out with Alex and Eric, who was her friend. And I was like, I'm the camp counselor, I guess, because they liked me a lot. And they helped me like take the chairs down and stuff. But it was good to vent to somebody who understood. Because everybody else saw me as somebody that has issues and stuff, but she got it, which was really cool. But she was the one a year prior that I would see the spray painted Alex right next to where Casey and Ray are. And the problem that I keep seeing, you see on the channel, is that I used to get bothered by crows all day. These crows that are territorial and aggressive and won't let me feel peace in the woods. And I'm always like, stop, please, please. A guy whose last name is Crow moves in next to Casey and Ray, and he's bothering them all day. And they're trying to get Mr. Crow to leave. And then in that place where Alex is spray painted, where Casey, Ray, and Mr. Crow are, at the top of the hill, under this business, is a recording studio run by a guy named Vincent. But every time I go there, he's gone. He's busy doing something. And he doesn't really have a good setup going. The guy at the festival, his name is Eric, who gave me the job. And Eric was like, I don't really believe that about the names. You know, you're entitled to your own thing, but I don't believe it. And then literally 24 hours later, as I'm talking to him, another guy named Eric runs up and is volunteering there. And then we go get a burger And there's this guy right behind Eric in a cowboy uniform while Eric is telling me about how he used to work at a horse ranch as a tour guide or something. There's a guy in a cowboy uniform behind him just staring at me, and he won't stop staring at me right in the eyes. And I'm like, do you know that guy? And he's like, oh, that's Eric. And I'm like, can you see that the weird character in this story? We've had two weird characters that I brought attention to. Like, why are they here? And it turns out they have the same name as you 2 days after you said, I don't believe about the names that follow you around. I'm like, literally, this, the only characters that you've introduced me to in our story here is Eric. And the pastor of this church's name is Eric. And the manager of the gas station that I applied to the other day is named Eric. Gay Obama? Obama is gay. Michelle has a penis. Her name is Michael. And I'm from the Pleroma. Indian in the Cupboard was one of my favorite movies as a kid. I don't know what that is. So I was just telling Casey 33 why it's so special that she's here. And her son's father is Alex. And your son might be a John, a Gary, like the male version of Chloe or Cleo. I'm not hearing. I heard Dustin for some reason. But it's just a cycle of names. Dan, like my sister's name is Danielle. Two of these Casey's brothers' name is Daniel. And then I see Aaron and Dan a lot together. Like Dan and Aaron go together in the story a lot. I meet a lot of Dans accompanied by Aarons. Like when I was in the shelter. I mean, you could talk about Ireland and the big influence, and that when my dad had a triplex and 30 cabins and a 4-story barn, our first tenants was Brian, his son Brian, and his wife Danielle. And then my dad's O'Brien, I'm O'Brien, and then my sister's name is Danielle, and she showed up from Alaska for a few months. I've never met her other than that. So there were 2 Danielles, 2 O'Briens, and 2 Bryans in the same house. And then when I left my dad's custody and I went into DCF, the staff members that would sit with me all night and we would make jokes and hang out were Dan and Aaron. When I got out of that shelter and went into an institution, the first YouTube I would watch, when I would go on visits, I would listen to them, and that made me laugh. And then I would go back home or I'd go back to the institution and I would think about all the stuff that made me laugh. I would just keep replaying the jokes in my head. And that was Game Grumps with Dan and Aaron. And then here, the son's name is Aaron. The pastor's name is Eric. There's another person named Dan here. And then there's a Dan and Aaron that I went to Miami to live with. And if it's not Dan, it's River, or some type of river symbolism because of the River Daniel. Another shelter I stayed at in 2023, the overnight shelter, it was River and Dan, or River and Aaron. Aaron. Pagans. Sounds like you left quite a trail of tears. I think my purpose in life, the healing that I bring happens after I leave, to be honest. I think I end up making more of an impact after I'm gone than when I'm here. And I think that will reflect in when I die. Like, I don't think I'll be able to see the fruits of my existence, but I think that after I die, some type of spiritual archaeologist will uncover through AI everything that my channel had, and they'll be able to download Casey as a zip file, and all of a sudden it's like what I had to offer is just present, and it changes everything that they experience. It's like completely embeds in the new collective conscious afterwards, according to aliens that bother me all the time, basically. But those aliens told me when my girlfriend was cheating, and then I looked and she was cheating. You know, those aliens told me that this person's going to come kill me. And then the person showed up with an assault rifle and got arrested. I don't know if it's aliens or angels or ancestors or what, or it's just spirit in general. But there is an intuition. I'm pretty much all 8th house signs. I'm a Sagittarius, Aquarius, Taurus rising. And that's all my signs. The Taurus rising gives Saturn in Taurus, 1st house. Taurus rising, Leo North Node, Venus in Scorpio, 7th house. Jupiter, Aries, 12th house, Capricorn, midheaven, and the rest is just Sagittarius in the 8th and Aquarius in the 10th. Very specific, like extremely specific to somebody who's constantly cut down by life, journeying through the underworld with no veil between here and spirit. is in this grinding, rampaging gauntlet of growth in the underworld with the highest energies, and then his isolated life is exalted as a public figure and processes everything emotionally, or not emotionally, intellectually, processes information without emotion, disassociated. And then you look at my name, and it's the incorruptible tree of life. No matter how many times you cut it down, it still grows with the purest essence. And my last name means exalted on a hill with authority. And I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th. My name, my astrology, and my numerology all line up. So when I give all these stories to Grok, and I'm like, dispute this, be the worst devil's advocate, and it's just talking so much shit, and then I get to a point where at the end of it, I'm like, okay, but my name is this, my astrology is this, and this means this. And then look at the names of the people that I told you, and what the names mean, and the events that took place in my life, and tell me that's not God ordained, and it does thinking expert, thinking hard, and it goes, you know what? The probability of that, it's only two things. It's either you were made by somebody and you were given that on a specific day for a reason, or it is actual divine orchestration of some kind. I can't dispute that. The probability of that lining up that way is so minuscule, it has to be a miracle. I'm not saying I'm here to be a reincarnated ancient king and save the world, but at the very least, there's something really special about it, and I don't know what it is. But trying to figure it out has brought me to that. And when I hold on to that, shit gets crazy. The space gets liminal. I meet aliens. I feel like I'm on a TV show. Then people show up and just hand me money. People show up and guide me to somewhere where I meet more people with the same names and I continue down the road. I don't know if it's a reincarnation trap and I'm in a Beau is Afraid Truman Show, reoccurring constant Ouroboros experience where I keep failing and I come back. I don't know, but that's what they're saying it is. When you look at Beau is Afraid is by Ari Aster, which AA 11, he's a Satanist Freemason. So Hereditary is talking about the rituals they do where they try to get into a family and kick out the spirit from the vessel and give it to an ancient king to inhabit, which is what they do with the Jew tunnels when they're taking bloody children's mattresses out, or the Freemason rituals where they try to bring Hiram McBiff back, which is why Welcome to Night Vale, the mayor of the town was called Hiram McDaniels. They say that there's an ancient king that transcended that they keep bringing back through children's vessels. But then he made Beau is Afraid. So I said I had that injury and I was out by the river playing guitar and I wrote that song called Hawaii, which I'm really proud of. Then I went to the Celtic Music Festival, the 33rd Celtic Music Festival, and I perform Hawaii to everybody. And then I go back to my tent and I'm called to watch Beau is Afraid. Beau is Afraid, the symbolism of Beau is Afraid is all about 11, the twins. He's a twin. Everything you see in the first scenes deals with two people. When he walks down the street, which turns out to be a Truman Show, it's not real. There's two of the same thing everywhere. Then when he goes to his room, he's in room 303. And the first thing that Beau pulls out of the fridge is O''Aloha, the best of Hawaii and Ireland. And then he goes through until he realizes at the end of it that it's a reoccurring Ouroboros Truman Show where he keeps failing because he kills his mom because his mom was in a satanic government that was controlling his entire life. They made him emasculated. They made him afraid of everything. They beat him and tortured him his whole life. And they were controlling him in this sick narcissistic relationship. And then he freaks out and kills her after he experiences real sex for the first time and realizes all of the things he was afraid of as a child were programming and not real. And then it's revealed that his mom was alive the whole time and they were all watching him. And then they sacrifice him. And then he spawns back. He's born again and has to go through it all again because he didn't do it right. He failed his test. That's the 3311. And when you go in, when I got in a car, so Beau is Afraid, he gets evicted because his neighbor was filing false police reports about noise that wasn't happening. I was evicted because my neighbor filed police reports for noise that wasn't happening. Beau is Afraid was room 303. I was 10, the street number was 10, number 13, so 113 KC. Beau got in a car accident and was taken in by a family named Roger, Tony, and their son Nate, who died. and Nate had Owen written all over his room. I got in a car accident, and I was taken in by a Nate and a Roger and helped by a guy named Owen and Tony. Bo is afraid, escapes Nate, Roger, Owen, and Tony, and lives out in the woods where he finds the angels teach him about his purpose in life and show him other alternatives that could have happened. I escaped Nate, Roger, Owen, and Tony because Nate said he was stealing my energy and manifestation ritual, so I cut him off. And then I went in the woods for 4 years, where I learned about all this stuff. Then he goes back and his mom dies, and he confronts his mom after realizing that he was an experiment and she wasn't actually dead. He kills her. My mom, all this trauma happened to me because my mom keeps telling the cops, my son's coming to kill me. You don't think he's going to kill me when he finds out? And I don't know what she means when I have a phone call of her talking to the cops, and she says, you don't think when he finds out he's going to kill me? And I'm just in my car. I don't even want to see her. It has nothing to do with me. It's just bullshit. I don't know what it is, but I'm like, that's exactly the Bo is Afraid story. And then you're like, when you're born in your Chinese zodiac year is when you get your big fruit. So I'm in the year of the cat, 1999, and then Bo is Afraid came out in 2023, the year of the cat. In that cycle, I wanted to be a stand-up comedian. I wanted to be a pickup artist traveling the world. I wanted to be a gamer. I wanted to be a streamer. I wanted to be making all types of different music, country, grunge, rap, all this stuff. And I didn't get it. It sucked. I had just had trauma and suffering. But in 2023, I was trying to get my Kingdom of Creative Champions. That was my group. I wanted them to come to fruition and save all my Irish and Native friends and get them together on a property, and we would make amazing art. And that didn't happen. But in 2023, I got to sit in my tent and watch Queso blow up, Case O, Kai Cenat become the greatest streamer, KC3, KCC. I got to watch Kendrick Curry, who had the Stay Weird and he wore the weird hat, which I did. I don't know why you think it's a crybaby, bro. I think you're just a bitch-ass pussy. Listen, you're a loser, and your reticular activation system is guided towards feeding your addiction to false pride. You're an escapist, and you're looking for a fix because you're a junkie for the same stimulation of your brain that heroin gives you. So, I didn't get to make drill music, but Central C popped off, CC33. I didn't get to make the country song where I was talking about how it's not my fault what people did to me. But Cassius Culpepper pops off and says, you didn't make your daddy leave you and your mama. You didn't make that girl that broke you break her promise. Hell, you didn't ask. And I've been talking for hours. Uncle Sam, to send your friends to that foreign land. It's time you face the truth. It ain't the man in the looking glass who hurt you. He pops off. Then, Kendrick Curry, Cassius Colbert, the Kurt Kaz Conquest, KCC. He's a traveling pickup artist. Casey Rocket next to Adam Ray on Kill Tony. Pops off, becomes the biggest stand-up comedian in the world. I'm going to put a Molotov cocktail through a auto body shop that stole my car illegally because it was worth a lot of money and forced me into homelessness. And I was sick of it, the pain, the trauma, the suffering for a year straight, how much shit I went through. And I was like, fuck it, I'm going to go there, and if I see oil on the ground, I'm just taking a bottle and I'm chucking it in and just burning everything. Through the back roads, I'm almost there. My wheel flies off the fucking car and I skirt into a tow lot. It's a church service. It's Sunday. I go in. I feel spiritually huge, like I'm way too big for the room. I can communicate telepathically with everybody in the room. The room is packed. The person next to me gets up and just walks out like a robot. Somebody wearing all black walks in and sits next to me. And he goes, you can talk to God because everybody else is too afraid to. You are the most powerful soul on earth. Don't forget it. And he takes off and leaves. We're in the middle of the woods, in the middle of nowhere. Just fucking leaves. Then, after the church service, which by the way was Tony, Owen, and actually Eric was the people that met me in that church, as well as somebody named Harland, which you're like Harland Williams was also with Casey Rocket. Then I get back to my car and it's freezing cold, middle of winter, And I'm sitting there and I'm like really bummed out because I failed. The KCC, the Kingdom of Creative Champions, didn't come to fruition. I performed at parties and they posted me on the internet and I blew up. And the local guy who got into Interscope Records trademarked my name, the KCC, Kingdom of Creative Champions. And then he, as a fuck you, he made the Kelly Creative Collective, the KCC. Is at least what Google showed me. It could be something spiritual. You might not even know, but that was spiritual as a fuck you. So I'm upset about the KCC, man. And then I opened my phone and the KCC won the Super Bowl. Look, he's just trying to feed his addiction, man. He got his, he's just afraid. He's afraid of what happens when the live ends and he has to sit with himself, so he's going to have to go look for another person to latch onto because he's that pathetic and trying to rope people into a codependent relationship where he can try to gaslight them into thinking that he's better than them. And he uses that to fuel his fake ego and ride that heroin high in order to avoid the fact that he's probably lonely in his family, if he does have any, is Stockholm Syndrome. Out of obligation. It just is what it is. It's a weird world we live in. So I at least got to see, I didn't get any of those dreams I had, but I got to experience all of them at once in the year. And I was always talking to God about what's the most perfect thing I could do. And I thought it'd probably be better to endure the suffering and help people in some way. I was like, I always would tell, like I would be 2020 walking around during COVID. And on my phone is just tons of people. Somehow I got the hood algorithm. And I would be people saying, these niggas ain't real. They're fake. You're a bunch of pussies. And I was like, I don't want to be a fake pussy. What does this mean? I'd only ever had my vocal coach was from New Orleans, Bob Dylan's background singer. And she popped off and was famous in New England. And she put me on. And she was really cool. And then my piano teacher was African. And he was really cool. But other than that, those are the only interactions I'd ever had with black people in my life. Until I had my spiritual awakening alone in COVID and I didn't know what to do and I couldn't function. And I go talk to my friends and family and nobody gets what I'm trying to say. But then I'm on Hood Instagram, Hood YouTube. And they're saying the same thing I am. Literally the same exact things I'm struggling with and I don't understand about people. They're saying the same shit. So I was like, if I'm not real, God, can you make me real? I want to be a badass. I want to do these rites of passage. I want to become a badass. I can't kill a wolf, but I can do something. So just, if I don't have it, give it to me. And then I have a dream that then I took Greyhound buses and I went to cities and I met a lot of different people from cities. Then I came back and I had a dream that I was in an abandoned house and there was this guy I didn't know who was sitting in this abandoned house and the roads turned into rivers. And then I was surfing down the rivers. But I wasn't surfing exactly, I was like sledding. And then I didn't know about the Chinese zodiac elements and everything. But then when we moved into, eventually I got evicted, right, for the false police reports. And then I had a police brutality where the cops were just convinced that I was a drug dealer because of how I looked, because I wore Timbs and a chain, and I was driving a Dodge Magnum with tattoos, and I was hanging around black girls. At that point, after I said that, I ended up being friends with 3 black girls, and they would come hang out at my house every day, because we were in the same youth program. It has nothing to do with being black or being hood. It was just like, if that is something, and there is something to that, I asked God once, could you do it? Like, if there is something I'm missing, I'd like it. Because I don't want to be a fake pussy. But then I ended up not realizing that might tie together. I ended up, my only friends were black girls. And then I would go hang out with these Haitian immigrants that were dark-skinned that didn't speak great English. And they gave me the clothes and everything. They gave me the whatever. And I would hang out with them and have the food they'd cook. And bunch of people there, and then the racists would show up and start throwing shit, and they'd have to beat the crap out of these fat 40-year-old guys that would just walk down the street, get out of their car, and just screaming at them while they're just hanging out outside. They're just hanging out. Then somebody's pulling in. They probably called. Then maybe they're here for me or something. Maybe they're turning around. Yeah, they're turning around. Big white truck is turning around, left to right. So hanging out with them, hanging out with the girls, and then I get evicted and I leave. I just get in my car. Police brutality. My mom lies. I wake her up and say, hey, I'm going to get my car battery and car charger and I'm going to move away. I'm going to leave. It wasn't crazy. It wasn't chaotic. It wasn't violent. But my mom calls and says, my son's out of control and he's got weapons and a grenade and he's coming to kill me. I don't have a grenade. I don't have any weapons. She's like going, hurry, hurry. I look in the window and she's a Section 8. My mom is a nut job, but she's smiling on the phone, lying to the cops. I come back and the cops tackle me to the wall, mace me, drag me on the carpet. They don't wash my eyes and they leave me in jail for 4 days with no food, no running water, no blankets or pillows. I have permanent damage to my eyes because of it. And then they just cast me out. The news said I was violent and out of control. And I wasn't. I was just holding my car battery and charger, ready to charge my car battery because I had an alternator problem and I was going to leave. Now that I'm older, I'm like, oh, I was out of her control. And she's a lying narcissist. And she was desperate. Maybe it's a demonic attachment, maybe it's not. But it was and she's never apologized. But I leave, and I travel around door dashing. I drive through the border, and I hide in Canada in a Walmart parking lot for a month. And I get deported. And then I wind up in a motel. That motel burns down. The laundry room caught on fire while I was in it, and it burned down the Stonehelm Motel in upstate New York. Then I have to leave. The Red Cross gives me $500, which is enough to get my car out of impound. So I get my car out. I'm waiting for them to get my car out of impound. It's going to take a while, they said, to make the trip from Montreal down. But they're going to do it. And then in the meantime, I'm at this motel. And at the motel is the black guy I saw in the dream. And he's an ex gang member. And I live with a bunch of ex-cons. And a Jamaican guy who used to be bad, but now he's a carpenter. He's really cool. And I had mentors playing chess, and they wouldn't let me beat them at chess. If it ever got to a point where I was winning, they were like, we're ending it here. But at one point, it was really cool, because I was struggling to figure things out. And at one point, the guy put his hand on my shoulder. I was like, you're official. You're a real nigga. You know that? You don't know that, do you? He's like, you are what a lot of kids want to be, but they'll never be. Even kids in cities, like black kids, wish that they could be a real one like you. You are official, and I'm going to tell people that you're official. And then like 2 days later, somebody hits him with a truck because they think he's a drug dealer because he's black. So he gets this giant scar on his face. And the cops, he's like broken limbs, and he's a badass motherfucker, He was fine. He was just sitting in the motel room, the friend's motel room, and he's sitting there, and there's 12 cops, and they're not calling an ambulance. They're trying to figure out if he's got drugs. They're trying to charge him with something, and somebody hit him with the car on his bike, coming from a job doing carpentry, saving up money for his kids. So I go through the cops, I push them out of the way, I dap them up, and I'm like, what's up, man? And then once I'm there, the cops all take a step back, and I was like, did none of you call an ambulance? And so I was like, okay, I'm going to take him to the emergency. Is he charged with anything? So I take him to the emergency room, and I wait there overnight. And then in the morning when he gets out of the hospital, the guy's almost, I don't think he's not tears in his eyes. But the way that when he got out of the hospital expecting nobody to be there, and he saw that I was still there, and I waited the whole night, and it was morning, so the sun was rising right behind my head, shining, and I'm standing there like, they all thought that there was something wrong with me because they thought I had brain damage and stuff. It is what it is. And he went, man, it's never the ones you expect. And then I dropped him off, and then I left. And I remember the last conversation we had, there was a red bandana in my car. And he had taken the red bandana, and he was holding it in his hands, and he's standing outside his friend's apartment because he's saving up to buy a house. So he's just staying on the guy's couch, and he's sitting there, and I'm standing there, and I'm still kind of out of it, still just like way too focused and like not spiritually attuned, and I've been through a lot of trauma So I'm still like struggling to like exist in everyday life. But I feel like the sun is like hitting me and I feel God and everything. And he's sitting there, he's like, you know, you're Casey O'Brien. And I'm just JoJo. He was saying because he was short, he was like 5'5". And he did look like a monkey, I'm not going to lie. He like the big, he looked like a monkey. And that was cool because he's a Leo. And he's like, I'm just JoJo. And I was like, I couldn't say anything then, but I left him a voicemail like 2 weeks later. And I was like, hey, man, I just wanted to say, you're an experience, because he had said, you're official, you're like somebody people want to be like. I said, you're not just JoJo, you're like a unique experience that a lot of people wish that they had. You were a mentor, and you really taught me a lot about self-respect and confidence that I really needed. I wasn't sure how to like act anymore after shit, and you helped a lot. You're a unique experience a lot of people wish that they had. You're not just JoJo, man. And then I hung up and I blocked his number. Because I didn't want to, I'm not trying to deal with that. When I get rich, I'm going to go back and give him $5,000. But I'm not, I'm not dealing with the aftermath of that. And then I went through a bunch of bullshit for a long time. But then immediately after that, when I left hanging out with JoJo and the ex-cons, I went to Burlington and I started dating a girl that was dark-skinned for a couple months. And then I was really bummed out that my car got stolen and I was homeless. But I ended up helping a lot of kids that had run away from home and were homeless. Like I had to go to a shelter, and at the shelter I met Aaron, Dan, Steven, Ethan, Phoenix, Jaden, Cade, Kay. And I helped a lot of them. Ended up being that what I needed for a lot of people afterwards. And I just made music outside the waterfront. I was traveling around trying to find a way to make music and making music in the car, and then I finally had the chance to sit down at the waterfront, which is beautiful, at night. So I had this giant park to myself where nobody went at night, and it was warm out because the spring had ended. I was living in a swamp. I got sick from eating out of dumpsters and shit, but it was nice. And a girl who was a yoga instructor, she was 30, but she had only ever been with one guy in her life, and they got married for a while, and then they divorced. She was really good looking, really bad bitch, and ended up dating her for a couple weeks. It was really cool. And then I got a bike, and I would ride around, and I said it was my suit of armor to keep the mosquitoes out, but everyone else saw a homeless guy. And there was this guy, it was the year of the cat, and there was a Leo named Katia. And he was 65 and spent his whole life traveling around the world, learning different languages and martial arts. And now he had a yurt in the center of the city and a bunch of homeless people around him. He was like a king of the homeless. But then he did a bunch of drugs and he would tweak out and he would like roar like a lion and go around on all fours in the park. But then he was so like competent, he would take a Frisbee and he could chuck that shit across the park and beat a park ranger in the head. He was going up to like 12-year-old kids that would talk shit and be like, what the fuck is up? And then the dad would show up and be like, what are you doing? And he'd beat the shit out of the dad. He would walk through the crosswalks and block traffic just to get the guy mad. And then there would be like this really fat white dude that would like freak out at the guy. And the guy's like, what, you got nothing on me, huh? And I was like, yeah, that guy sucks. Piece of shit. But that was what a unique experience to experience. And he taught me about tarot, and they did a tarot reading. And when he did the spiritual tarot thing with his Leo energy, even though it was toxic and evil and he did it for darkness, he's a dark wizard, whatever, the squirrels all congregated around us. And the squirrels, literally while he's reading the tarot, the squirrels are sitting there with us because he's been doing it his whole life. He called the squirrels over and the squirrels were sitting there with us, hanging out with us, just at peace in this nature ritual. Crazy shit. I ended up having to fight him off because he pounced out of a tree and tried to choke me to death. because he said I was an ancient tree. And I didn't know anything about Casey or 33 or any of this stuff back then. I knew I was Irish and Irish was cool. I knew I was related to Brian Boru, but I didn't know all this stuff. But now that I'm older, like you can see it all pieced together. The Sundance story. I called my album Sundance, and I was homeless traveling around Mount Mansfield in nature. I thought it was really funny on the 4th of July because I fed seagulls every morning to collect their feathers and put them in my hair because I knew nobody would talk to me anyways. I just thought it would be really funny if I took my thing of cereal and while everybody's at the waterfront, I go feed the fish and the seagulls with the feathers in my hair and the long hair. And when they come to me, I say, oh, I'm native, it's tradition. And they go, oh, because it's the 4th of July and it's a blue town full of hippie people. So I'm like, oh, we're celebrating the death of your people. Fuck. I thought it was funny. But now later, I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm native. Oh, fuck. That was way bigger than I thought. I thought it was just funny, but now I'm like, I was being inspired by ancestors. True facts. So I ended up homeless there, and I went from making music, and then I had to leave because of Katia, and then I went to a different place, and then a Leo named Owen gave me a bunch of money to go see my family, and then it turns out he was a pedophile, and he came into the woods with a gun, and he was going to try to rape me. And then we ran him out of the parking lot because he was sitting there he was rich. He had night vision goggles, living in the back of his car, van life, because he had left his apartment because he wanted to travel. And he was living off royalties from a short film he made years ago that blew up. And he was writing a book about being a necromancer and stealing people's energy, and that got him some money. But we caught him with night vision goggles watching high schoolers have sex outside of parties while I was performing songs at the parties. So we ran him out, and then he went down to Tucson, and then he went on Facebook and bragged about how he was dating a child, that he had successfully groomed another child. And the reason I stopped hanging out with him is because he let me know when he was a camp counselor, he was grooming tons of children all the time. And then he just bragged about it. And what sucks is my family knew that, and my cousin had bad experiences with stuff like that as a kid. But they knew he had money. So my family ostracized me, but they were heart reacting everything the guy posted, knowing that he was a proud public pedophile. But his name was Owen, and he's a Leo. What happens to Casey? He gets stuck in cars with toxic Leos that offer a way out of his suffering. That happened, and they all have 4-letter names. Gary, Owen, Zeke, Eric. And even if it's not their fault, and they don't realize it, you know, the number 4 and Leo go together hand in hand. If they're not born on the 4th or they're a 4 life path, they have a 4-letter name. I've noticed. I think the number 13 in Nipsey Hussle's a Leo too. It's not always toxic. Can you see me? Nope. The raccoon is here. Don't leave. I scared him. What the fuck is that? Oh. It's my rear window windshield wiper. Okay, I'm gonna have to leave soon. We have more comments? Oh, we have a lot of comments, my fault. Stop. It's a fair point though. Bye, block. Hello. Alexander, what's your opinion on gay people? I'm genuinely curious. I believe that you're genuinely curious. I don't. There's a lot of things about the Pride movement that I think instills people with the same power games. They believe that they're supposed to be dismantling. Like, I still think humility is the answer, and I don't like that it seems like Pride itself is an organization based around demonic things. I don't think it's wrong to be gay. I don't. I had a lot of bad experiences with people with guys that would try to take advantage of me when I was in a vulnerable place. So it made me really homophobic for a while. I didn't like gay people at all for a long time. But then I watched a lot of Smosh, and I was like, Chance and Tommy are funny as fuck. And they're gay. And I don't see them doing the things that I saw with other gay people that I didn't like. So I don't think gay... You're not going to like my opinions on gay people. It's normal and they're cool. A lot of gay people that are cool. I tend to like lesbians more than gay people. But that's just me personally. But maybe it's just because I'm a guy and the gay people are attracted to me, so I feel the way that girls feel about guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I might not like gay people for the same way that a lot of women don't like men. Because now I'm the target of that same behavior. Is there evidence of animals being gay in the wild? I don't think so. There's a lot of evidence of animals being gay in captivity. When there's just two animals of the same sex in the pen, they hook up. I don't think it's a mental illness. Do I think it's unnatural and goes directly against human behavior? I don't think so. I hope that it's not demonic. I know that Satanist organizations celebrate homosexuality because it's against God. I don't think that that means that you're housing a demonic entity inside of you when you have gay sex. But I don't know, and I'll never know if that's the case. That's what it makes it seem to straight people. Like, from my experience, they make it seem like being gay is allowing a demonic entity inside of you because you're doing a ritual to denounce God and the natural order of things. I don't know. The gay people I knew, like gay men that I knew, they did obviously have, not obviously, sorry, but those people did have a lot of trauma from parental figures that seemed to be keeping them stuck in a rumination about their inability to be masculine and be sexually intent with women, which drove them into homosexuality. And then when they got laid with girls and started dating girls, they were like, I was never gay. I was just messed up, and that, like, I feel like I could be a masculine straight man. One time I was in Miami and I was on South Beach, and a guy came out of a gay bar and came to talk to me and was like, I'm not gay either, but I saw you sitting out here and I'm at the gay bar. I just thought maybe you'd want to hang out there. And I was like, I'm good, man. But I looked in and they all looked like very normal, very healthy people. What I've seen from gay people in my life out in New England is the hippies that are like socially not conditioned, so the individuality's way out, the creativity's way out, so they're more like a big character than they are just a normal everyday person, which really exaggerates the gay stuff about them. But when I went into cities and saw people that were gay, they looked no different, they acted no different. I didn't see a mental illness demon puppeting them, but I saw that out in the sticks with like the very exaggerated comical versions of that, like the caricatures of the same stuff. When I went into cities, I just saw normal people that preferred something different. You know? Arguably, I bet having a best friend that you're also having sex with that's also a bro, probably pretty cool. I just, in my experience, I never felt attracted to a guy. I never had that. It was, I had so isolation in Section 8 with, I thought I had a brain injury, and the only people that were around were those like really, really exaggerated characters that were all gay in that building. There was like 4 of them surrounding me. So I would talk to them a lot, and it felt like they were always trying to convert me. Like everything they did was like the intention, and I was just waking up to empathy in general because I had been so like focused or whatever before. I didn't have a chance to sit down and think about life. So when I was like uncovering empathy, the only people around were people trying to groom me. So that made me not like gay people, and for a long time I was like, it is a demonic thing that it like makes them like that. And then going to Miami made me see that that's not the case. It just happens to be those people. And then watching Smosh and watching Chance and Tommy, they're pretty funny. So I like when I laughed at that stuff, they're like skits on Try Not to Laugh. That made me like, oh, they're cool. But they're also Irish. They're both Irish. It's definitely going to become more normal. Something I saw, I had a dream once where I fell asleep and then I woke up in the dream and I was still where I went to sleep. But then everything shifted like a kaleidoscope, and then I was taken to some kid's house. And the kid was 14 and he was trans, and he had already had a lot of sex with a lot of people, and he had an STD. He had like HPV on it. He had like genital warts because the kids have just been so like open to everything from whatever their phone gave them, and they were extremely sexually active in the cities, and they got fucking STDs. And he was watching me on YouTube in a city somewhere. I've had dreams where I'm in a New York City subway and I'm watching a homeless guy scrolling, and he sees me and he's like, that gave me a huge perspective shift on what my content's actually doing. But that kid, I was there, and everything that I'd experienced living in the woods and having a strong masculine role model as a dad, and even if he had got fucked up from trauma, like I had like he was really cool, funny. And he used to do the drunk tank was full at the Brattleboro retreat, so they put him in the LGBT ward, and he said he had a lot of fun there, telling stand-up jokes in the LGBT ward. But that kid didn't have any of that, and it looked like he had never left the city. He had no natural connection to anything, and he had been boxed in during COVID, and it had completely destroyed this big, expansive whatever that I got living out in the woods by myself. So to me, it made me like, I didn't like how, like being in that energy of the space really fucked up my system. And I didn't like how unnatural it felt. So it'd be hard to tell, like the youth might have been programmed to be that way. It could be an agenda against God. I would say for like somebody who is gay, like a young man who's gay, it's going to be tough to find a role model who's at a functioning level of that. Because it does seem like that it could be natural, but there's a huge chance of going awry because of the bad eggs of that community. And I also see that when I talk about white kids that had bad role models that are just really toxic pieces of shit, that haven't suffered. They're not real, but they pretend to be real from Instagram, and they've got the leftover colonial bullshit from living in New England, and all that mixed together has created a bunch of crazy psychos that use their everyday experience to just ride this sexual high. And that's like toxic straightness, I guess. I would say that's toxic masculinity, because there's no grounded humility, there's no actual empathy going on, and it's all programmed, indoctrinated beliefs. So I feel the exact same way about people that are gay, that there's an indoctrinated set of beliefs and no grounded humility. They don't have the natural sense where that's added onto it. They just become boxed in by their programmed beliefs and ideals. When you just in general, that destroys everything. So I think for anybody in general, whether you're gay or straight, you need to have a lot of time out in the woods and spend a lot of time alone, traveling through the woods, going backpacking trips and stuff, and experience more of life. That way, none of that gets too big you get stuck. And that's why you see all these people on Facebook just screaming at each other because they're stuck, because they don't have the natural way. So really, I don't really have an opinion about people that are gay, other than I had some bad experiences with people that were out of touch with reality and sort of weaponized that gayness against me. And that was really traumatic for me. But I learned to get over it. And I think that just people need better role models in general, to give them the sense of grounded humility and connection to nature without social bullshit. And then, whether you prefer men or women, that I don't really care. Just don't go out and try to convert somebody. But I mean, straight guys do it to girls all the time. 40-year-olds bother girls when they're 13 or when they're 14 at their first job at the Dunkin' Donuts. I'd see tons of pedophiles come in and try to get with them. I worked at Dunkin' Donuts for 4 years, and there were girls that were like 14, and the people at the drive-thru were way too far. Way too far. And I also saw guys that I worked with that were like 40, and they had like an Adderall addiction, and they were tweaking out, but they worked at Dunkin' Donuts at 40 years old. And they would put extra whipped cream on the drink to watch the 14-year-old girls lick the whipped cream up. So I just think as long as that stuff isn't happening, I don't really care. Just be careful, because gay people are a minority. And look what they do to minorities. They pump them full of drugs. They indoctrinate them into crazy stuff. They try to beat them down and farm them for the same straight white whatever. They tend to try to abuse minorities and keep them trapped and traumatized in order to exploit them. We see, that trans shooter that shot up the place, and the MAGA is saying that it's about trans people. It's obviously a trans mental illness. And then you look at the picture of the trans shooter, and it's a buff as fuck old man with a bunch of white supremacy tattoos, and he's just wearing a wig. That guy wasn't trans. That guy wasn't trans. He was a radicalist conservative that put a wig on to shoot them, so it wouldn't be a radicalist conservative shot them, it was a trans person shot them. He pretended to be trans and died for his movement, and he's probably on a resort somewhere with the government. What's your favorite ice cream, bro? Dude, when I was young, they had these flavor bursts where it's like vanilla ice cream, but you have this flavor burst on top of it. And I like the orange cream shit. That was pretty good. Key lime pie, vanilla ice cream, soft serve was great. Then when I was like 13, I liked black raspberry ice cream a lot. Now, if I were to go get ice cream, I'd get the Tonight Dough. I like the Tonight Dough Ben & Jerry's. I'm from Vermont, man. Ben & Jerry's is really cheap here. Are you people not concerned for this guy? It's gross. Somebody said you're a provoking spirit. No, this is proof of American superiority. Who I'm not. We have a divine right because of Exhibit A. Who is provoking spirit? Is this Jon Snow? Thank you. You have no divine in you. You serve lower spirits, bro. Christ is the lawyer. That's an incredibly unchristian thing to say. How is Savan doing today? Heathen. Bros drilling for oil. I have no idea who we are even talking about or what, but Jesus tells everything. That's methed up. What is the point? What is the point to what you are saying? Casey, you're opening minds. This isn't Jon Snow. Didn't we give you a whole reservation to live on? What are you doing? This is the realest testimony. You need to stop enabling this poor guy. Patrick, if you're not going to show compassion, then leave. Let's skip for a little bit, because there's a lot. We'll get to whatever I was saying. 47, the best number. Wait, I didn't go back. Okay. Guardian, your cover, so many thought forms. Casey, you're a profound channel on the supernatural site. Thank you. Would it be okay to ask your middle name if it's not cool? I'm intrigued because your name is Casey. Jack White is having a hard time. You look like a cool guy. If we went to high school together, I'd come up and ask what music you were into. In high school, I bumped hip-hop. Before that, I liked acapella covers. I'm not gonna lie. Like 14 years old, I listened to Ed Sheeran. I listened to fucking, what's that called? That they would do the acapella covers. They mostly did like, I didn't like Imagine Dragons, but I liked acapella covers in general. I would listen to like big choirs a lot. I liked Avenged Sevenfold. I liked 3 Days Grace. I didn't like Panic at the Disco. I didn't like Sleeping with Sirens, but I really liked If You Were a Movie, This Would Be Your Soundtrack. I listened to a lot of Ed Sheeran because my friends liked Ed Sheeran a lot because they were Irish. I grew up listening pretty much to Don Henley, Robert Palmer, the Eagles. I would listen to Tattoo by Van Halen over and over again. Didn't really like classic rock as a kid that much, but I liked the Eagles. Now I listen to like Noah Kahan, Zach Bryan, Jesse Wells, Evan Horner. I used to listen to Central C sometimes. I liked Annoyed a lot. I didn't like Chris Webby. I liked Annoyed, but I met Chris Webby a couple times because I live in the area. Like Chris Webby just rides around on a motorcycle sometimes, and you can see him at like gas stations and shit. But I liked Annoyed a lot. I met Annoyed too in Maine. I liked Annoyed. When I got into making beats and listening to music, I got a lot into Jay Dilla, Kanye, Jay-Z. When I was 13, I listened to a lot of Eminem. But I mainly liked Royce da 5'9" back then. John Bellion I liked for a long time, but mainly just Glory Sound Prep. Then I got into soul music a lot. Now I listen to native music a lot. Like I just, when I'm driving around, I listen to round dance music. Les Blackwell music is pretty good. I fuck with Les Blackwell music. He's just a traveling homeless guy that makes country music on a banjo. He's great. But I listened to a lot of Zach Bryan, listened to a lot of Noah Kahan. Before that, for a long time I didn't listen to music and I'd just make my own. But like 18 years old, I was listening to Devil in a Dude. I was listening to My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy over and over and over again. I listened to Forest Hills Drive over and over again. I'd listen to Scorpion by Drake, and sometimes I'd listen to Views. One winter, I really liked Jungle by Drake. I liked If You're Reading This, It's Too Late by Drake. I would force myself to like Rick Ross. Now I don't really like Rick Ross. When I was in Miami, I listened to a lot of Rick Ross because he's from there, and I'm like, I have to learn why people like him so much. And I'm like, he's got some good stuff, but the rhymes are basic. I don't like it. I listen to a lot of Nipsey Hussle. I listen to a lot of didn't really get into Pop Smoke, didn't get into Central C or drill music or Ice Spice or any of that. Listened to a lot of Kanye for a long time. I'm trying to think about what I listened to when I was 17, because I didn't care about music when I was 17. I cared about playing XCOM 2 in the homeless shelter and then going to work at Dunkin', and I would hook up with rich girls from Connecticut that would come to the ski mountain and that would come to Dunkin', and I would fold their receipts up into a rose origami and put it on their coffee, and it would be free on the house. And then if they were interested in me, I'd be like, I get off in 15 minutes, and then I'd go back up to their ski chalet, and then I'd get in trouble because I'm supposed to be back at the homeless shelter. Because I'm technically not allowed to leave unless I go to work. To be honest, I don't even think I listened to music back then, in like the 17 era. I think I just listened to TED Talks and stand-up comedy. I like Dan Cummins, Mitch Hedberg, Eugene Human I listened to. No, not Eugene Human. Is it Eugene? It's not Eugene Yackel either. That was a Call of Duty YouTuber. Eugene Merman I listened to. I like Robin Williams. I listened to a lot of Robin Williams. What's that a cappella group from 2014 that would do the covers? What's that cover group, that a cappella group that would do the covers? I listened to a lot of them. I just like listening to God. Like for a long time, I listened to only soul music and gospel music. I listened to a lot of African music for a long time. I don't. I like when I think about Irish music, I can make this Irish music, but I can't find this Irish music. Like the stuff that naturally comes from me, the rhythms and the voicings of it, the harmonies, it's all Irish. But then I go to it and I can't find that rhythm in the modern day Irish music. I can't find Celtic music that sounds like what I'm trying to make, but it's like should be in the Brave soundtrack. We're getting closer to the sound that I'm looking for in the Sinners movie, but we're not there yet. I'm trying to make that. I was into Jamaican music for a while. That's pretty much it. I can't think of anything. Although the Rolling Stones I liked a lot. I liked the Rolling Stones a lot. Didn't like the Beatles. We all live in a yellow submarine. A yellow submarine. I didn't like that shit. But I like Sympathy for the Devil. That was great. And what you can't always get what you want. That was great. Have you ever seen Bigfoot? Yeah. I've had things in the woods that are stomping and loud, and then they take a stick and hit the thing 3 times, and I can feel it reverberates, and I can feel the intention of something that doesn't seem human, and it's seeing how willing I am to engage with it, and I would sit there in fear, and then it would go, pff, and it would it'd disappear into nothing. Then I had a couple years later, and that it like walked behind the tent. It was huge, and then it picked up a stick and hit 3 times, and just stood there for a few seconds. And then when I decided I'm not going to engage with it, it felt that and it disappeared. But then a year and a half later, I'm behind the Capitol building in Montpelier, Vermont, and I'm laying there depressed. There's slugs on me and shit. Puff smoking cigarettes, really traumatized, and trying to get some sense of grounded peace again so I could function and think and create the way that I felt like it was being taken from me. And then I feel it again, and I hadn't felt it. I had only felt it twice in my life. I knew what it was because I felt it before. Right in the morning, right when the sun was coming out, walked there's a trail behind there. It walked on the hillside behind the trail, and it stood there, and I'm like, what is it doing? And then it pushed a giant fucking tree down, knocked this huge ass tree down. And then I went up, and then I was like, I'm not doing anything. Oh, okay. Nope. I was waiting for it to end. I'm not, whatever that is, I'm not engaging with it. And then when it went away, I fell asleep. I woke up around 2 p.m. I got up from under, I was hiding in a tarp in a fucking gutter behind the Capitol building so people would assume that I'm not in there. And then I walked up there, and there was a tarp there that wasn't there yesterday. There was a tarp laid there right where the thing was standing. And then the weather app didn't say it, but we had a flash flood. The weather app didn't tell me it was going to rain. It didn't even, like, maybe 25 minutes before we had a flash flood, the weather alert went off. And I was like, literally yesterday morning it said we weren't getting any rain. It was going to be sunny. But then we had a flash flood, and I had nowhere to go, and I had a bunch of electronics, and there was nowhere for me to go. But I had that tree, and I had that tarp. So I was able to hide under the tarp, and I recorded that. I had the tarp in the tree because the Bigfoot thing knocked the tree down and left a tarp there. I don't know where the tarp came from. There's nothing back there. There was no footsteps. It was just my footsteps because the ground was wet from the last storm, and I knew there was nobody up there. Nobody was allowed to go up there. The thing was way too big, and I heard it, and no human could knock that tree over. But something did, and I'm assuming that's what Bigfoot is, because they say the Bigfoot does the 3 knocks, and it's bigger than a person, and it disappears at will. It could not be Bigfoot, but that's the closest thing I've seen to that. Did you just fart? No, but sometimes I shit on stream, and I leave the camera going. Avenged Sevenfold, Metallica. I never listened to Metallica. I never really liked Mumford & Sons either, or of Mice and Men. I liked the songs that I liked from pop art. Oh, I liked Maroon 5 songs about Jane. And then I would listen to Misery every morning because I liked the beat when I was 14. You look like an American samurai. Thank you, man. Are you Scotsman too? I'm Irish. I'm O'Brien. type O negative. I think I'm O positive, but my mom's RH negative and my dad's side is RH negative. Have you ever seen a Wendigo? Yeah, Wendigo is much different. Let's make sure I don't have all messages on, so I must have missed a lot. Wendigo. So a long time, if you go through trails in Vermont in the middle of the, like when you're alone out there, there's nobody there, and usually when it's misty, and if you have, I'm a maladaptive daydreamer, or I used to be before trauma. When you walk through the woods, even as a kid, my imagination suddenly you'd walk into a space that feels weird, and in your imagination, all of a sudden you can't imagine anything but your imagination of the space. So it's like I'm here outside this church, I can see what it looks like, and I used to just daydream about scenes of movies or music videos or imagine songs or anything, but all of a sudden my imagination could only show me the imaginated image of what I was seeing. So all of a sudden my imagination was showing me the imagined space of this thing, and then I would see a hooded figure with a deer skull, and it was talking to me telepathically, and it was scary, but it was more like nothing, like it had no thoughts. It was just watching. And then I would get scared, and then the thing would be amused and thought it was funny that I get scared, and I'd take off running. And I'd have that a lot, where it's just deep in the woods, and all of a sudden your imagination can't think about anything but the imaginative space. So you're literally seeing that, but the only difference is that there's hooded figures and deer skulls. And they basically, like, when you have a telepathic communication with something, you gain a lot of accidental information from that interaction. So what the thing would tell me, and I don't know why, I know a lot of people scratch like this. I don't know why when I get to this part, when I talk about this like spiritual stuff, all of a sudden I start scratching. But those things would basically inform me that it was an ancient cult that transcended time and space. And whatever that is, you can find now, if you look up Appalachian folklore, you can find hooded figures and deer skulls that are an ancient cult that transcended time and space. You know? And for some reason, when I was out in the woods alone as a homeless child, those things would communicate with me and tell me that I'm going to get a gift, and then I get something like this. Or I'm pinned to the ground in sleep paralysis, and I see something, and I'm like, what is it? And it shows me the Dark Wizard from Yu-Gi-Oh! And then literally, swear to God, middle of the night, as that thing is pinning me down in the middle of the woods, and it's showing me a Dark Wizard, and it's eating my spirit, destroying me. I feel pain, can't move. A bunch of footsteps outside, and I'm like, oh fuck, it's the cult. I remember this from I remember this as a child. I remember they're gonna get me. I remembered this. This is what it is. But then an animal that was like a fox or a coyote runs in, swear to God, and it presses itself through the tent wall against my leg, and then it changes its breathing until it matches my frequency and calms me down. Then the thing is getting angrier, this force, and then something up there goes, nah! And I see it shoot a ray that connects to the fox or coyote and then blocks it. And then that thing gets mad and it shows me a buck's head on a wall. And then all of a sudden I can see spiritually out, and I see that it's a deer out there, a buck. And the buck is curious, what do you think about deer being put on mantelpieces? And I'm like trying to imagine I'm hugging it. Like I'll turn this property into a wildlife preserve, and you can be in the wildlife preserve protected, they can't kill you, and I'll feed you every day. And the deer goes, and it slams a birch tree down, and then walks away. And then all the animals that were with it, there was like 5 to 10 animals with it. I don't know if they were deer or what, because this was a fox or a coyote. They all just leave together. And then when they're gone, the other thing comes out from my leg and takes off with them. And then the thing just dissipates. The 2 other things about that interaction was the day before, when I was out in the woods, I was writing an album called King in the Forest. And the album cover I wanted for King of the Forest, was a buckhead snarling or whatever. And I didn't know what that sounded like, but I knew they did that. I didn't know that deer sound like they're choking, and that they do that. I didn't know they could do that. I just thought it was like a big loud. but I've seen videos of them doing it. And then it did it. And I made the album cover King of the Forest. And the other thing is that I was watching John Zerka talk about occult black magic. I would eat McDonald's and lay in the back of the cabin in the tent in the abandoned sugaring shack with no doors or windows deep in the mountains. And I was learning about the Rosicrucians and dark forces and occult magicians and shit. And I posted on my YouTube channel a video saying, hey, I'm looking into Moloch. So who knows if that triggered somebody to do a thing. I don't know, but I know that that stuff is real and happened. The only other thing that was weird about that night is that when I looked out and I saw that it was a deer, I saw what looked like some type of half-humanoid disembodied spirit creature that looked like an amalgamate of, and I'm getting inspired to tell another story. It looked like a humanoid thing with fur, and it was like weird, and it felt like the way the natives described the Wendigo, not the deer skull creature that you see on folklore, but the actual Wendigo, which was like somebody that wasn't allowed to go back with the ancestors because they had done too much bad in the world and with magic. So they were converted and distorted as a disembodied spirit, and they looked half beastly. And that thing ran out and was hugging the deer to give it help with its psionic stuff. And I don't know what that is, but I would call that the Wendigo if I were to call anything I've ever experienced a Wendigo. The only other thing that I can talk about the Wendigo is when you see these videos before AI where it's like some random guy out in the sticks, and then he sees a deer, but then the deer is like fucking barely functioning and its head is like falling off, and it looks like the deer is more being piloted by its body because its head is off and its legs aren't working right. And you see like people screaming for help that are like, and they're out there walking around like crazy shit. You see like animals that are really fucked up, but they're still functioning. I had this dream very shortly, either before or after that spiritual interaction with that demonic force or black magician or something, where the animals came and protected me from it. I had a dream where there was this reptilian alien person that was wearing robes and was standing in the middle of the cabin. The sun was way brighter than it had ever been, and I thought that I was awake, but I wasn't, because when I got up, I didn't have to unzip the tent. I just walked out of the tent through the wall, which let me know that I was dreaming. But I was lucid, completely lucid. And standing in front of me is that lizard thing, and I'm just staring at it, and then it like guides my focus down to the ground, and I see an insect, a big insect the size of a dog, that had 2 antennas, 2 eyes, and its legs were completely moldable, like at a cellular level where it could just change. Like they looked like giant hairs, but the cells were covered in hairs, and it could just change the cells at will to like become a tentacle or become a straight long leg. But it had 4 of them, and it looked at me, and then it walked up and it hugged me, and I felt really weird. And when I woke up, I could still feel it attached to my leg, and I was no longer human for a while. Like the consciousness of me and everything that I had gone through in my life, all this human experience that had programmed me subliminally to be normal like a person, and a connection to the community, a connection spiritually to the town and to humans, was gone. When I would walk into the McDonald's, I was like an alien. I wasn't a part of them, and they could all feel it, and I could feel it. I wasn't a person anymore. I was attached to something else that had converted my energy to make me not human. And I was in pain, and it hurt. Like I had a parasite attached to me. I was not able to experience the love of the collective. I was not able to be a part of them anymore. They were completely foreign, and I could see all of them so clearly because I was so connected in the electromagnetic spectrum, and they'd enhanced something with my senses because I had shed off all of the programming and personality of me. I was gone. So I was able to be an observer in connection with nature to what people really were. I saw that everybody was disconnected, but they disconnected from their mind from each other, but were completely connected spiritually. And they didn't realize that their life was just orchestrated pushing of the consciousness of something greater. And they were all sharing resources between each other, and they're stomping around that they thought they were, because their mind wasn't able to harmonize with that spiritual stuff. They were institutionally programmed and cut off from that knowledge of spirit. So they weren't able to recognize that all of humans are in a hive mind together. And they were all sharing resources with each other and connecting with their bandwidth. And they had no idea that was happening. They just knew something was happening, which was making them stomp and try to hold on to their pride. And when I went in there, I was so disconnected from it. Literally, the things that were controlling the people were moving them out of the way for me so that I could move into the space. And I had this big protection, like I had a bunch of energy around me from the woods. And when I left, the birds all followed me back to the cabin. When I got there, there were deer just waiting outside the cabin that left when I got there. And I was in pain and hurt and just eating the McDonald's and trying to hold it together. But I was freezing cold in the middle of summer and I didn't know what to do. And then eventually I decided I don't want this. So as soon as I decided I don't want this anymore, completely just shut off and then jolted back like they plugged me back in. And now I was stuck in the ego drama power games with everybody, and everything changed. And then a month went by and I had no spiritual experiences until I went back to that cabin. It was the middle of cancer season. It was like I had just gotten arrested for trespassing. And I went back. No, this was right before, actually. So my car had just been stolen, and I was waiting for the hurricane and the tornado to come, and I was in there ready to die. I was like, if the tornado comes and the hurricane comes, I'm gonna let the tree just kill me. Worst case scenario, I wake up and there's a tree that crushed my spine, and I'm in a wheelchair for the rest of my life, and I will just shoot myself the first chance I get. But I had given up on life. The suffering had just gotten too much, and I'm like, if you're gonna kill me, you're gonna kill me. And then in that, when I gave up, my spiritual sense came back, and I saw that four-legged bug creature crawling up the tree behind me outside the cabin, and it started to dig into me again and start eating me spiritually, like consuming me, and I was feeling the pain and losing my humanity because it was consuming me. And my last ditch effort to be like, what is this? And then I saw that bug show me that it crawls into deer's corpses and then pilots them as a parasite and then tries to get into other things and spread and feed. It was a parasite, a spiritual parasite that could inhabit physical vessels that were dead, and it was trying to kill me to get into me. And then it showed me then the alien that introduced me to it came back in spirit and showed me, this is why you see the YouTube videos of the deer and the people walking around crazy. This is what they think a skinwalker is. It's a metaphysical parasite that's in and out of 4D and 3D, like Bigfoot, like Pukwudgies, like mantis beings. It's just one of those things. And you find it out in the woods. And they don't tell you that because there's a bunch of other things they're keeping from us. And what I'll say to that is that I'm able to live in a way where I'm completely normal, but those things happen. I don't dwell in it. I move on with my life and I stack up more experiences and I stay normal. Brain Dead Diver says, Pazuzu looking alien. You're blocked. Leave me alone. Please. It's not cool. It's my mom. Heaven suffers violence right now. Where'd everybody go? It's just Demon Hunter. Are you from Canada? I'm from southern Vermont, but my family's from New York, Hudson Valley area. And then one set of great-grandparents came from Ireland, and supposedly somewhere in there is Africa, very recent. And then another is, my mom had red hair, so Irish. But my grandmother is a Paul from Logan Paul's family. And then the mom's dad, my grandpa, is native. And people tell me that Blackfoot and Inuit came down through generations into Seneca, Mohawk, Iroquois. Just a family of travelers on both sides. And it's like, whoa, Casey becomes a traveler. Yeah. I might have been wired. You probably need coffee. I know I keep chips on my shoulder like dip, so come get it off me. Come say sorry with your body. Come say sorry with your body. Come say sorry with your body. Come and dance with me. Is it 10 yet? It's probably 11. I'll have enough gas to get there. I have tons of cool stuff. In Vermont, just look up on Facebook Mount Mansfield Shadow People, and they'll tell you. We all see him. 144 from the Stars Tarot. He was doing a reading for me. It's obviously it's a Casey reading, and I had just talked about the shadow people, and then he drops a video where a shadow person reveals itself to him out in the woods, because he started doing his content out in the woods, and the first thing he sees in his woods content is a shadow person. Meet me behind Walmart. I can get us a bottle. Bring cigarettes. No. I'll take the money for a wheel bearing. I need a wheel bearing. I'm trying to get a wheel bearing, man. And the high school will do it for free if I can get the part. So I've got $78 and I've got a quarter tank of gas and I'm trying to go 50 miles. And hopefully I can get the wheel bearing. Religion makes folks crazier than drugs. I'm not religious. I'm not even spiritual. I just experienced things and found out there's a creator. And that this is all an orchestrated experience with themes and motifs that the universe leaves you hints to figure out. And it's so, with free will, you can put yourself in so many different realms of experience. And consciousness is real, and there's so much more to life than we realize. And I didn't want that to be the case. I didn't want religion. I didn't want spirituality. I wanted to get bitches and get money and make music. But then it happened to me, and I can't dispute all the stuff that I've seen. And the only explanation goes back to God and Jesus. Not as a savior or whatever. But the stuff that he told is the same stuff that I figure out. The same conclusions I get to about life and about the perfect way to live is what Jesus taught. Fucking pagans. What's your take on Islam? I don't know much about Islam. But people that are... And radical Islamists are just people responding to the pain and suffering that our government put on them, man. If you bomb enough children's hospitals and torture them for generations, destroying their families and torturing them, kidnapping them and torturing them, just to stop them from growing as a culture, you're going to have radicals, and those radicals are actually just freedom fighters. Like when one time I talked to a vet, and he was going off about Islam and how he went to Desert Storm. I was like, oh, weren't those people just fighting for freedom? What the people you were up against, were they terrorists or were they just fighting to stop you guys from hurting them? And he was like, yeah, we killed a bunch of people that were just trying to protect their families. And it turned out that their government wasn't even responsible for the attacks they said that they blamed them on. Yeah, we killed a bunch of innocent people that were just trying to find happiness for oil and to destroy ancient stuff indicative that would put the Black Rock in jeopardy. They had to fund these wars to destroy ancient sites that would have shown evidence of what Black Rock and the Jesuit order were trying to keep us from. The Islamists would kill you? No, there's an Islam person that watches, and she's a young girl from Iraq, and she's really cool. Power to them, man. Islam's just mad about what other people did to them. I would be a radical too if like I'm here and then a bunch of random people I don't know show up and rape and kill my family and blow up a children's hospital. And we're like, why? And then they say, because one of our friends who lives in our country destroyed our building. So we're killing you 4,000 miles away. Like, what the fuck? Stop. And then we find out that they actually work for Israel, and Israel is like sacrificing children, and they're stealing our children's bodies from the hospitals and feeding them to robots. Yeah, I'm going to be pissed. I just don't think Islam should be at war with Ireland. Ireland has had so many people fuck with them for 2,000 years. And now they have radical Islamists, I guess, coming in mass. And they're saying they're going to take over everywhere with Sharia law. Go down to those people and say, as an Irish person, and Ireland is the most educated country in the world. Ireland is going to say, hey, I see what you're doing and it's righteous, and we don't like the English for what they did to us either. Learn our history, learn our people, learn our culture, go to our bars, dance with us. If a girl likes you, a girl likes you. Don't rape them. Get buff and get a girlfriend. Don't rape them. Go get buff and get a girlfriend, and don't be crazy like that, man. We are not the enemy. But we'll tell you about what they've done to us, and if you want, once you get buff, educated, and maybe help our gene pool get away from English colonialism by having a couple kids here, cool. But move to England. If you're going to fuck somebody up, look at the Satanist Church and how King James and the Satanist Church, the first law ever passed in America, was giving King James authority over America with the Satanist Church, and the Revolutionary War was a psyop to give people the illusion of freedom. But in reality, it was all made up. They went and massacred a bunch of natives, dressed them up like soldiers, and said that there was a battle there. They went in and killed a whole village and dressed them up like soldiers and said that that was the Americans fighting the English. But no, they didn't have DNA tests. They dressed up a bunch of bodies to make it seem like a battle happened, and then they told everyone a battle happened, but no, barely anybody made it out. The Revolutionary War never happened. It was a psyop. You think you could kill a bunch of armies of hundreds of natives with bows that climb trees, with a musket that you take 45 seconds to load, and then you fire and it blows your face off and kills somebody behind you? They shit in a river. They killed the natives by shitting in rivers and giving them gifts that were biological weapons that got them sick and killed them. And they made up the battles. They never won a battle. The colonizers never won a battle against the natives unless they showed up 1,000 deep to a group of natives that were like 20 people. They killed them with Thanksgiving. They made them sign treaties, and then they used deceit and bioweapons to destroy them. They poisoned the food on Thanksgiving, and that is the joke. The Revolutionary War never happened. It was a psyop to stop you from realizing that England was still in control. And they gave authority to King James and the Satanist Church, and you can find that that was London's first law for America. And that's why London seceded from the United Kingdom and became a free city like the Vatican. And when the royal family goes to do business in London, they exchange hostages, because London didn't want to be a part of the Satanist Church. But the Satanist Church has always owned America. And that's why now that we have internet and search algorithms and search engine optimization and all this stuff, in order to prevent people from telling you that, they made LeBron James the GOAT. So you can't find out about Capricorn and sacrificing goats in the Satanist Church and King James' involvement with the foundation of the country. Because now when you look at Google for King James, you find, is LeBron a Satanist? So you don't find King James was the Satanist. You find LeBron doing his signs so that people, conspiracy theories, flood the algorithm with a bunch of bullshit about, is LeBron a Satanist? LeBron James, King James, the GOAT. Instead of what you would really find if that didn't happen, which is King James owns America with the Satanist Church. LeBron is a psyop. His name probably isn't even James. They just made him the GOAT. The basketballs at the NBA games have magnets on them, and the plays when they go to practice is like rehearsing for a play. Every injury, everything that goes on at those games is a staged operation where they're putting on a performance for money and for Freemason rituals to harvest the life force of the people, to get them to relinquish themselves in attachment to a demonic entity, and then they go back home feeling empty and lifeless because they've given themselves over in accident to an idol. And they harvest your children's energy, and they attach demonic entities to them at a young age, and they use you for it, and they show it right in your face. Stranger Things season 5, you can watch Vecna's tube go right into Holly's mouth and pump her full of Vecna. They don't give a fuck, because there's nothing we could do. And pretty soon they're going to have the 5G towers that go right into nanobots that work in tandem with a fungus that is in all of us, that they spread the particles through the air and through the sky that's inside all of us. And at some point they're going to flip a switch, and the people that are addicted to Facebook, addicted to computers, and don't have any natural harmony and connection with nature, that don't do parasite cleanses, and have completely relinquished their identity in not their personal sovereignty, but all the bullshit that they went through in society. If they don't leave that behind and go in the woods and stay in the woods where the trees and the frequencies of these waveforms that are vertical, these nervous systems pumping out the air that we're breathing, without the protection of that, which is why they have wildfires destroying the lungs of the world by burning the rainforest and destroying Canada, we won't have the ability to connect back to Gaia, whatever you'd like to call it. The natural intelligence, the tree of life, Awa, the acacia. If you don't connect to Casey, you're gonna be a fucking robot. It's the SpongeBob movie. It's the SpongeBob movie. At some point, they're gonna flip a switch and the chum bucket hat will go over you. And you're going to need people like me that went on the wilderness journey to become a real man and grow our mustache. And then we're going to play the great music that and the frequencies of our songs, the love that we can make when we become at the top of the age of Pisces, right before Aquarius, when SpongeBob goes to the top and he's in his Freemason Satanist fucking uniform and he sheds that off to be the rock star and breaks everybody free from the spell. And they defeat plankton or the evil bacteria. The evil bacteria controlling everybody. And they called it the zombie burger. Remember the Travis Scott Kai Cenat meal that made everybody sick? And the answer is fasting, sunlight, probiotics, which induces ketosis and autophagy, where your body looks in and goes, oh, I don't have any sugar anymore. Let's convert all the cholesterol in our system to repair our brains and give us testosterone. And then we're like, what the fuck is all this garbage? They clean it and your body cleans itself. And then you have schizophrenic psychosis, where you realize everything that's been taken from you and you come back to being a multi-dimensional being having a human experience, and then you won't be able to function because the people that are zombified and trapped come at you. I've shown you for the past 5 days now. I woke up at peace from a dream where I was talking to my spirit guides. I saw a demon attacking me. I looked up and there was somebody twitching, smoking crack, and then I hit the record button and then they twitch head, took off running, and then robbed 2 cars and took. The next day, if that wasn't enough for you with the intuition about the demon and the person twitching, the next day, comically, in an empty parking lot, a car pulls up next to me, is twitching and staring at me through the window, and then hangs up a t-shirt that says, I'm so back, and it's a demon. So that brings me to this church, and then I meet the people I needed to meet. I get the money I need to repair my wheel bearing. I talk to the people at the church, a Dan and an Aaron. And then they couldn't get me in the church, so they pulled me over right outside when I felt happy with my food and my cool gas station drink. And I'm ready to, and I'm at peace in the church because I know nobody's going to bother me. And then the next day, 5 cops show up, screaming at me, beating on the window, trying to get me out of the car. And I recorded it. You are a hating ass robot. Congrats, you left 90% of society on accomplishment. Yeah, I mean, you are an addict. And you are a loser. Well, I didn't read what you said. You don't think I have a job. Demon Hunter blocked you. Evil in the flesh. You've been through the fire. Your name's Ricky Mack, so you've got the name. You got the Irish Mac and then Ricky. My mom's a Richardson. Grandfather's name is Richard. My step-grandfather, but my real grandfather was a Dickerson, which comes from Richard. And then the only mayor of any town interested in buying my helping my business is the mayor of a small town named Rick. And he bought a pub that used to be called Richard's. And then when I went there, I met a guy named Rick, who was from Connecticut. And he was really cool. So I met 3 Ricks all at once. And then we have Brian here. What up, Brian? And I think Kinney is Irish, right? Because McKinney. What else do you want to know, man? I have to stop eating. I definitely have some type of parasite. When I stop eating, my body goes into a panic. Something really doesn't want me to fast. So I've got something. And I think everybody has something. Just stop eating, because we can survive off food for weeks. We won't be hungry for like 3 weeks. Most of us, if we stopped eating, we wouldn't fucking eat. We wouldn't be hungry. But when you feel that like uncomfortable need, and your brain starts to convince you will be happy when you eat. You need to eat, and then all of a sudden all your traumas come back. The parasites go up your bloodstream and know which neurons to push. You can look that up too. They know which neurons to push to trigger your fear, because they know that when you feel afraid, you cope with food. We all have these parasites, billions of parasites in us right now. And the Bible calls them demons. They say that the demons attach to us through the parasites. The demons on the same way that, like, they say that praying mantises are smaller vessels for the consciousness of something that doesn't have a physical body. And just like they say the Greys are actually robots of deteriorated genetics of a multidimensional race of beings that pilot those things to house in the 3rd dimension. It's like the parasites attach to those demonic entities, which is what Stranger Things is about, the Mind Flayer, and how the Mind Flayer creates all those disgusting things that try to possess people and consume them into that big flesh monster. Are you Native? My grandfather was Native. They said one was Cree and then one was Blackfoot Crow. Or one was Inuit, Cree, Mohawk, then Seneca. And then one was Blackfoot Crow, and then they migrated to New York. So I'm like Southern New York natives. These cops really just be driving slowly by me, staring at me. So I'm going to leave at 11. I don't know. I've got $78. Anybody got enough? Oh, I do have I have $2 cash, so I can go get a soda for my journey. Hello, Brian. My name is Sakanik Dixon. The cop's just slowly circling me, man. He just keep not circling me, but just driving right by. Where are you? I know you're in here, motherfucker. There you are. What a coincidence. Somebody gave me a bucked up energy drink. And I'm going to use that to drive 10 miles under the speed limit through the back roads. It's 33 degrees. That was a good troll. Sorry, my man. I didn't even see what you said. Billy Bob. That place is not working for you. I'm waiting on Domino's to get back about if they'll hire me as a driver. And then tomorrow, I'm going to repair my wheel bearing, hopefully, if I have enough. I have the energy drink now, and I have a couple bucks. I was going to get a soda, but now that I have the energy drink, I don't think I need to. But I have $78, and I'm on a quarter tank of gas, and I have to drive about an hour and a half. So hopefully I'll make it. If I don't have enough money, I'm going to have to go ask somebody for money just to repair the wheel bearing, and then I can get back to traveling safely where I feel confident about it. And then that gives me a better opportunity. Like, we're going to have another snowstorm in a couple days. Then I feel more comfortable going out because I'll have winter tires and shit. And I would just ask if I could borrow, like, I'll shovel this way, ask if I can borrow the shovel, and just go down the road and be like, hey, I'm just trying to get some money while I wait for job interviews. I'm happy to shovel. You know, you drive away, usually, like, they gave me 20 bucks an hour for this. But I'd say, like, hey, whatever you'll give me, if it's 10 bucks, it's 10 bucks. And then maybe they'll give me 10, maybe they'll shoot me a 20 or 30. Depending on our conversation, and I'll try that, and then I'll just go back and whoever gave me the 20, I'll give them whatever. But you don't get it. Don't get what? Oh, the you know what I'm saying? What is your fucking profile picture, man? You look like a lizard. Do you have a PayPal? Yeah, it's CASEYOBRIEN 1133. It's all of it's in my channel bio. You hit view channel, and then you'll see Ancient Celtic God Incarnate, see more, and then scroll down, it's right there, all my stuff. I know that, like, famous streamers, people just send them like 500 bucks. Like, people support content creators. I still feel bad about it. You've been doing Spark, but only when the kids are in school because I don't trust a babysitter. True. Spark, do you make a lot of money sparking? Like, if you could pick for like an hour of Spark, how much do you make? Because I'm interested in doing it. And they tell me it's really good money. Because people, at least here, they say it's really good money because people tip really well up here. It's potential. This bucked up got me hyped. What the fuck is in this? Holy shit. 300 milligrams of caffeine and ginseng in it. And beta-alanine and huperzine. Why is this cop just circling around? The cop just keeps going up and down the road here. Yesterday I had an offer for $76. That's what I'm saying. 76 bucks. What kind of music do you like? Official dog mom. I don't trust that. How long ago was your channel made? Can somebody figure out how long ago? 7 years ago? Okay. Okay. It's a bit too much like another channel. I was like, that might be a troll. Lately, I like Jesse Wells. I like Noah Khan. I like Zach Bryan. Before that, I really liked soul music and gospel music. I liked country music for a long time, for the past like 3 years. Before that, I liked rap music, soul music. Now I listen to native music like round dance stuff. Before that, I listened to a lot of I was trying to make, I was a producer, so I was trying to make better art. So I really got into Kanye, Jay-Z, J. Cole, Kendrick, and then just going off of that. Like, I really liked Annoyed. I liked Pusha T a lot, and I would listen to a lot of just whatever hip hop had to offer. Like, just anything. I really like Nipsey, and just going through like journeys of finding new artists and stuff like that. Before that, I really liked the Eagles. I liked Rolling Stones, Avenged Sevenfold, 3 Days Grace. I only like James Dean and Aubrey Edwards featuring Sleeping with Sirens. When you were talking about, when I said I don't think I listened to music in 2017, I like pop music actually. I like Attention by Charlie Puth. But back then I was listening to music because I wanted to learn more about, like, even if I didn't like Charlie Puth's songs, I would listen to the album because I wanted to get a whole for the art. I wanted to see the whole artist and the art. So I would listen to Charlie Puth. I didn't really like Shawn Mendes, but it was on the radio a lot. So then I started to like Shawn Mendes. And then when I got into music, I thought Lost in Japan was really good by Shawn Mendes. Didn't really like his original stuff, like his earlier stuff, but Lost in Japan was pretty good. And then before that, I liked John Bellion a lot. Before that, I did listen to a lot of Eminem when I was like 13. But before that, if like it was time to put a song on, I mainly listened to Robert Palmer, Don Henley, and the Eagles. Like Boys of Summer by Don Henley is my favorite song. I love Boys of Summer by Don Henley. I don't like Hawaiian music, but I like the music theory behind Hawaiian music. $60 in 4 hours. That's not great. That's $15 an hour. Plus they don't pay you for gas. But it's better than nothing. And you don't have a boss, and you can do it by yourself listening to music and shit. That's pretty good. InstaWork here, you can get $40 an hour just to go to random spots that need cleaners and just sweep and mop and dust. And you can get $40 for like 20 minutes of work. Yeah, but I rejected a lot of good offers because of the drive. Yeah, true. I don't remember if you have a high... I think you do have a high miles per gallon car. Do you like ASAP Rock? No. ASAP Rocky's trash. ASAP Rocky is bad. Don't tell me ASAP Rocky is not bad. ASAP Rocky is trash. Ski Mask the Slump God is fucking trash. Lil Peep, I wasn't that into it. XXX Tentacion, I wasn't that into it. Some songs by Drake are pretty good. Oh, I don't know ASAP Rock. I know ASAP Rocky. You have a Subaru Outback. That's pretty good. I don't know what ASAP Rocky is, but ASAP Rocky is garbage. Don't tell me he's not garbage. Don't tell me Kesha was good. No way. Like when people are like, Benny Blanco is this amazing hit maker, I'm like, his songs are fucking trash. Bedroom beats, not mixed well. There's just no alternative, and they told you it was good. They had access to sound design plugins. Nobody had the passion for it because they were on drugs. You could do sound design back then and make great songs. They don't make it like I listen to 80s music sometimes. 80s music was well produced and really doing good. And they were using the same plugins Benny Blanco had access to on his computer. He just didn't care. He was making trash songs and like tick-tock on the clock. Now we turn our speakers up. Unite. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Oh, whoa, whoa, oh. Oh, whoa, whoa, oh. You know what's pretty good, though? And tonight, the DJ got us falling in love again. So dance, dance like it's the last night of your life. Like, come get you right. 'Cause baby, tonight, DJ got us falling in love again. Teo Cruz is pretty good. I got a hangover. Whoa, I'm gonna. Da-na-na-na-na-na. That was pretty good. We gon' light it up like it's dynamite. If I told you once, then I'll tell you twice. We gon' light it up like it's dynamite. That sound design was great. And I don't think Benny Blanco produced those, did he? If he did, that's his best work, other than Divide by Ed Sheeran. And Benny Blanco's first album was really good. The one where it was like the album cover was like a pink and orange sweater that had his thing on it. That was a great album. Sonically great album. Harmonies on point. Benson Boone, I'm not that great into Benson Boone. I think, what's that, Alex Warren? I think that one song he had was pretty good. You're taking me out of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground of your sanctuary. Shatter me with your touch. Lord, it turned me to dust. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something so out of the ordinary. That was pretty good. You got me kissing the ground of your sanctuary. You don't like him at all with Selena? No, it's just Freemason shit. Shatter me with your touch. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something so out of the ordinary. I like Coulter Wall a lot. Coulter Wall's pretty good. Pixie. I laid my head on feathered beds, on pallets on the floor. I must confess, my best night's rest followed work days full of chores. Every now and then, old song gone forgotten long ago comes back around, picks you up and dusts you off in that old analog style. I guess that's how it's always been, or at least for a long while. It's pretty good. Gautier was good. Gautier was good, man. Did you watch the music video for Somebody That I Used to Know? They had Epstein kids crying in the background, painted with the fucking shit on. And then they found out that kid went missing, like months before he was in that Gautier music video. That was crazy. That was a good song, though. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Somebody that I used to know. Somebody that I used to know. I don't know, I think Evan Honer's better than Gautier. I like Les Blackwell, man. I want to get if I had money, I'd get him in a studio. Yeah, if you go to Gautier, Somebody That I Used to Know music video, you see crying children in the background, and you found out those kids were missing. They were Epstein kids, man. They were not real like relatives of the guy. They were fucking part of the industry now. Who else is good, man? Jeremy Zucker had an album that was good. When the tree lines up in the night sky, it all burns down in a wildfire. I can't breathe. Let me breathe. He's a good producer. I don't like the Golden Hour guy. I think he sucks. I don't like Connor Price. I think he sucks. Connor Price is trash. BB No Money is trash. Fuck BB No Money. He's trash. What's that other guy? What's the other white TikTok rapper? You know the guy. He's Canadian. He has a deep voice. Young Gravy. Young Gravy's garbage. Who the fuck likes Young Gravy and BB No Money, man? It's what the fuck. They gaslit those kids into thinking he was cool. That music sucks. You know who's dope? Sierra Farrell. And she started out busking when she was 17. Sierra Farrell's dope. I'm trying to think of like a... I liked Adele. Top tier songwriting. So by extension, I did like Rod Wave, but then he got repetitive. Rod Wave just makes the same song in the same key with the same instruments over and over and over again, talking about the same thing. I liked 2 songs by Blueface. I didn't like any songs by DDG. It was trash. DDG was garbage. I don't like the fucking Red Leather or whatever his name is, and the guy he actually was, the other artist he was. Remember the you'd see on Facebook, there was a guy that would smash the guitar, and then he would do a giveaway if you listen to his music, with like the tattoos in the nose ring. That guy was trash. I didn't listen to Travis Barker. I liked a little bit of Travis Scott. I liked a little bit of Post Malone. I liked I Fall Apart by Post Malone, and I think I only liked one song off Beer Bongs and Bentleys, but then that other one with circles on it, that was great. The one with Ozzy Osbourne in it, and then No Good at Goodbyes, or Too Good at Goodbyes or whatever with Young Thug. That was a great album. Five Finger Death Punch, I didn't listen to him. Kane Kerner, the Fruit for Thought guy? Nope. I didn't listen. Adele made pretty good songs, man. Adele was pretty good. I wish Adele had more choirs in her music, man. I wish Adele did some a cappella stuff. I thought Sam Smith used to be cool. You know what's pretty good? Kenton Chen. Kenton Chen. But then he fucking LA got him and he rebranded as like a stupid indie thing. And he makes trash. He's way too talented to be making that trash, man. Kenton Chen is trying to like get in with the youth by being like a half trap, half pop artist, and it's just garbage. I can tell that he made a lot of money and he lives in a nice house in Los Angeles, and he's just making whatever, and he doesn't have the humanity anymore. But when he did Postmodern Jukebox, Closer, I think, was it Closer? Postmodern Jukebox with Kenton Chen? Or was it the Sam Smith cover? That was pretty good. Kenton Chen was pretty good. Postmodern Jukebox, some of it's pretty good. I don't know. I'm gonna get off soon. David Kushner is good. When the day bleeds into nightfall and you're not here to get me through it all, I let my guard down and you pulled the rug. I was getting kind of used to being someone you love. Is that Daylight by David Kushner? Who's that Irishman that makes pop music that struggles with mental health? Who's that guy? He's pretty cool. What is wrong with people? Black Rock, Saturn worshipping ancient cult that bred white people as a cancer and programmed them for 1,000 years to be disconnected from nature and institutionalized them to harvest their life force energy and leave them trapped in a government contract, spiritually disconnected from God, and then monopolized religion in order to continue farming them, just to have them as workers that were spiritually enslaved to perpetuate their resource control. Louis Capaldi, he's pretty good. That's what I would say what is mainly wrong with people. And then at that point, it's just nature. Like, yeah, when you strip away society, it is just a bunch of monkeys beating the shit out of each other and then raping and killing, which isn't inherently human, but is an unfortunate reality of life that can happen. And that's not just one race, it's everybody. It's the Stanford prison experiment. You give a group of people, and then you give one of them authority over the other. Eventually, they start raping each other. The people with power start abusing the fuck out of the other people. When prior to the experiment, they were fine. Literally, just took a group of 20 people and gave 10 of them authority over the other 10, and within a week, they were beating the shit and torturing the other group. Mother Nature is a whore? No. Mother Nature's... There's a lot of shit out there that you don't want to know about. It's not just Mother Nature. There's some freaky shit out there. There's some freaky shit out there, man. There's some freaky shit out there, man. There's some ancient god going on out there that we are protected from, but you, through free will, can accidentally gain access to those things, and those things are fucked up. Those things are disgusting in the way that they destroy your spirit and connect to you through the electromagnetic spectrum and quantum entangle with you, and you become like an ornament on an ancient dead tree that they worship on Christmas. Chance the Rapper, I liked from Chance the Rapper, I liked Ultralight Beam, his verse on it. I liked music is all we got, we gonna have a juke jam. But he didn't take it as seriously as he could. He should have taken it more seriously. He had a unique style. Finish Line was really good by Chance. Good Day, the only album I liked was the one with the Vamps or whatever it was fucking called. Or was it Death Cab for Cutie? Love of mine, someday you will die, and I'll be close behind. I'll follow you into the dark. No blinding light, tunnels to gates of white, our hands clasped so tight, waiting for the hint of a spark. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the nose on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, I'll follow you into the dark. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Ed Sheeran's pretty good too. After he got buff and stopped drinking, his music kind of tanked, but Plus, Multiply, and Divide are goated classics. Can't dispute it. They're pretty good. They're really good, man. I fucking love Divide, man. All I would listen to every morning when I was 16 was Divide. And I would go to the gym, and then when I would get out of the gym, I'd put my Apple headphones in and go on my iPhone, and I would listen to Divide, and it was just amazing, man. It was amazing, man. Walking around school listening to Divide in the morning when there's nobody there and it's cold because the heat isn't on yet. As much as the institution sucked, it was pretty nice to take a shower in the locker room in the morning by myself after the gym, and feeling the hot water after being in the cold gym at like 6 in the morning, so I'd wake up at 5:30, and it was cold, and driving to school in the winter. My foster dad was the coach of the tennis team, and he was a teacher, one of my foster parents, and I would go into the gym with him, and he'd be on the elliptical, and I would bench press. And I just did bench press, and I didn't like the energy of the place, so every time I got done bench pressing, I would leave and go get water. And the kids thought I was weird, but I didn't really care. I had no sense of normalcy from growing up in isolation. I didn't know they knew I was weird. I just liked how it felt. I'm a Sagittarius, man, so as soon as I I would get up and I would go to the water, and I literally liked going to the water. That adventure where I'm pushing past everybody with righteous momentum and the fiery Firebird energy. And I know people thought I was weird, but who gives a fuck? And then I would go back and bench. And then I would go into the school, and every morning I'd have a blueberry muffin or a chocolate chip muffin and a chocolate milk. And then I would sit on my phone and watch YouTube videos, and then I would sit in the back corner, directly in the way back on this shelf, overlooking everybody, And then occasionally I would just look up and see which girls are staring at me, full eye contact. And then I would just smile, and they would like me a lot. And my foster brother Caleb, he loved wolves, and I loved Robert Baratheon. He was like more northern, pessimistic vibe, and it really was like walking around like Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark, where I was like the king guy, and he was like the following guy. And now I don't like that dynamic, but back then things were different in life. Back when David Dobrik was the most popular YouTuber, and not a gang member that kills people, you know? Things were much different back then. But what's weird is, like, I would be unconscious, and all the other kids, we were all unconscious, and just kind of going off impulse and, like, barely conscious, because we hadn't hit 2020 yet. And one of the girls that I dated, and I think she was my best, like, if the closest thing to, like, a partner. Like, we really mixed well. She was a Libra, I was a Sagittarius. I'm a Sagittarius. Now she's a combat medic, and she is off at war, literally. She's at war. And, but she had a horse and everything. She was really cool. People would say that they would see us staring at each other all the time. That when they found out we were dating, I was like, do you remember? They were like, I remember you guys you'd always just keep staring at each other in the cafeteria. And I was like, I literally don't remember that. And then she was like, I brought it up to her, and she's like, I don't remember that at all. People said that while we were unconscious listening to our music, because we weren't paying attention, our faces were literally pointing at each other, and we were just like off in our own head, daydreaming or whatever, and we would just be staring directly at each other from across the room, and everybody thought it was weird. But both of us had like trauma and shit, and we were both thinking about other stuff and not really looking ahead. We were back here, maybe being controlled by impulse and like the mind flayer or something, I don't know. But we would just be staring at each other from across the room, and I didn't talk to her for another year. Like, we were two nodes in a spiritual network that were communicating, and we didn't even realize there was something going on with a connection. But now that I am older, I can see that happening a lot. Like, sometimes I would just, in my homeless journey, sometimes I would go to a college and just sit there and see if I liked it. Like, I would sneak into college campuses and sit with all the kids and just sit there with people my age and with my headphones in, and they would think that I'm just another kid, but I would be watching them all, seeing if I like it or if it's worth it. And like, I had just been like jumped, and I like stole the clothes from the thrift store and then washed up in the bathroom, and I sat at the college. Actually, the college is right up the road here, which is funny because this was years ago. And I just sit there and see if I liked it. And I thought all of them were a lot more focused than I was. I think I had more emotional wealth because they had more social conditioning. I wasn't burdened by responsibilities and sort of like, they had a direction in life, and they were like constantly condensing what they were learning and socializing into character, and they were trying to make it work, but they just seemed darker and more condensed and focused than me. And I knew that I didn't have the social conditioning that they had at the time. But I still like had the love in my heart and whatever. I still went up, and everybody liked the vibe. Girls were really into me. But then I would exit on a high note and not give them my number or talk to them, and just say like, it was nice to meet you, and then I'd leave. And I knew they wanted something more, but I wasn't ready. I was still traumatized and like a crazy animal. But I was like, I decided it'd probably be better. I would go in for wildlife conservation or something, to be able to turn a property into a nature preserve, and have a bunch of animals with me. And then I wake up and I hang, that's the only way I'd be able to have a deer and an elk and an ostrich and a kangaroo or whatever Urban Rescue Ranch has, or like have a bear. Or like, I know a wildlife conservationist that got a black panther that they declawed and defanged, and they keep it as a pet with their dog. I need a degree in wildlife conservation in order to be able to have a cool animal like that. So that's the only reason I would go to college, was to get those credentials to be able to enhance my property. But I'm like, I was trying to make my songs. I was like, as long as I make my songs, I'm really proud of them, and I know that they're better than what's available at the time. It's not hard to make a music video. I knew that I could blow up on Facebook like that, but God wouldn't let me. As soon as I get close and I'm making the song, it's just tons and tons of torture and drama, and my car gets stolen, I get jumped, and the only difference is I had a song in my heart that I was trying to get to a computer to make, and I'm on my way to make it, and stops. But then you find out all this Satanist stuff with the industry, and maybe it's not good. Maybe it's better I don't do it. So I was just going the wrong way. Like if there's an ant going through the sand, and you could just push that giant sand dune, and then it has to walk around it because there's like a bug that's going to eat it on the other side. So you have to keep making the sand dune to keep the ant from going, but the ant doesn't know that it would die if it was going in that straight line. If the ant knew that it had to go all the way around, which would take a lot longer, then it could get back to where it's going safely. But there's something there that's going to get it right now. That's what it feels like. God, that's why God wouldn't let me do it. Love of mine, someday you will die, and I'll be close behind. We're in a Capricorn year, man. The energy's going to be fucked. We're not going to see a lot of beautiful, emotional songs. We're going to see a lot of stagnant energy. People are going to try to make produced rap-sounding music, and it's not going to go well. It's just this stale, dead energy that's going to be trapping the self-expression for a long time. You'll see end of Gemini or the end of Taurus season, people will produce a lot of stuff that feels fresh. You'll see around Cancer season, but barely. It's not going to be a great year for music. It'll be a great year for power. So you're going to see content that comes out dealing with relationships and power. It's going to be people building kingdoms and responsibilities and the drama that ensues. It's not going to be Karens fucking going at it with people. It's going to be contracts and people coming at Danny Duncan for property values and sending cops with trespass notices and shit. It's going to be stuff like that. Not going to be great for self-expression. Jesse Wells is going to have a goodbye album, and he's going to sort of fade out at the end because he was a Sagittarius Scorpio, so he popped off in an eight year of 2024 and then ended in a 2025, which is a Sagittarius year. If Aries is 1, Taurus is 2, Gemini is 3, Scorpio is 8, so he popped off in 2024 with the alchemization and revitalization in the wood dragon, acoustic, independent, out in nature. And then at the end of it were the philosophical, sentimental of Pilgrim and the mastery of the Sagittarius. And now that we're getting into Capricorn, Jesse's gone his way out. Just like Zach Bryan popped off in 2023, and now he faded out at 2026, but he showed off his mastery of where he started. At the end, after he dropped his album, he posted one last acoustic guitar song where you can see he really mastered that light. It's really good. So he started off just with a guy on a guitar, and then he did his third studio album, his mastery album, and then he does one last him with the guitar. And he'll still go off. He might still be famous, but it won't be the level of the collective conscious with the youth that he had capped, the hearts of the youth that he had inspired. This is a very stale year where it's righteousness of self against the government. There will be fire and there will be expression, but it will be housed in the stagnant energy of Capricorn. It's not going to be great. For the people that really persevere, that held on and stay in the good vibration, God will come through with the fire horse. And there'll be, if they have the, to break through the frequencies, then they can shed away the Capricorn, and that's the fiery Aries, that's the fire horse. Then if they can hold the space, then they can be like an egg and encapsulated in it, and they can bring people to that emotional vivid wealth. But for the most part, most people will be stuck in the stagnation, grinding for power and purpose, discipline, bold action, masculinity forward. It won't be a great year for emotional expression. Ben is a horse year, so he was born in 2014. I'd have to figure out what element of that horse year is. Was it a water horse? Because Ed Sheeran popped off with the X, and people liked it because of the frequencies of the love. He would sing it. It would probably be a water or earth horse. I'm hoping it's... I don't think it would be a metal horse, but I did get stuck in institutions. For all of 2014, no, that was 2015. 2014, I was adventuring through the mountains with an Irish family of 11. Being by the lake with just us. Friendship, and it was really cool. Maybe I got the year... No, 2013 was definitely the year of the snake. It was gold and yellow. 2014 was definitely dark green. It was a horse. I don't know if it was a water or earth horse. I'm hoping it's not metal. And that, when I got taken by the government and put in institutions and locked in boxes and just abused, and I had to go from place to place to place to place to place, and I lost my virginity that year. It was a wood horse. Okay, so I was walking around through the woods with it. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Ed Sheeran with the fucking guitar. And that's why my friends I learned how to play guitar that year. I learned how to, okay. I can remember the vivid emotional wealth in connection to the family and trying to be like the love I had for them, and they didn't like it. And I was always trying to build I wanted to live in a shack behind their property and be one of the family. I wanted to get out of my nice apartment in Section 8, but it was a lot nicer than where they were living because it had Wi-Fi and drywall, and it was an apartment building, so it was like more sealed off and put together, more modern, not an old wooden house. But that was good for them. And then when they cut me off at the end of the wood horse year, it all burned down and they had to leave. So then they spent the goat year climbing up, getting back to buying a home. God is good, Jesus is Lord. You think I got that? You think that person sent me a PayPal donation? Oh, you sent me 10? Alright, thank you for the 10. I'm going to use that for gas to get there. Should I go, or do you want me to keep going? It's 11:36. I kind of need maps. Let me put it in maps and come back. Okay. I am going to end the live. It's a ways, but I will have enough. I'm going to go so I can download videos because there's no service out there. Thank you for listening. I know it's not great content. The stories I say are real. I don't lie. If there's something going on, I don't know what. I'm hoping that we get enough people here that we can make something happen. I'm hoping that I'm helping people. I hope in the future that all of us can get what we want out of life, because life is not long. So I'm hoping that something inspires people to do more of life and enjoy it, because they know that they were never weird. They just didn't have it all together, you know? And then with structure and perseverance, you can put it all together and you can have a really fruitful life with your unique gifts that people wanted to make seem was weird. So, the very least, man, I just say, I'm going to be cleaning my car. I encourage you guys to clean your space, and get a vision board and do a bucket list. What would you do if you had millions and millions and millions of dollars? And write everything you would do down if you had millions of dollars. And then write everything you do down if you knew you only had a year left to live. Really think about your death so you can enjoy life. And then just getting omega-3s and eating eggs. Look, I got a dozen hard-boiled eggs. Smells bad, man. but I'm going to eat it. And then get sunlight. Your brain is made of cholesterol. And then with sunlight and eggs, it gives you good cholesterol that converts when you're in a fasted state. And you can learn to heal. Give yourself the love you deserve. Rest. Rest for as long as you can. You know, I would say there's a lot more ways to make money than just working a job. But there's getting over the hump, and it takes a lot of work. But there is a fruitful alternative lifestyle than what society wants you to live. And we're building it. We're building the new world. We are in like this is one of the biggest times of humanity. Arguably, this part of the human experience will be bigger in terms of the shift of humanity than World War I and II. This is like, people will look back on this time that we are alive for the next 10,000 years. This is the introduction of artificial intelligence. We are in this bitch. This is the most important, one of the most important times in history we have the privilege of enjoying, and it's going away. Technology is getting worse and worse. The human condition as we know it is deteriorating. So I'm just telling people, go out and enjoy it. If you want to work your ass off with 3 jobs for 3 months, stack up your money and go to a different country and just go check it out and see the world before technology ruins everything, I would do it, because it's a finite, we don't have a lot of time before robots. We don't have a lot of time before AI takes over. We're just here to enjoy it. Supposedly my purpose is that I'm the acacia tree. So the animals congregate under the acacia and it protects them from the heat of the world. So maybe my channel is here to get people through whatever they're going through. But I'm trying to heal this shoulder injury, get a gym membership, get buff, save up a bunch of money. And I'm just trying to work. I have people that are suffering that need help, and I'm trying to fix their life so that they can enjoy it, because they spent a lot of time working and suffering. And if I have the means to help them, I'm trying to help them. And I can't really figure out what else I would do with my life. I would just walk around flirting with girls and playing guitar by the river. And I don't need a lot of money to do that, but everything else that I would do for people needs money. So I'm trying to figure that out, and I need to travel. But for the most part, hopefully this helped a lot of people realize they're not alone. And that's why I do the channel. And then so people can see me here, so that wherever I end up, people can see wherever I end up. And I think there's a lot of value in that. I think it's going to be pretty cool to see what happens to Casey in 15 years. Looking back at this content here, and then seeing me when I'm 40. Hopefully with 2 or 3 kids, and a wildlife preserve on a piece of land halfway up a big mountain with a cool view of other mountains, and I can take a side-by-side down, or a robot horse, and like get in a stampede of wild horses, but I'm not going to be affected because I have the robot, so the robot's not going to be fucking, the chaos of the wild horses won't affect the robot horse, so I can run in a stampede with a feather hair war bonnet on and shoot a bunch of targets and shit. Maybe we all get together and overthrow fucking these, not the government, but I'm talking about like the bullshit in all of our communities, the people that took advantage of us. Or maybe I just put on some shows and play guitar and hang out. I thought I was going to be a boxer and get into streaming and overthrow Aiden Ross and become the most popular streamer on Twitch or Kick. And I don't know if that's going to come. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I just take it day by day. I finally have enough, thanks to Demon Hunter here, to fix the wheel bearing. So that's going to be a big change in my everyday experience. So that's where I'm headed right now. So I really appreciate having people that listen and care. And I hope that I am of some value. And I'm not happy with my character on this. I don't think it's me at all. Who I am when the camera goes off is not me. But I was suffering from so much, I couldn't get to me anyway. So I was like, fuck it, we just keep going. We go until we die, because I couldn't kill myself. It didn't work. So I was like, fuck it. At least it'll be a lot of really cool compilations of these 3,000 videos on my channel. It'll be a bunch of really cool compilations to watch eventually. So I'm going to go listen to music and feel drained and feel like fucked up because I spoke for 6 hours today. And then listen to some good music, go crazy off the nicotine and energy drink, and then cook up some of my food and enjoy it at night. I just saw an image of a wildlife sanctuary that they want me to go to in this certain place by the mountains that has free parking, but that's later. Like, I asked God about to show me visions, like what would be the best way to live 2026, and he just shows me he shows me walking through the mountains by myself, maybe with a dog, and that the nature will be enhanced and it's going to be a brighter green and freshness from the trees, and to just spend more time out there alone, because I've been wanting to do that for years but never had the money or the car to be able to do it, or the guitar to go sit out there and play it. So now it's like I have the stuff, so it'll be really fulfilling for me. And then I see a ranch out in Colorado, like a homestead looking for helpers on a mountain in Colorado. And I see Hawaii and Ireland. I'm just taking a trip out there along the cliffside and sleeping in a tent in abandoned stone houses by the river and feeling the salt water and everything, and just making songs and having fun while all the people that left me to die and talk shit about me while I suffered have to watch me happy. So, thank you. Without you, this number wouldn't piss them off so much attached to my channel. And good night.